Hi there, and welcome to Woodland Pattern's 27th Annual Poetry Marathon. I'm Greg Flegel, Chair of the Board of Directors. 2020 was a tough year. From protests to pandemic to politics, every anxious day seemed to promise a new struggle, but the poems go on. I'm grateful to all of you who have participated and supported this great cultural institution throughout the past year. And if you haven't joined us yet, I invite you to become part of the pattern and support the discovery, cultivation, and presentation of the literary arts. I am proud and thankful for the staff at Woodland Pattern who have kept it going. Alexa, Marla, Peter, Mike, and of course the executive directors, Jenny and Laura. Necessity forced us to find a way to offer virtual events, a virtual poetry camp for kids, other virtual programming for adults, and even a virtual bookstore. They have made it possible for the poems to go on. It is organizations like Woodland Pattern that give space for the poet and artist in everyone every day, and that can only make each of us and our community better. You know, the last time that I found myself restructured out of an accounting job, I decided to be authentic and introduced myself as a poet. I explained how I enjoyed taking complicated information and organizing it in such a way that it told a compelling story. Somehow I still got the job. The Poetry Marathon is a great opportunity for so many poets to sing out and for us to hear this rich tapestry of authentic voices. Please enjoy. Please chat and connect to other participants and poets. And if you are able, please donate because we need your support. The poems must go on. Thank you.
Hello and good morning. This part of the Woodland Patterns Poetry Marathon will be 10 o'clock on Sunday morning, January 31st. Well, you know that already if you're tuned in, but I'd like to welcome you to the RIVERWEST Currents Hour of the Poetry Marathon 2021. You can call me Vincent, you can call me Vince, you can call me VJ, but you don't have to call me Mr. Bushel. I am the publisher and editor of the RIVERWEST Currents. I have to thank Lee Gutowski, who is my right-hand person as far as putting out this paper every month, but also all the writers, the comic illustrators, and everyone else that delivers the paper, the printer that prints it, and all of us have worked together for 20 years to put this together. Woodland Pattern has been in existence for 40 years, dedicated to the word. And what do I mean by dedicated to the word? I mean, what does it mean to talk to each other? How do we use language, both written form and spoken form, in song and music to communicate with each other? It's what makes us human. I'd like to dedicate this hour, at least from my perspective, to Antler, a famous poet that lives in RIVERWEST and does not feel up to performing this year, but he posted recently a poem in the Word House along the river. And the last line of that poem is, I had to learn all these words. Now, what do I mean? What does he mean by that? It seems obvious. We all had to learn all these words, but that's the important part. Sometimes we forget what the obvious is, and we're using language to communicate with each other today. I came to RIVERWEST in 1980. I was 32 years old and I was starting life anew. a new page for me. I had met Paula. We ended up buying a house together on Brayman Street, a couple blocks from Woodland Pattern. I became engaged in the neighborhood and I fell in love with RIVERWEST. I try to be engaged in many different ways, in the social aspects, in the natural aspects, because I live close to the river and I work along the greenway there, helping preserve it. And I'm a naturalist and a conservationist by study and hopefully by example. I took a job shortly after moving to RIVERWEST, doing a strategic plan out of the YMCA. That plan made me much more aware because I studied all the different things, 5 different areas, including the arts and including nature, and including business. I always think that you don't have a neighborhood unless you have commerce between the people that live in the neighborhood. So I think we have that here. I love the place and I love that Woodland Pattern. It's just 2 blocks from my house. I didn't actually become much aware of Woodland Pattern until later, towards the time that I became more engaged. Ann Kingsbury, the founder and director, asked me to join the board. And in so doing, I became much more aware of what happens there. I've seen many wonderful performances. I've got up on the stage and performed myself in their small gallery and performance space. The Woodland Patterns Marathon has been a long tradition, and going to see that just made me aware of how much talent and creativity there are in the people that are associated with Woodland Pattern. It's not just a RIVERWEST institution. It's an institution that is known across the country, and we pull people in from all over to help us celebrate the arts, including music, poetry, song, all types of performance. And it's a bookstore too, where you can find things you can find nowhere else, because it's dedicated to poetry and the written word. Written and performed. Hello, how to start. Last year, Woodland Pattern Gala had Ron Padgett as the featured performer, writer, poet. And there's this little haiku that he did, which I think is a really potent knowledge for where we are right now. First, calm down. Next, stay that way for the rest of your life.
This first one is called San Junipero. I finally watched San Junipero. My heart is everywhere, all over the place. But it always is. It's everywhere. My love leaves a trail and it'll stain you indefinitely. Hopefully not a regrettable stain, but like red violet hands after preparing beets. They just are. Red, violet. Your hands reflect the act. Beets as hard and soft as your own handful of life. I felt just about all the love I've ever felt so far in this tiny glance of life. A vignette of history, my story thus far. Falling in love can be very inconvenient. Oh, how fucking often I inconvenience myself. The feelings, how they take root. It's amazing how tangled I allow myself to get, literally embracing the vine's cast, because we chose to become entangled. And sometimes you realize you have set yourself up in a spider's web. Pray for now, or never. But generally it's just wild vine, both holding and restraining, or else I too may grow wild, perhaps not into what I'm meant to be. Sometimes you just have to stop me. I will love myself into destruction, loving you, except now I finally have myself to factor in. Loving myself helps. Loving myself helps me understand my love and yours. My love is still wild, still resilient, still intentional. I can still love through a mountain face, through space and time. I will love you in my sleep. I know your heartbeat. Beat, beat, beat. I know your heartbeat. Beat, beat, beat. And I never forget. I never forget these things. My Clementine is a child climbing the neighborhood fruit tree, part adventurer, part rebel, climbing, climbing to reach the highest fruits, always gently pushing the limit, exploring the limits, but also limitless, infinite, sticky hands and plump cheeks, fruit for every meal, and I am what I eat, I am a fruit, and I remember my first peach, every peach after, their juice running down my chin, sweet flesh on my tongue and soft on my lips, my fingertips. Love like summer heat where the steam rises from tan skin and there is no more cool feel for the sheets or pillow side. Watermelon is still a greater mess, especially when you spit the seeds. Security comes in the form of a nectarine hand-cut by my grandma and passed piece by piece. Hands that have seen so many things. My hands are my antenna. I feel it, I felt, coming and going and all the space in between. I feel more myself than I ever have before. But I have always been, I am, and always will be. As much as I feel myself, I feel everything around me. I feel myself, I feel you, I feel humanity. I feel humanity. I feel we. I feel it all. Through the plumpness of a plum, I feel the rest of the fruit too. When I peel a clementine, a cutie, I feel revealed too. However, what once may have been reckless is now intentional. I feel vulnerable. I am the water to help myself grow. I nourish myself. I find the light. I feel my potential, and I grow. I grow, and I am growing. The child in me thrives. They take care of me. They are the hope of the seed. I am not alone. I am in a garden of reflections. I am not undeveloped or a runt by any means. I am growing at my own pace, much of the time invisibly. I am not stagnant because in my lens I am flourishing. I am thriving. This one just is what it is. Entitled was The Machine of Time, the pressure, pressing roses to preserve the sentiment, the integrity, the stability that the earth offers only temporarily. The devil tricks with preservation, that the brilliance is eliminating the water and drying the flower. Love's souvenir. But imagine a love that stays planted, not picked. Imagine sharing a field, tasting the fruit of the trees without uprooting them. Perhaps it's too simple, and love must be harvested to be known, commissioned to be received.
As if it'll fall, I waken to quarantine, surrounded by death. Devils and angels sometimes are not what they seem. We reap what we sow. Street sweeper goes by, go. Some people's garbage can sometimes be a treasure when in the right hands. When this is over, we'll all go to Fuel Cafe and have some coffee. When this is over, we'll all go to Wonderland and share a biscuit. Still life with Bob Watt. Or how many Indians does it take to screw in a light bulb? You want light? Screw your own bulb. You want enlightenment? Screw your own self. The sun and the moon and the stars will outshine any spotlight you can throw on them. It doesn't matter how many watts are in the bulb. How many watts does it take to screw in an Indian? Well, if you take the light bulb out of your ass, you might see the man in tights with the talisman. How many screws does it take to turn on an Indian? Holy, sacred, cow, butter, milk, fly. How many Indians does it take to illuminate a room? Tantric totem, brick-lipped anecdote. Too much beauty everywhere. All the watts, all the screws, all the Indians. I have here a photograph. There's a picture of a painting hanging on the tree in the woods, but what you can't make out in the photo is the signature on the painting. You might need your glasses. You hear something in the woods behind you. The man in tights with the talisman. He reeks of fish and he smiles like a crow. And he's holding a bouquet of flowering virgins. He says to you, maybe you can do something with all these feathers. Pillows, you think. Pillows? He replies, there are no walls. There are feathers everywhere. He turns to leave. The bottom half of his body is now a horse, walking slowly away, the light bulbs crunching beneath his hooves. He touches a branch now and then as he goes, and every branch he touches blossoms into a freshly painted canvas. There are feathers everywhere. There are no walls. There are feathers everywhere. There are no walls. Dinner at the Hard Rock. Yeah, the poet of the greatest hits. The man with, this is a true story. The man with no knees sits. He can hardly believe his eyes, because there in a chair right across from him sits Medusa, except those snakes, they turn into arms. One arm takes his time, one takes his space, one takes his heart, another his groin. I want to be touched, he thinks, but only by strangers. He knows he should get up to leave, but he doesn't have the strength to stand. He opens his mouth to speak. His words are fragile, harmless, parakeets. They fly across the table and land on the hands at the ends of Medusa's arms. The man with no knees sighs, wonders when he'll disappear.
Susie Krause.
Harvey Taylor.
We're very happy to be here sharing a poem that was published in the Wisconsin Poets Calendar, a product of the Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets, which has its own hour during the marathon, so don't miss the Fellowship of Poets. Shout out to Ed Werstein, a wonderful poetry advocate. And we'll begin then with the poem I'm just referring to called Make Yourself at Home.
I spoke with my friend Maria long ago, a conversation during a potluck about her work as a midwife. She told me that a Cherokee medicine person she'd apprenticed with taught her that in times of planetary peril, with chronic warfare and the destruction of nature, highly evolved beings stream into the world like firefighters to an inferno, cosmic first responders.
I keep encountering people who remind me of what Maria said. Vigorous elders, wise adults, radiant children. And when I meet babies, I tell them telepathically, welcome, friend. Make yourself at home. We need all the help we can get. Yes, welcome, friend. Make yourself at home.
Poet.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a farmer. I'm not a dancer. I'm not a snake charmer. I'm not a plumber, nor a physicist. I'm all of the above, whatever that is. I guess that makes me a poet.
I'm not a trash collector. I'm not a priest. I'm not an acrobat, to say the least. I'm not an actor, nor a meteorologist. I'm all of the above, whatever that is. I guess that makes me a poet.
I'm not a stripper. I'm not a saint. I'm not an artist, but I've been known to paint. I'm not a salesman, nor an anthropologist. I'm all of the above, whatever that is. I guess that makes me a poet.
I'm not a longshoreman. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a jet pilot. I'm not a carpenter. I'm not a cafe cook, nor a therapist. I'm all of the above, whatever that is. I guess that makes me a poet.
Whatever that is. Yes, I'm a poet. I wrote it together. We hung out with old friends and their daughter, a sparkling sprite who's a cornucopia of creativity with drawings, dances, songs, and other appealing expressions constantly flowing. That was yesterday, so it's not surprising that last night I dreamed a little girl said to me, casually, I wrote it together, referring to, well, I don't know, for the phrase is all that survived the dream.
But that's enough, more than enough, for apparently simple, everyday words that have the power to open my heart to a much deeper understanding, akin to the legendary story of Ali Baba claiming, "Open sesame," which revealed the door in the mountainside and the treasures within.
I know I'm not the only one who thinks I did this and I did that, when actually and always I did it together. Together with my ancestors. Together with everyone who ever helped me learn something. Together with all of the friends whose companionship leaves their fingerprints on my soul. No, I've never done anything alone. As a child, wisely said in a dream, I wrote it together. Blessings to Woodland Pattern.
Thank you for attending Woodland Pattern's 40th Anniversary Poetry Marathon celebration. I'm Thomas Trader, and this first poem is by Thomas Hardy. It's called The Oxen. Christmas Eve and 12 of the clock. Now they are all on their knees, said an elder as we sat in a flock by the embers in hearthside ease. We pictured the meek, mild creatures where they dwelt in their strawy pen, nor did it occur to any of us there to doubt that they were kneeling then. For so fair a fancy few would weave in these years, and yet I feel, if someone were to say on Christmas Eve, come, see the oxen kneel in lonely Bart, and by lonely whom my childhood used to know, I would go with him in the gloom, hoping it might be so. This next is by Ezra Pound at a station in Metro. The apparition of these faces in the crowd. Petals on a wet, black bough. To Ezra, with only squalor, after apologizing for Mussolini. We'll hold the love until we know what color were those petals in that station at the Metro. And at a crosswalk by the museum, the apparition of these faces on their march blossoms on hot black boulevard. Pandemic fruit. 40 years, never been this quiet. Not even a fucking gunshot. It's midday. Apparently I have a catalog of when to expect gunshots. By Eden, I didn't forget such a thing. But the body knows, reaching for the glue to put the googly eye on the cat toy in my head was doing that thing. I'm fine. Food I got plenty. I had 4 mangoes. Yesterday I had 5. And you can judge me extravagant in a pandemic if you want. I don't need you to understand. I was helping. These weren't rejects. They were on sale. They're marked down, and nobody was in the store at that 5. And threw big slices out of that first one. Dripped all down my hand. Squirted down my throat, and it was the best mango I've had. Maybe ever. And still too fucking quiet. This is for Robin Ross. L'Esprit de Scalier. Stepping outside, I noticed maybe I'm taller than I am. Maybe then, maybe that's you in the corner there, hoping for the lights to go down so you can get the fuck out of here. Maybe it's me at this party getting my thoughts etched in silver by some beggar. Later on, chained to piss-drenched stairwell and bed. Will be no deal. Last time with fire. Okay, so I've loved you. Loved you. Do I have no personal history shall I echo into a single, solitary hello? That ornament you made for me 3 Christmases ago. Or that photo of Sam when he was 4, and the fire's coming. Witness that. Witness the fire. Witness. I had to choose. And I have it with me now. It wasn't, what will I love no more? Which must I now love forever? It was, what will you love? You delivered of so much, and yet not yet seen the stars. Chemo. Those long, languid conversations halfway down the driveway, swatting mosquitoes until the fireflies are coming out, the streetlights are starting to buzz. Or the doorway you angled against, thinking everything they had to do. The next day, as eventually the sky was getting gray, each pendant word dripping like a jewel that time collects and keeps until you or I can walk the other home again.
All right, I'm Ellen C. Warren, E.C. Warren. I am here as a result of Vince Bushell's generosity and backing of Woodland Pattern, for which I'm really thankful. Okay, my first one is going to be a poem that I wrote that I put to a song. It's called Answer Me With Light. Cornerstones are crumbling in a carnival of faces, echoing reversals to our prehistoric traces. What comes of life is living. What lives of life is dying, dying, dying. It is crying, it is dying. When you swoop down the tube, were you looking for the darkness? Fool yourself if that you wish, but answer me with light, with light, with light, with light. Answer me with light, with light, with light, with light. Answer me with light. Okay, so the next piece I'm going to do is chosen because I wrote it exactly 40 years ago. I thought 81 to 21, that's pretty interesting. It's called The Intricate Web of Wisdom. I looked at an old Indian one time. He had wrinkles like river valleys and eyes that saw past, past and present, the hills on the other side. He was content, for he'd learned to accept. He was happy. The sky showed him wonders. The otters made him laugh. With all his years, he would weave a blanket, many small patterns within a great one. Inside the wrapped blanket, his heart would touch the spring of his youth. His head wore the clear-sighted eagle. Across his back were all the colors of his life thus far. Each memory thread, singly spun, then entered into the intricate web of wisdom. So this poem is called The Weight, and it is written for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose day it is on January 18th. The Weight. Hey, Dr. King, I heard you never really died. I heard that all these years you have been living on a mountaintop and watching from afar. That you've come down occasionally to place your hand on a shoulder to remind them that your dream was for them too, and to be good to each other. Because you have been to the mountaintop and you are still there waiting for all the people to join you. You see some paths circling near, some snaking their way slowly up, a few shooting surely straight like the ones your visitors use. But where, you wonder, is the big wide road, the one cloven by earth movers, the one that ought to be right there in front of you, filled with skipping kids and every sort of person that makes up society. You were an earth mover, and if you hadn't been eliminated by the demons who destroy the light, you would have taken everyone with you the first time. Now the waiting, you ask, will it never end? You just want to go home. And now my last is a poem that a song I wrote many years ago, and am singing it because I don't get to sing it very often, and it seems appropriate, maybe, hopefully, for these times. Oh, what a blue sky, I'm feeling so high. Oh, what a blue sky, the day has finally come. Oh, what a blue sky, I'm feeling so high. Oh, what a blue sky, the day has finally come. It's been raining so long, it's been raining. Nothing but black clouds abound, it's been draining all the life right out of us. Woke up this morning, the sun came out. Oh, what a blue sky, I'm feeling so high. Oh, what a blue sky, the day has finally come. We've been crying so long, we've been crying. Wondering where did we go wrong, been deep sighing. From our head tops to our toes, turn around it happened, the sun came out. Oh, what a blue sky, I'm feeling so high. Oh, what a blue sky, the day has finally come. Oh, what a blue sky, I'm feeling so high. Oh, what a blue sky, the day has finally come. Okay.
The Precious. Cat at the window, watching the birds, sun setting, warm August night, music playing on the machine, and in my head the other machine. Skin tan, my arms have been in the sun, my hair has been in the wind. The Precious, time without pulse, alone am I in space, a meteor trapped in the gravity of a planet. Sun hits the rock, speeding towards the surface, red hot as it pierces the stratosphere. The Precious, vaporized as if it never was. The Precious, place and time, the cat is ready to spring. The music is peaking and I am seeking. The Precious. What God has wrought. Give this a thought. How can we go on when we are set upon by trials and tribulations brought on by the moon's gyrations? Show us the code to define the road, feet bravely moving, arms gently waving, eyes focused on the spot, a hole in the mountain where the meteor shot, causing a fiery fountain. Lava runs far away, where none can stay. We run towards the blue. Clear sky, cool water too. Lay me on the sweet grass, lay me under an old oak tree. Let me rest without fear, at least wild and without tear, at least for the moment. Stop the torment. Zeus strike a bolt, or we will revolt. The spark. At night, half asleep, warm covers, dry air, my eyes open to see the spark. The covers move and light jumps from wool to my hand. It stings a little. Awake, it sometimes make a noise. Static, electric, the spark that jumps from cat fur to human, from human finger to friend. Snap, we laugh and think nothing of the spark. We laugh and maybe jump a bit, but it's the spark of life. The spark. I'm reading this one in tribute to Antler. Don't know if he has another name, but everyone knows Antler as Antler. He lives near the river in RIVERWEST, and he's been a poet for his entire life. He came up with something kind of interesting. Instead of a birdhouse, it's a word house. And one of those word houses is down by the river where I work. And it is called a word house, and inside is this poem. We all remember when we were children and going to school and the things that were there in those rooms. This may be a little bit different than your memory, but this certainly relates to my memory as well. Trying to remember what I learned. The old classroom is alone in me, trying to remember what I learned. Desktops wrinkled with words, under the seats, fingerprints of gum, pens on the floor, tip finely chewed. Listen for the echo of milk teeth. Not even the janitor with his brooms and red sawdust stands here in the middle of the night. Ropes of shades are tied in delicate nooses. The clock ticks in a circle of ages I once was. This building a stone. Names wander in and out of, laughing when they find their name, the same as the name in the book. The globe is dark. I used to spin it, let my fingers find where I was going. The blackboard is clean. No streaks where moist sponges passed over. Erasers rest in their troughs, thick with white chalk dust. In one eraser, more knowledge than hundreds of books. The chalk rubs off my fingers, minute fossilized creatures that lived millions of years ago. The fire escape has never been used. I had to learn all these words.
Hi everyone, my name is Shell Biles. Thank you so much, Woodland Pattern, for having me here to share some music with you. I hope you enjoy. This song is called The Sunshine Song. I see you, baby, sweet child of the universe. I know you worry, you feel like this world is cursed. Oh, sweet child when you've been watering your dreams with your regrets. What kind of gardening do you intend to grow? Keep talking about them seeds you sow, how they're moving much too slow. So you pick up the pace and you're falling from grace. Got you reaching in your pocket for your next ace. Baby, why? Tell me, what are you trying to hide in the corners of your mind? Living your life like a rolling stone. You've been stuck inside for far too long. Living high and spending too much time on your phone just to keep from being alone. There are cracks in the walls, and you see through them all. And you huff and you puff, and then when it falls, you ask me why. Your buildings aren't so high. Why aren't they so high? Living your life like a rolling stone. You've been stuck inside for far too long. Living high and spending all your time on your phone just to keep from being alone. Smell. My Glocken at the Berlin Wall, and under the big apple tree. Lilacs in spring, apple blossoms too. Marijuana. The smell of my lover. Basswood on the streets of RIVERWEST. An early summer night, walking to art event with music, and talking to a beautiful woman, looking out the upstairs window and feeling the peace of place, and sharing with those with love. No malice in their hearts, sweet wine, dry wine, bubbly wine, earthy beer, fresh skin, chocolate, strawberries, mint, pine trees, new mown grass, hay fields, friendly cat, loyal dog.
Sight, light and dark, color in black and white. Sunshine in the east at dawn, sunshine in the west at dusk. Over Lake Superior, us with a buzz on. Silhouettes of campers in the foreground. Shadows moving in front of the fire. An ageless sight shared by all who control fire. New green on the tamarack, fields of wildflowers. White covering everything with blizzard snow. Blue, blue, blue skies and blue, blue water infinite. Faces everywhere with smiles and tears and hands reaching out to share, a hug, a kiss, a wish for bliss. Mother, father, sister, brother, we all have the same nose.
This hour of the marathon is sponsored by Lotus Legal Clinic in Milwaukee, a nonprofit organization that provides free, direct legal representation and educational empowerment programming to survivors of sexual violence and human trafficking in the state of Wisconsin. My name is Austin Reese, and I'm Director of Survivor Empowerment at Lotus, where I coordinate the Untold Stories program, which includes trauma-informed writing workshops, public readings, student response artworks and art exhibitions, a community showcase, and a literary magazine, all to empower, support, and promote the voices of survivors, spread awareness, and build empathy one story at a time. This hour will include alums of the Untold Stories program reading their creative works. Enjoy.
Laurel Blackstone here. A new normal. Life changed for me in a split second. A moment of clarity, then came chaos. Hit in the head, dazed and confused, a life I no longer had. I beckoned. People don't understand my pain. I look normal from the outside, but inside my brain is jumbled. One day I hope I will be the same again. Until then, I need to have hope that people will be patient with me and understand I'm trying my best. I damaged my occipital lobe. I was grieving until my therapist said, Laurel, you're grieving your past. You need to go through the grieving process. This is your new normal. I came home from a trip from Branson, enjoyed a great weekend of fun, met some great people, enjoyed myself. Home of the Osmonds. The next day, life changed forever. We were told to stay home and quarantine, to wear masks and avoid others. This must have been some kind of error. We're to stay 6 feet apart from each other, people dying all around us. It's hitting friends and family. Face masks are such a bother, but it's for our own safety, even though it's awful. To wash our hands and sanitize everything. Life is difficult to deal with. This is our new normal. Thank you for listening.
Dear Sir, I thought we had an understanding about my feelings and boundaries. Remember when I called you on that warm summer night? The memory that I was so diligently trying to bury came to light again. The emotional turmoil stirred up, and it put me into a hysteria that I couldn't contain. I was desperately seeking comfort. And you, Dad, came to the forefront of my mind. I met you, and it was then that I disclosed the violation that occurred at the hands of your sister's husband. As memory serves me, you were highly upset at this news. Why didn't they tell me? Feelings of betrayal crept in, and you were ready to confront any and everyone who knew. Initially, you expressed your deepest apologies for your absence. But when the heaviness felt like a burden, you switched up on me. Why didn't you tell anyone about this? As if it were easy. Surely you cannot ask a 35-year-old woman to explain the thoughts of a 16-year-old girl. You were in jail for using your hands as boxing gloves and Mom's body as a punching bag. Mom, in her depression, turned to drugs and alcohol. And I was left to mother children that I did not birth, uprooted from my home, to live with extended family. I don't know. Maybe I felt guilty for having to be there in the first place. Maybe I didn't have the courage to stand up for myself. Maybe I was confused about how and why this was happening. Do I need to explain? Can we just settle on the fact that he violated me because he wanted to? After exposing my truth, the silence was deafening. I felt like a victim again. Family loyalty embodied the core of my existence for as long as I could remember. But he was only married into the family, not born. Presumably, protection was inevitable. Or should I check, not applicable? Aren't fathers supposed to be their daughters' first heroes? Being the example of chivalry, protection, and unconditional love? Forgive me. That was my fairy tale ideal. I desired the happily ever after. Surely that was far from the nature of our relationship since childhood. Why would I expect it now? Maybe I was hoping that you would take this opportunity to rescue me. Your sister passed away years later. Relief described the feeling that I had knowing that I would never have to hear his name or be in his presence again. Suddenly, the familiar face of betrayal surfaced, and you invited him to your retirement dinner.
Hello, my name is Deborah Estrada Carson. I'll be sharing 4 short poems with you today. A 4-letter word. A socially accepted 4-letter word. A word we love to hear. A word we hold so dear. The most powerful 4-letter word. It is shown to our neighbors and our enemies. It is patient and kind. It does not brag or boast. It believes all things, bears all things, it hopes all things, it never ever fails. It casts off all fear. It is the greatest of these. It is not exclusive. It always wins. In its purest form, it is our ultimate example. Love, a socially accepted 4-letter word. The second poem is entitled The Boy Roy. In town, there lived a certain little boy. Embarrassed, baby Roy resented his name. What's in a name? Truthfully, quite a bit. For the life of him, he couldn't understand. Was it a game, giving him the same name? Pretty cruel, if that were true. A pity. Big Roy, spitting image, Mama always said, followed by, cannot tell the difference. Just like your old papa. Her disgusted tone agonized his soul. The boy Roy turned to his family for aid. Typical no agreement amongst his clan. Big Roy was a catch. Big Roy was a con. Through the pressure of time, the boy Roy grew. Was it biology or was it simply fate? The second Roy morphed into the first Roy, resembling a man he could not, would not ever meet. The third poem is entitled Sisters. Sisters, some come by blood, some just come, bound by love, a bond that binds. Strong, sensitive, stylish, sincere, sensational, seasoned with spice, slightly sweet, sizzling, sophisticated, sanctified saints. Some come by blood, some just come, bound by love. Sisters, to all my sisters. The final poem that I'll be sharing is entitled America. She is a vixen, wooing everyone in her path, with beautiful sentiments. Give me you're weary, you're poor, you're unwanted. She bewitches with the allure of grandeur. Work hard and wealth will be yours. She's an ageless beauty like Sarah in the Bible. She's a seductress like Delilah too, making promises like all men are created equal, like we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. With a caress, she broke every promise. Yet like a love-struck suitor, we gaze at her stars and stripes. We pledge to her our allegiance. We protect her honor. She is the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll be reading my poem while lying down because I hurt my back. And I waited to the last minute to do this, so I have to. But, yeah, let this be a cautionary tale for everyone watching this video. Don't wait to the last minute. Okay, now I'll be reading this poem, which is called Sometimes. Sometimes I just want to be like, excuse me, but I'm neurodivergent and I'm having a complicated day. And if you don't want to step into my messy complexities, then please step aside and get out of my way. My disabilities are invisible, so I've tried to be invisible too. But now every cell in my body feels burdened by the things that being invisible will do. It makes my back hurt. It makes my joints ache. It makes me stale and inert. It makes my heart break. So sometimes I just want to say, give me my heart pieces because I'm putting them back together. And the heart that I'm recreating is going to be even stronger and better. And I'm going to share some of those unshared poems. I'm going to send some of those unsent letters. And I'm going to let go of all my attachments. I'm no longer trapped. I'm no longer tethered. Giving myself some rest after the storms I have barreled through and weathered. And sometimes I want to be more consistent. Sometimes I wish I could commit to more than sometimes. Like, why am I so resistant? Sometimes I wonder, where's my big opportunity? Is it looming? Is it gone? Have I missed it? The anxiety drains the life from my mind and it blinds me. It's so sinister and twisted. And my depression reminds me that the timing's not timely and it probably never will be. And my trauma brain does not complain. It says, your depression is right, probably always will be. And I wonder, if I don't kill myself, then what about the stress? Will it kill me? If I conquer my demons and raise my vibration, who will I be? Who's that person? Is that still me? If I let go of the expired parts of my identity, will I be empty? What will my skills be? I don't always remember who I am or why I'm here. Is that normal? Is that common? Is that silly? Sometimes I worry that if I rest too much, I might get lazy. That if I live too long, eventually nothing will amaze me. Sometimes I feel like I am blessed to be alive. We're all doing our best. All we can do is try, and I can manifest a life where I can truly thrive. And sometimes I am tired. I'm like, oh, the best I can do is survive. And if I have less than I need, I shouldn't be surprised. I wrote this life. And then my shoulders sag and my spine sighs. Time flies and my mind's fried. But then sometimes I wake up all fresh-faced, ready to be alive. Yeah, sometimes I wake up and I want to truly thrive.
Broken home. 1. Sometime beside the creek. Summer fingers awaken the day. Summer grass sweeps my dusty ears with the moons we skipped across the way to duck beneath the bramble where the ancient creek lay. Echoing the lowly moaning of the steers, summer fingers awaken the day. Knowing then what I know now I could not say when the twins probed our bare rears with the moons we skipped across the way. Under the belly where the swollen pillar lay, gripped by one pale hand, gripped by fears, summer fingers awaken the day. And nipples at my mouth stay, a rushing water, blood in my ears, with the moons we skipped across the way. 8-year-old innocence like cracked clay, trapped in the talons of 5 decades of tears. Summer fingers awaken the day with the moons we skipped across the way. 2. Gathered smoke, broken red, she pecked at smoke like some scavenger. Beak probing deep, robbed his vessel of its red, spoke of red petals, while her thorns probed deeper, his will weakened by the sparks, rising to the entwined brambles, stuck in their glow, while down below all the moss fell. Then swept downstream, screened into uncertainty, sight unseen. An 8-year-old, between the twins, between their teenage breasts, he floated, a leaf in a dream, edges burnt, veins brittle, invisible little. Then he skipped back to the broken home. It has been said, first, then afraid of the ripcord, then afraid that the end of the nylon rope would unravel and fray, I put a match to the tip, watched it flare up and bubble before swelling black. And when the black drip hit the inside of my calf, it ate its way toward the bone, and wisps of burned flesh seared my nostrils, and the pain that dug its way deep into my conscious brain, way later when healing, way later when mingling with the memories, cauterized my brain like a man with a branding iron. Then, when he set the metal rod down on my skin and pressed on, after anesthetizing the skin, I did not feel the heat as he burned away the unwanted skin, the wart. Rather, I saw the untethered smoke rise in an unfurled waver off the skin, and I felt that burning, that smell of burning skin sink into my stomach, where it wrenched a hole in my soul. Now the lump of scar tissue, the white lump, whiter than the red of the middle knuckle when bent, grates the lining of my gut like a man with a woodworking rasp. When it, death, taps my shoulder with the tip of its sickle, when it does, I would like to know then, be conscious then. I would like to be able to greet the eternal visitor with my scarred memories. I would like to see them slip into that blue current of everlasting while I say goodbye, while I hover overhead, where the sun always shines and the feeling of dread will be wandered away to that crematorium and burned to ash with my body before being spread like mortar by a man and a white trowel. It ends when I bow before this moment called now. It will end sometime after I recall the fall It ended when I fled up and my body fell down. Ended when I went up on high where the sun always shines. Ended when I heard my body release. And what I was went away. And what I am today wasn't what I am today. And isn't what I was then. When I heard the light sign in the cloudless sky. When I heard the spit fall on his hand. And knowing he would use it to soften the insertion. But still it hurt. And then it snapped. And then I was back. And then the cold concrete burned my back. And the cold concrete burned my cheek. And the cold concrete burned his words into my stomach like he was a bully with a bullhorn, and a hole opened in my soul. Ends in this moment called now, only now. Ends lonely in this moment called now. Ends singed. Ends with vivid long ago and longing for now, just now. And now I recall a home is given at birth. But where can I reside when I end? If where I'm alive is already dead.
Feminine embodiment. Mine was a corrupted coming of age, closed off from the outside world. In my youth, I was not yet acquainted with the unique sense that perceives and discerns what is sweet, sour, bitter, or salty. Presenting himself as wholesome and savory, not stale or spoiled. These two became one flesh, the body politic. Beneath the fragrance of his falsehoods lie the lingering stench of decay. His insides were curdled, ready and waiting for psychological warfare. An inescapable ambivalence occupied and dominated my sensitivities. I grew numb to the natural currents of sensations that flow within me. My reflection expelled from his body through his vile and repulsive stare. Putrid anti-femininity. I shed my childhood self in this barren wasteland, my human existence void and dismembered. His interest moved into the night, where his appetite grew for pleasures outside and unknown to me. Reduced to ash, what was left of me was smooth and even, not jarring or jolting. From an uncultivated and uninhabited region, a single layer lay beneath the soil. Bland, mild, fluent in speech, and agreeable in manner. The resin softened and the seed germinated. Warmly benevolent, my young womb expanded. My intense sensitivity and emotional fervor were born. Motherhood granted a natural invitation to render the endless strength within me. Emerged from fire and fermentation were the dormant powers of feminine embodiment. He set out to destroy the purpose in my life, a kind of reproductive assault. He plotted and promised that my mothering days were numbered. Your mother doesn't love you, he'd say, nurturing a false sense of unworthiness in little boys, while injuring a crucial attachment, the bond between a mother and her sons. Their innocence was exploited, and emptiness grew into a void of loneliness I could not fill. Victims of a perpetrator, and later, perpetrators of victims. Maternal depression, stress, and anxiety have weighed heavily on me. I have given all of myself and done all that I can. I am enough. I discovered an ability to sense and heal, inhabiting more of myself with the beauty and wisdom that was already there, taking pleasure in relativity and gaining the courage to embrace and express what I feel. I revel in the simple, sweet flavor of self-love and respect. Rising from the ruins of abuse, ripening and maturing with the shining warmth of sunrise each day. Filled with hope and happiness, I am a rhapsody in bloom, with my heart on my sleeve, worthy, wise, and willful, feminine, embodied, and empowered.
Voices. Lately, I've been composing poems in my head as I drive. On my way home from teaching philosophy at Mount Mary, a night class that keeps me out late, taking Sinner east toward Humboldt, toward the river and lake, opaque as the separateness of persons, but in John Cady's voice. That is to say, the sound of his distinctive voice inside my head, as if it were possible for an ice cube to float undiminished in boiling water, or for a second self to nest in the first, similar but smarter, deeper but just as dour, from San Diego instead of Corpus Christi, but both ending up in Milwaukee. His voice, meditative and clear, but my own voice, the product of pathological mourning, and the realization that when I cannot find the words, it is I who have failed language, and not the other way around. I'm curious to know if there's a name for this phenomenon, when you've been listening to another's voice repeatedly till it begins its gentle intrusion inside your mind, like the usurpation of one twin by another at their mother's breast. At once a sign of original sin in St. Augustine, and a disappointing theory about the impossibility of innocence by a guilty man. But in my metaphor, a sign of literary auditory hallucination, the lesser aggressive brother of the psychogenic fugue, where in the fugue state, full-grown ghosts with teeth appear beside you from within to accuse you of wasting life, theirs and yours. I would know, I think to myself in Cady's voice. But do your thing and I shall know you, wrote Emerson in 1841, in the first draft of Self-Reliance, which he meant as an invitation to work, maybe even write poems, but with one major condition. If you write, then it better be your work in your voice, or else you are cutting your own throat with another's hand. I'm now imagining desolate Abraham on Mount Moriah, with knife raised in obedience to another voice only he can hear, while keeping Sarah and their son in the dark. Death enters life through the death of others who cannot be saved, but only loved. Lately, I sit up in bed listening to Cady's voice, 2 tabs open on my laptop, a video of him giving a reading at the University of Chicago, and a poem of his called Chester that both live online. All so I can read along as he reads. His poetic voice rested from the wrong end of life, warming every word from within, loosening the poem's precise sutures of stylized indifference. Of all the interpretations of the Akedah, I prefer to read the story of Abraham and Isaac as if it were an auditory hallucination, a parable of how traumatic loss and unrelenting guilt create 2 distinct and warring voices inside a person's head. The voice of who you thought you were, and the voice of who you have become and must kill, because we can't go on like this. Perhaps Cady's voice, like God's, is a metaphor for talking to myself about the fears I cannot face, which tells me that maybe I make too much of things, or that I'm yet another sucker for regret. Maybe so. But it is peculiar the way melancholy undermines memory while binding a person to the past. Even as we stay up later than usual, watching late April snow through the glass, through the lamplight in the middle distance, safe in the middle knowledge things have, not willing to admit we're more like the ram than Abraham or Isaac, appearing then disappearing in a single verse while the story continues for someone else who saves the severed horns as a souvenir of the life they took for granted.
Hello and welcome to the KENOSHA RACINE Poets Laureate and Friends Collective. Thanks to you for stopping by. We appreciate Woodland Pattern, Michael, and all their good works. I sure miss browsing. Special thanks to our main stanchion of support, Denise Zing, and Spectrum School of the Arts and Gallery at the DeKoven Center just off the lake in Racine, center of all bigly creatives. The KENOSHA RACINE Poets Laureate Group has entered its 10th year. We hope to see you in person, in celebration, before the 2022's drop. Following, find varieties of storytelling, some page, some stage poets. All love and respect poetics, the music and poetry's practicality, the results of words that motivate and move. Can anyone doubt that words matter? You can find us on Facebook, in web, on or about YouTube, and many through the Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets. Open to all parties, currently online, the Zoom Poets, every second Saturday of the month, and Root River Poets Critiques, every third Sunday. What you bring to share for revision will leave the better for it, or double your money back. Appreciating, along with me, Stefan Kalmar, the shared opportunity in this hour are Deborah Hall, Jean Preston, Rachel Wiedewer, Carolee Safiati Hughes, Joseph Engel, and on loan from Family Power Music, the Nick Ramsey. Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon. Be in good hands, and don't leave home without it.
What's up, everybody? My name is Nick Ramsey, representing Racine, Wisconsin, the KENOSHA RACINE Poets Laureate Program, Family Power Music, and Woodland Pattern. I got two pieces for you. First one's called Shivered Drippings. Dreamscapes from yesterday and the days before, they replay in the inner surfaces of my eyelids. And there, I am the lone theater occupant. The film reel shivers the visual free from its circular tin housing. Who is up in that little picture window, handling the operations? Is a child being taught by an elder? Is a love for cinema instilled? I prefer sweet over salty, both in my snacks and my movie preferences. So I brandish containers of each. I have sought out this projection. There are hints of comfort and trickles of disgust. I ease back in my recliner and turn on the seat warmer, mentally mapping all of our connectedness to reality. We scribble, we photograph, and we discard. Wash, rinse, repeat. But now the house is packed, filled with a short crop of bluish gray and white-haired heads, each a cotton swab droplet, clouds with brewed precipitation. And in the middle of it all, I sit weeping, trying my hand at containing the auditory. A torrent of rain cascades from my eyes. It's all in what's been picked up along the way. Much like the composition of film, it's makeup, part animal, part vegetable, part mineral, bone, gelatin, hide. Everything can be broken down, and it too can be reabsorbed. And as these salted streams careen off my rounded cheeks, my taste gets tainted. Revelatory relationships appear. The drippings quivered both from the projector and my tear ducts. They make sense now. But who wrote this script? And who is playing director? That's that piece. My second piece is called Motley with Moxie. If you're at home and you want to say Motley with Moxie, you can. I'm going to encourage the guys here to help out too. It seems time slips by while the fools rush out. We used to be of purpose, respected, had clout, but busyness took over. My art became a disregarded hobby. Yet my pen remains a scepter. I'm Motley with Moxie. I spit forth the lit torch, and in the cauldron are searing embers, cast iron coated a magmatic epicenter. It seeps through the cracks, and the deep the gleam attracts. Be sure to keep back, as in a sec, the vent will churn. Gentle burns, oxymoronic words, a cruel kindness, and time you'll find your turn. Shall I sign a line as they shine divine pine to be my backdrop or an ornamental urn? Praise the monuments. Verbal tributes over a flare of frenzied flutes. Assemble all the documents, the will you execute. A joyful noise, the populace poised, silver streaking a sky of turquoise, which is mirrored by the faces of grounded observers, saline streams amidst their pitted fervor, lashed from the sudden bursts of internal heat, dredged through all the journals. What a heartfelt retreat. Have you left an imprint, indelible and lasting? Or was it a thin stint, forgettable, worth passing? I guess it's on the judge and jury to call the order, determine the verdict. Quite the stack to sort, huh? It seems time slips by while the fools rush out. We used to be of purpose, respected, had clout, and busyness took over. My art is a disregarded hobby. My pen remains my scepter, and I'm Motley with Moxie.
Motley with Moxie.
Motley with Moxie.
Hi, my name is Rachel Wiedauer, and today I have 3 poems for you. The first is titled Ping. Towers across the state ping and bring her infectious laugh and talk of baby names to my living room. Her stomach ever expanding, tucked safely under her steering wheel. We wait for the first kick while she drives, me on speakerphone, propped on the dash. Our sister speculation wide and dappled by tree shadow on road and my window. She rounds a curve and suddenly no service cuts her sentence in half, blanketed by static. I clench the phone as she drives through dark shadows and bloated side road deer. A long day shift for her, holding the hands of those lying down to go home. My phone erupts, not my sister calling back, but emails to use Kohl's Cash, buy N95 masks, learn to meditate, and check my credit score. Notifications X-ray light under my hand while I yell Siri to silence, but she refuses to understand my request. I want to smash it quiet back into pre-made pieces and crack back plastic, expose wired lies. Buy back my solitude in place of meaningless maps, leading me unaware into blind lakes. I jump at the ringtone breaking me from myself. My fingers white, hands tingling, I force my picture arm back down to my ear. I'm sorry about that, sis. That spot always gets us. The second poem I have is titled Winter Walk. Somehow I knew to inhale deeply the scent of cold and sharp green pine needles that lingered after his arrow flight caught golden sunlight. Setting a patchwork pattern on his pelt through trees tiny nubs of grown-up antlers with grace he might grow into. My boots, no match for spooked speed, punctuate my presence, each step measured like the cup of flour I used at Good Cook's. Ice clings tight on trees, like family lines on the back 40. By blood, marriage, or death, I know he is here still. Balanced so perfectly, he leaves hardly an imprint in the snow. His breath streams of warmth and life. No matter black rock, tripping clumps of mud, or danger, this is his home on my winter walk. The final poem I have is titled Recliner. The teacher leans her sigh against the palm of her hand as she studies the open book of math lessons, waiting to become a slide deck. She shelves yesterday's lesson on her chipped coffee table, a tray of paper clips and pens out of reach from the recliner she sits in. Each morning, she unfolds the plastic craft table, sets her laptop and coffee on it, slips her feet into slippers, and smiles as students come late. She looks at the school schedule taped next to a picture of her girls, calculates 130 days left of school, 3 weeks until break. Mute, unmute, and keep your webcam on sound foreign coming out of her mouth. Her students' heartfelt prayers, thanking God for keeping us safe and 6 feet apart. Eventually, frustration matches hers when a dry erase, I hate you, is held up on a whiteboard, one of many squares separating student from consequence. The final goodbye is sung in silence. She reads their lips, pretends she is singing it too, waves goodbye to them, clicks to end the conference, and her screen stares black. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me today. Apple salad. When your second mother-in-law dies, you comfort your husband. You feel sad and a little relieved. She was 97 and had not known your name for years. You take charge, make calls, pore over photos for the memory boards. The service is sweet with flowers and the people she loved, the family gathering after for food and favorite stories. How she'd painted everything, even the outhouse, pink. How her baked spaghetti and famous banana pudding will be missed. You feel her absence for a while, your Sundays strangely empty without those visits after church. And then her spirit simply moves beyond the day-to-day. But when your first mother-in-law dies, years after the second, and many years after her son divorced you, you have no role. Your children, her grandchildren, make the calls, console your ex-husband, plan and share her sweet service in a distant state. You smile to hear your photo appeared on her memory board, and your own memories surprise you. The sound the train made passing on the tracks behind her house at midnight, her aromatic anise cookies aged in old Christmas tins, the strength of her rod straight back at the funerals of her husband and daughter. The day she showed you how to make her apple salad, the day you knew you belonged. And how you had to learn to let her go. How to let her family go. To let her son go. And nothing to do now but send your heartfelt sympathy to the man you used to love. Make a batch of apple salad. Write a poem. That's with Marilyn. We're at the Barrington, the senior living community where my parents live, and this is Thursday, Mass Day. The priest prepares the altar while the lector leads the rosary. There is no official chapel here, and the worshippers outgrew the hobby room. So instead of praying next to Boggle, Monopoly, and boxes of jigsaw puzzles, we sit in rows in the theater, the altar just in front of the big screen. The side walls hold framed, oversized photos of Hollywood greats. Humphrey Bogart, Maureen O'Hara, and Rock Hudson on one side, Gregory Peck, Audrey Hepburn, and Marilyn Monroe on the other. All of them in headshot poses, Hollywood perfect. But Marilyn stands out from the rest, her blonde hair in soft waves framing her flawless face, her eyes half closed, her lips pouting and painted full, her come hither look undeniable. And the rosary is coming to a close, the lector calling, "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee." The congregation responding, "Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners." And the nearly sacrilegious juxtaposition of pure virgin and innocence lost, of heaven's perfection and the Hollywood kind, becomes somehow about all of us here. Our wheelchairs and walkers, our canes and hearing aids, our anxious caregiver faces. Priest and lector and congregation, all at home with movie stars, all here together as the rosary ends and Mass with Marilyn begins. And finally, to my women friends of a certain age. I never wanted to be one of those women who let themselves go. You know what I mean. A woman who reaches some undefined age and lets her roots grow out, the gray creeping from scalp to ends until there's no hint of honey blonde or truffle brown or cinnamon red, the color her hair was when she fell in love and tossed that hair over her shoulder in her first seductive act. A woman who shrugs herself into her oldest sweatshirt and pulls on yoga pants the minute she gets home with no intention of actually doing yoga, who trades her shoes for bare feet in summer and slipper socks in winter. I never thought I'd be one of those women who throws out the bathroom scale, the layer of dust intact on its viewing window, who eats simple carbs and real sugar and butter without first calculating calories or their effect on her cholesterol, who opts to watch Schitt's Creek on Netflix instead of Downton Abbey on PBS. I never dreamed I'd be one of those women who says just what she thinks, who pushes tact aside, who uses four-letter words with skill. I couldn't imagine the house staying messy, leaving laundry unfolded, letting dishes wait until morning. I never wanted, I never thought, I never dreamed, I couldn't imagine, but I am working on it. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joe Engel, the current Kenosha Poet Laureate. I'm here to read you a few poems that I've written in the past few years. Student. I can't tell if she's a smoker, only that she smells like smoke. Her smile is a seagull flying, green eyes just cloudy enough to hide her inner life. She tells me in a low monotone how her ex screwed others and drank in the first rays of daylight while she slept in the other room. She knows this from a neighbor who saw things happen. Luck had the one before him cheating too. We've only spoken when she's studying alone as I clean a classroom, as I change light bulbs in the ceiling above her. She talks about these men like they are brothers in a rowboat, with a yardstick for an oar. She smiles. There is nothing she could do. A clump of dust falls from the fixture and lands on the table inches from her hands, where it wavers lightly in a draft I cannot feel. I wonder if she noticed it. Her hands lap loosely, make no move. Advice. Light catches the coins on the floor by the vending machines in the corridor. Don't look around before you take them, before you slide them down the dark throat of your pocket. Remember, when the slot machine swallows them, they were not yours. If you win, it's not money earned. It's just gold dust, deserved. Call your wallet pollinated. This day might be your day. Rewarded now for how you don't betray people's secrets or ever call in sick. Trust me, we see your smile as the man at the dice table wearing the Yankees hat loses $1,000. That's okay. And listen, on your lazy ride home, do not stop at the sight of someone's car burning. Pass the smoke pluming from rubber hoses without looking. Those flames want more than air at night. Do not slow to watch like everyone else. Who knows what luck is contagious? When you arrive at your flat by the harbor and see your landlord's half-sunk dinghy, remember the $10 bill you almost chased into January waves. How you could see it, 20 yards out, riding a slab of ice, rising and falling, up and down in the water, and think, before you call about the boat, how you had to let it go. This is my final poem. It's called, If You Shake the Cage, You'll Never Be Free. Sleep just sniffed my ankles that first night on the 4th floor. Its whiskers on my skin for one soft second before it curled around the door to follow the next draft in the hallway. And when the night nurse swept a flashlight beam through our room, I closed my eyes. Morning came, and I saw a semblance of myself smeared in an old steel mirror above the bathroom sink. Showered with my own howling and water hot enough to boil eggs. Everything was fastened down, so my roommate couldn't understand why he felt like an ant, caught in a draft, in the middle of a canyon, but he's alive. In group, we were all beyond size, so we dug through topsoil looking for roots. Then the counselor leaned forward and said, "Release it through your feet." And one of us, a wise man, asked, "When will our feet be released?" Time was kept in reminders for lunch, and lost somewhere in the head of a patient bald on his bed in the afternoon. Each breath a measurement more acute. I too was a peanut wanting back its shell, staring past the cage on the window to the car's midday glare in parking lot B, like 2 rows of teeth knocked out singly here and there, and replaced, it seemed, by all the light and color the sunshine holds in itself. Before we go, our counselor said, I hope we learn when and when not to keep the explosion of a bomb to ourselves. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carol Lee Safioti Hughes. I am living in the North Woods of Wisconsin in Mountain. I have many poems collected and published. I have a chapbook, and that's not why I'm here. I'm here to read my poetry, so I will share some of my poems with you. This is called Fingerwing. This is a story about a bat, or perhaps her story about me. I would be no friend to a colony, such the name for their gatherings for survival. No fling or flailing of many wings in the dark, please. Just 2 outstretched wings. I walked into her life when she was trapped in a madness of fluorescence and concrete, her high-pitched screeches somehow pinging only me. Fingerwing, she said, her name. There were things flying in the air, jackets, books, soda cups, the crowd whipping their collective grim dreams into a bad black and white flick. Stoker and Lugosi, the maestros in the cacophony of their brains. But she was failing, striking glass and stone, spiraling down, surrendering hope of escape. I simply told everyone, leave. My hand lifted puppet-like, pulled by some shared sense of ancient anatomy of flight, her finger wings beckoning mine. I walked the stone floor, arm raised, my hand widespread, let her wing beat and breathing calm to mine. Air could no longer carry her. She fell. Not looking back, I heard some desperate scrabbling behind me. Groundbound, she bore no magic, more vulnerable than a mouse. Still, she followed. We reached the glass walls that bound her. Failing, her breathing visible, she crossed the open door. Out under the sidewalk lamp, she enfolded her force, and then she flew. Trees in the wind. 1,000, no thousands, pencil rows planted by city men plucked from the soup lines, escaped to work's rustic progress, carved their initials as they hoisted park shelters, planted seedlings in the stripped forest floor, ghosts of old growth murmuring in the winds. You can drive forest roads now looking down the combtine rows. God doesn't plant straight lines. When these trees are wind-whipped matchsticks snapping, they sway with their doom. A 60-footer cracked in the storm last night, fell across the shed and the John boat. Sooner or later, this house too will cave. Trees in the wind. And my last poem, Walking Home. My first glimpse came late, their echoing calls so long in the sky. When searching the clouds and gray revealed nothing, I doubted them. Yet they insisted their way through a lowering dusk, streaming overhead, like water rushing by, all sound, no color. But the changeling rays against clouds gradually reveal their overlapping V's, lowering in the air enough I could see faint outlines, hieroglyphics. How do they fly without the things we need for flight? Their calls, their sonar and radar, they know their altitude, speed, pace themselves as they lower and change formations, gently morphing one message into another, haunting the air with their voices. They will circle, gather, drop on water to be safe from shoreline threats. And still I stand, caught by their joining of sound and night. Walking home.
Hello, I'm Deborah Hall, the current Poet Laureate in Racine. I have 3 poems to share with you today, and I hope you find them insightful. My first work is called A Talk with My Brother. I came to Rome with a lover who held a secret he didn't know, a fate that someone whispered in a catacomb as he folded in half, slipped into sleep of coma. The ambulance sped across the Tiber to an island where Asclepius set down a healing rod and snakes offered venom to cure fever, a hospital, a pill on the tongue of the ailing. Every day I watched him sleep, caress his face and feet, gather his clothes, take them home to wash in the sink. When the Red Cross worker needed signatures to extend my visa, my brother came to translate. We walked until dawn. He read graffiti on shabby apartments, death threats to Albanians who live there. I see them gather on shadowy streets the night before garbage day. They find clothes and bread in dumpsters that line the sidewalk. My brother said I can pass as European, act like I've been here for years. Let the hate find other foreigners, much easier to spot. We cross the river in new sibling order, an older sister behind a brother in command. An overseas crisis, a man in a coma, unfit to fly home. As we cross the bridge, I tuck myself between the tines of the railing to hold that space of chaos, feel the water roil around me, a pill on the tongue of a wild, churning river. My second poem is entitled Earthquake. I touched down in Costa Rica, a village high in the mountains, a place to remarry ears, tongue, and a second language. I blushed when my host family told jokes. I stumbled to catch the punchline and laughed too late. My host sister gave me a joke book so I could follow along. Late at night, an earthquake shook my bed. My sister said it was just a temblor, an aftershock of a bigger quake in Panama. Yet 10 years back, a large quake did hit the village. A part of the mountain dropped, a dull, heavy knife on people and animals asleep in their homes. After breakfast, we walked to the place where the mountain fell. It resembled a giant skiing down the mountain, both knees bent. We drove to a cloud forest with air as thin as thread. On a cliff edge over a soft white sea, my sister said this was where the quake took the child from her mother to make room for clouds that give breath to the village below. And my last poem is entitled The Long Pause. It's about coffee, tulips, and the delayed arrival of love. With a provocative question, she sprinkles words in his coffee. He watches the milky froth of her latte crawl down the side of a glass. He draws a frown, tells her, I don't know where to put this. It does not flow with the conversation. He stirs in cream, sets down a spoon, remembers their last Scrabble game. He stormed the board, twisted bonus letters into trees, a rainmaker of word clouds. He showed her no mercy. But during coffee, he is disquieted by questions that percolate images, bitter and obscure. He is reticent as a March tulip under the winter soil. She breaks the earth with a shovel, then a spoon, to find him, coax him to drop his guard, and poke through her pale garden. A spring declaration, spotted indigo, cherry red petals. He smiles to delay the question. She looks away and peels the paper from the skin of his words, tiny translucent bulbs, affection that he offers, meanings that he withholds. He is not yet ready. Not yet. Thank you.
Hey, welcome again to Woodland Pattern, the Marathon. Thanks again for doing this all these years. My name is Stefan Kalmar. We're at Spectrum School of the Arts, our sponsor. I was one of the first Racine Poets Laureate, and I'm going to do some of my newer stuff today. Under feet. You never wanted to be one of those that planned to mark the Appalachian Trail with years of imagining each step. What might it be like practicing that way? That one would walk the number of miles per diem, break in short seasonal walking boots, welcome itch of wool socks, break camp, stack each night with making camp, loading weights to simulate provisions, price dried foodstuff, and what about water? Someone said in a complete guidebook that water and safe local companionship was available all along the way. Follow signage in dialect. All hikers in this tribe should understand eating alone was practice for not eating at all. On 3x5s, waterproofed, there was almost never any violence or exact change needed.
except the heat that one would be required to cart, carried in salt-stained, pure white cotton shirts, with the end of summer stealing the shadow of too many rewarmed days in a row that had not been planned for, like the tired posture hooked to machines above your bedside, and the worn, well-marked trail guidebook replaced by hospice pamphlets, end-of-life contracts, and chemo, cell mutations, making vines from early organs to late, not eating the rest of memory of the last mile, leveling into town off the slope. Why you wanted to subdue that dream alone, as if inviting me never occurred to you. I followed your every conversation of expect, until the book fell from your hold, and I lived to watch your chest rise and fall in time to my pacing. Underfeet. Barkeep. Picked up at a bar on 3rd Street, you gave me room at the counter to stretch my narrow all in, to be straight, slide to the corner booth backed by rows of cues not far enough from the pool table to ease the sound of slap on thigh, stick on felt. You, my server, there was no riddle or layer of looks that didn't jibe with buzz-cut, tatted, bicep pump liquors stacked nice. Man on man, lady on lady, and you on me. The look what I brought you, from some too close not to know our fancy, they tied one on, left moans that wanted to be private, as snigger lips picked up the night-stripped momentum from my dry mouth on yours. Barkeep. My last poem for today. Wife supremacy. Woman with salad and head pain. Not COVID-19 or the 18 before it. Bleach in her veins, went out into public and burned her mask. That had been stenciled by the local behemoth, Job 40, 15 to 24, as an example of the power of God without charge, although she did not receive it timely through the mail, as the sorting machines were decommissioned, dejoyed to satisfy his curiosity about how they worked, and frankly, when they demanded overtime. Unused farm fields, actually crops made empty bowls. Qu'il mangeait de la brioche, spoken by a great princess, upon learning that the peasants had no bread. Plowed under to qualify for the right-wing pin, corporate giveaway, be best, children of the corn, rows turned to crosses for the military dead losers. Some no longer able to be grabbed by the pussy. Border closed sign, immigrants, non-elective, gave up their permanent residence, go back emptied, the stars and stripes, back into the ocean's slime. The natives stretched, realized all the way to happy that there was no one left to pass the peace pipe to. Hey, thank you.
Your daddy sold real estate to white people. Black skin, brown skin, please don't call. Corruption and greed is your family creed. someday soon we're gonna watch you fall. You raise your kids and they're just like you. Ignorant fools, clueless and cruel. The boys are bullies, your daughter's complicit. Watch out, kids, you're going down too. Chip off the block, walk that line. Rest of your life, doing time. You're gonna live all cell block free. No one's coming to set you free. Your daddy stood tall and he said, build that wall. So you split up families, you put them in cages. Every damn day something more outrageous. Do you even know a plague is contagious? Everyone knows how you got where you are. Your daddy was a monster and you wear the scars. You foul the water, the earth, and the air. People are dying, but you don't care. Chip off the block, walk that line. Rest of your life, doing time. You're gonna live on cell block free, and no one's gonna come and set you free. You're bringing down the country, every woman and man. Are you out to destroy everything that you can? Hellfire and brimstone is coming your way. Woe to the bad shepherd who leads his flock astray. Marched for the people, the dead and the dying. As you kept the virus multiplying, then you held the Bible upside down. As your goons used tear gas to turn us around. Next thing you know, a teen grabs his gun and he crosses state lines to have a little fun. All hopped up by the things you say. He aims at two innocents and he blows them away. Chip off the block, walk that line. Till the day you die, you'll be doing time. You're gonna live on cell block free, and we're gonna throw away the key. Chip off the block, walk that line. Never again will you be free. An orange jumpsuit to match your hair is what you wear on cell block free. Can't wait to see you in your little orange jumpsuit.
Too cute.
You're a wicked, wicked, wicked bad man. You tried to destroy our country,
Tell it, Robin.
but we'll rise again. when you're gone.
My name is Rob Astor. I'm going to be reading 2 poems. The first is titled Elephant Sanctuary. The second one is titled Never Having Told Her Once I'd Had a Horse Named Moon. Elephant Sanctuary. There aren't always signs demarking the boundaries, declaring the intent, and when there are, you can't always trust them. Sometimes people are foreign countries. There aren't any passports, no child soldiers or weapons caches. There aren't any factories manufacturing artificial limbs. Sure, there are sometimes despots, but their nations can't be found, at least not in this world. Yet there are always animals, amazing creatures really, if you come to study them and learn their inclinations. Some will always bite. Others never show themselves, but some, once you understand them, become used to you, will even let you care for them. They will trust you if you feed them, if you know how to hold what it is they like in such a way you won't get bitten. They may even let you touch them. They will look you in the eye. You wonder what their native forests are, in what ways they've been maimed or wounded, who it was that captured them or tried to kill them, how they managed to survive. As I've said, there aren't always signs or demarcations. You can't always be certain if their keepers are beneficent, or what parts have been taken to be sold, or for what reason the elephants are kept. Never having told her once I'd had a horse named Moon. She'd come to the library to play. Amelia had a son named Sky. Noon to 3 on Sundays, her music filled the atrium. Piano beside the puzzle table. You know me. Once I start, I can never quit. She had a way of hiding in plain sight. When she finished, I looked at her and said, "That was such a beautiful fugue." She told me she rescued horses. For 10 minutes or so, we pieced together the orange of a sunset on the edge of a cloud. We talked about pastorals, but then the pandemic. Now, long walks in the snow, trying in vain to keep my fingers warm. Too stiff for working puzzles. I picture her teaching Sky to ride. Years ago, it was my job to wake early, break up the ice in Moon's trough. Nearly every clear evening this winter, I go out to watch Pegasus rising over the pines.
Hello. I'm excited to be a part of the Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon. I'm going to read 2 poems. The first poem is called Late Presidency. Late Presidency. It is the time of late presidency. It is always late presidency. It is a time inside. I start searching for people laughing on television in the aisles of stores outside the car wash. I see there are jokes, and I hope these jokes punch up and not down. But in the time of late presidency, it is hard to say. Was there a time before late presidency? Will this time of late presidency continue? I find myself here during this time in a dry stretch of west, driving to Albuquerque, tarantulas scuttle across highway. In my backyard, new swallows dive through my porch. Ants circle my sparse grass. In the time of late presidency, my dog develops a scream. He hates to be alone, and all day long he screeches. I am out explaining words to late teenagers. I am out completing active shooter training, checking my windows for locks, wondering should I keep a hammer in my bag. I may need to break glass to get outside. I am out in the time of late presidency, but my dog calls and wails. He is wanting me back inside. This next poem is called Campaign Strategy. I think I've become unable to read. I leave the refrigerator box in the kitchen for months. I mean, this isn't thriving. I have dreams we're all en route to the hospital. It's just another Tuesday. I've forgotten how to write. I scoop the cat food from the floor with my hand. I think a lot about New Year's 2009, the bartender who took my picture, the photo I have of my noisemaker, flip phone, champagne resting on the bar. I keep thinking one day you'll call me and describe the contents of your room. It will be quiet as if you've lost your voice. My bookmark is the folded up operating instructions for a pulse oximeter. 1, operation of the product is simple and convenient. 5, finger and body should not tremble during measuring. For the sake of after, I send and receive texts from strangers. Can we count on you? Reply yes. Will you help us? 4, the device has no alarms. 5, place clamp over finger. One day I'll be in the same room. Others will be there. I imagine, out of frame, a bed full of coats. At night, I feel for my dog's ribs. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. For months, I wash my hands until they bleed. Thank you.
I'm going to read from my forthcoming manuscript, The Amateur Scientist Notebook, which comes out from Baobab Press in April. Field Guide to the Southeastern Idaho Phosphate District. An Introduction to the Cycle. The southeastern corner of Idaho, just east of Soda Springs, a woman reminded me of someone I met once in the wood smoke of the patio on my uncle's property the last summer before he went to prison. Things turn sometimes, and you end up in a place you surely thought someone would be, just not yourself. Or that person is you, though you are no longer who you trained yourself to live with and hardly recognize the expressions in the mirror. The way her gaze, your gaze, I admit it was always you, attenuated outwards towards the junipers, though I could tell as you fringed the hem of your sundress that you were inside yourself, investigating, running over and over like a water wheel, like infinity, like time, whatever it was that nourished you, a feeding. We do this to ourselves, this erudition. Years later, calmly whispering into the receiver became the same as shouting at you, heart full of wood smoke, across that field. It was a sort of loss, as if I were only remembering a conversation we'd had and needed to search it out as you'd searched out whatever it was you had to find before it, bright as decay, a reckoning, found you. Structural setting of bird and phosphor. Most field guides illustrate the events influencing a landscape. But how can we relay what needs said without sounding like we'd scavenged the husk of a roadside whitetail? Do you believe, as Freud did, that we are self-destructive, acid-lined and rooted deeply beneath what we consciously perceive? To frame it this way, the senses are an illusion. We want to fuck our mothers not because they are so, but because sex is a sort of death, and how dare they create and get away with it? Or, like Skinner, do we only seek out whatever gives us pleasure, a species of hedonists, no morals other than dopamine? Aren't they the same? The times you begged me, and it was a begging, to pin your wrists to the mattress, to overrule your breath with the sound of gravel. I am not who you think I am, and so I hurt you. You are not who I think you are, and so you hurt me. Like a dog salivating at the sound of a bell, I realize that when you bruised my most tender of organs, you saw me, hairy chest and stench of dick, as I saw myself, and I was happy. We called this a history of intimacy, and thought about it as we drove by the phosphate mines. Men emerged from Earth wheezing because the air was too bright. They were not used to being treated this way and drove home to their families who glowed so white that the men had to shield their eyes, sons with clean fingernails, daughters tragic enough to date boys who wanted to be minors, wives who hated hearing canaries sing because it sounded too much like their own names. Dry Valley Mine. 1. The air, sandpaper, walking through a cornfield in late autumn. 2. Hair uncombed, lips blue with sleep, you smeared the suds from my fingers on your dress and went to bed. Night, all of it. I heard you scuttling, trying to find sheets that didn't feel like a moth in the gut. I got up and turned on the lamp, its light gulping the room. When I couldn't stand the way you looked in it, I walked outside. At the fence, a caribou, fur scraggy, ribs pressing on skin like a man trying to force his hands through. The caribou must have wanted something to hold off its hunger for sleep. Approaching it, I displayed my empty palms. I offered it what I offer you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sandra Skinnendor. I am a citizen of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin, and I also belong to the Prairie Band, Potawatomi Nation, Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, and Creek Nation. I feel very grateful and humbled to be a part of this year's poetry marathon and to be reading alongside all of the amazing poets that surround us. Poetry Marathon is very much about supporting our beloved place, the Woodland Pattern Book Center. For my piece, I'll be reading about a beloved place of my own. It's called Where the Waterbirds Nest, and it's a restored wetland area here within the Oneida Reservation. For this piece, I used two source materials, one being the informational signpost at Where the Waterbirds Nest, and the other being a 2015 Natural Areas and Trails Guide from the Oneida Environmental Health and Safety Department that lists the kind of plants, animals, and trees that can be found in our restored natural areas, which are still on their own path of healing. And this poem is also in two parts, the first part talking about this place and the second part about what can now be found at this place. I'll read what's on the signpost at Where the Waterbirds Nest and then read the poem I made from it using erasure and recovery poetry techniques, because this piece is very much about erasure and recovery, and this place is deeply about erasure and recovery. The second part is my poetic retelling of the trail guide of all that has returned and can now be found at this recovered place. Part 1. Where the Waterbirds Nest. This area was a glacial lake basin that was drained in the 1960s to facilitate row crop agriculture. In 1999, over 90 acres were enrolled in the USDA Conservation Reserve Program. The wetland restoration process began in 2001. Oneida Environmental with Oneida DPW constructed 2 earthen beams that were utilized to impound water and restore the wetlands. The majority of the work needed to be completed during the winter due to the soil being so moist. After many years of hard work, the property in which you stand is now a full functioning 60-acre wetland and 48 acres of hardwood forest. We hope that you enjoy all that the earth provides to nature and the wonderful birds and animals. from the informational signpost at Where the Waterbirds Nest, Oneida Nation of Wisconsin. Where the Waterbirds Nest, a poem. This glacial water drained to row crop, a body of water gone. Then restoration began to bring a wetland back. Earthen beams were needed to help hold the water that returned, to help restore the wetlands. This process was winter work. Taking the water away and keeping it away for so long meant that we had to work in the cold. This was the only way the soil would want to work with us as we began to repair. After hard years and hard work, where you stand now is full functioning, is alive as a wetland, grassland, and forest. We hope that you enjoy all that the earth provides to nature and the wonderful birds and animals. Part 2. Where the medicinal plants can now grow. Milkweed, highbush cranberry, goldenrod, raspberries, blackberries, wild grape. Where the trees can now grow. Ash, maple, oak, spruce, white pine. Where the water birds can now nest. Green heron, great egret, sandhill crane, tundra swan, great blue heron, and more. More can now nest and grow here. Thank you so much.
Hi there, I'm Kathy Giorgio, the writer, and I'm also Kathy Giorgio, the director and founder of All Writers Workplace and Workshop, which is one of the sponsors of Woodland Patterns Poetry Marathon. Happy to be with you today. I'm going to start with a prose poem. It's called On the Night My Mother Died. On the night my mother died, the nurse called 5 minutes after I got home. My mother's heart rate was dropping, dropping, dropping. Come fast, hurry. I ran out the door, then realized the sound, tap, tap, fast, fast, was my 4-year-old daughter running after me. I shoved the door open to call goodbye, and she was there, and the door slammed into her face. Whenever I think of that night, the night my mother died, on the anniversary, on her birthday, Mother's Day, the arrival of spring's first robin, I see my daughter's face, nose red with blood, tiny hands clasped to her mouth, eyes wide with shock that her mother could ever hurt her so. The next one is also a prose poem. It's called Light. So you walk with your daughter, and there's the glow of fireflies and streetlight and starlight and moonlight and the bright white of paper against the cobbles, and you pick it up and read, "Will you go to heaven when you die?" And you pitch it away just like you've been burned because you don't think you'll ever see that light, or maybe you have, but it's not the light that's expected because sometimes the light's from within. Quiet. You walk for the hour that the dark really falls, and it drapes on your shoulders not like a shroud, but like earth's sigh on your skin. It's summer. You hear the quack of a duck and the peep of its babe and the throb of the frogs and the song of the cricket and loud splashes that scare you because there just might be gators, your daughter, or muskrats, you. There's the soft language of walkers and the smiles of strangers, and one of them, God blesses you, and because you're polite, you say thank you, and who knows, it might help. And your laughter floats up like fireflies and streetlight and starlight and moonlight. This lit dark is a sigh you wear home. Then this last poem is from my book, No Matter Which Way You Look, There Is More to See. This was released by Finishing Line Press last September. So this is called, of course I already took the marker out, Triumph. I am 15 and you are 20 when you take me for a ride in your new car, a TR7, the shape of things to come. You are my cousin, and we used to play when I was 4 and you were 9, when I was 7 and you were 12, but now you drive. You own a car, the TR7. I've discovered cars. I've discovered boys. But I don't yet know what it means to be a girl in a car with a boy, the shape of things to come. Add sirens sing that sleek low car, pop-up lights that slice the night, tight curves, the leaping speed, a garage shaped like a prism, the shape of things to come. That night in that car, I look at you, spill of black curls, new broad shoulders, your boyhood face behind a beard, a mustache. I watch the way you manhandle those gears, your hand like a fist. I strap myself in, try to restrain these new curves I don't know how to restrain with your special order 5-point seatbelt. You mash the gas and those batting eye headlights split the dark with the light of day, and the engine screams, and so do we. Your arms flex straight and my ass is pressed into the leather seat, and there we are, launched. Within the safety of a cousin, the net of memory playing with Hot Wheels cars in the driveway gravel, I become a girl in a car with a boy, the shape of things to come. I rip off my seatbelt and whoop. Thanks a lot. I hope you have a great rest of your marathon.
Thanks for listening. This is a series of poems drawn from a collection of Chicago and prairie poems called Beyond the Michigan Sea. And the images here are by the Chicago artist Chris Leather. First is In America and Alone. America runs as the creek does, a ditch into a wide muddy spot just west of town. Ezekiel has sailed his stealth to Baghdad, tie long poisoned by the shallow well on his land. I think of Croce and his mythy book, In America and Alone, what he'd make of so much dark, loose water. Bud Zirkle carried a snake in his coat pocket for weeks against the fear of it, going down to the traps, down to the river, to the blood and water, the hard work of skinning, or some sister woman come up from Cairo, the Cache, maybe Mascuda, slipping the locks, a howl and wailing her dead into the current. Even the Lethe flows through Ohio. Second poem, Ty's song. What does it mean when my fellow citizens' hearts go south for history's past due winter, while my heart turns north? The waters are coming for me. Old Zeke vulgate in your lap, and Empire pocketed up your robe like Father Marquette, paddling and gathering waters. Donnie was right. All Empire gone to droplets, the gene and microchip, Fermi and his atomic playthings. But what dark matter is water? A third poem, Bobian Woods. It's named for a natural space just off the Bishop Ford Expressway, south of Chicago. Ditch murmur and frog sounds, Jeannie Gang's thumbprint along the cratered asphalt where kids buy dime bags or set picnic tables afire. A 10-minute train passes through to Hammond, the wetlands slow order. Mapfold, blue line into the crease, the boiling pot, the ditch out back, and the eye disappears in sleep like water into itself. I should say in that poem, Jeannie Gang is a Chicago architect who designed a natural interpretive site there, one that was never really built. And this poem is What the Heron Said. It's after the Canadian writer Robert Croce, prairie writer, poet. Almost everything in the farm was second-hand, the place as well, told and retold in a string of not-so-gentle idiom. Tall drink of water, or he'd fuck up a one-car funeral, nights colder than a well-digger's ass, told over recooked breakfast coffee. Like that afternoon at Gimli, strange weather so late in fall, hot and sunny, the wedding party posing along shore for photos, a second piece of Icelandic cake, and then the sky exploding into gray wing like the sandhills returning after a day's forage. What words could contain the drive back south to Winnipeg? Is anything more primal than a large bird coming between you and the sun, the swift shadow passing, the heron's wings in steady pull over 8 lanes of I-80-94 just east of Hammond, branch in its beak, me left wondering what nesting sticks could not be found on the other side of that traffic, or those cranes arriving in Everglades last light, no sound between Shad and me, the other birds noisily roosting until they fell into a deep quiet over Florida's black water. The giant birds tugged at the treetops, furious movements against night, and the others collected, silence pooling like a list of funeral flowers, broken branches torn loose and born. Disquiet in their wings, as in Brandau, a man running loose inside himself. A pause, anticipating these birds' return, the retelling of them, the idea of trace and debris, concrete and green things edging towards myth at road shoulder, an untimely new geology in the dark glass of the prairie's runoff. And then I just wanted to close with a concrete image. This is Selfie. Thanks for listening, and thanks to Woodland Pattern.
Hi, my name is Janine Arsenault, and it's my great pleasure to share my Woodland Pattern story with you. Long before I became part of the Wednesday Writers of Woodland Pattern, long before I joined the board of directors, long before I read at my first poetry marathon, a friend invited me to come with her to Woodland Pattern, a place I had never even heard of, to pick up a small press book of poetry. All these years later, I remember the feeling I had on that day, the sense that I had just entered a place of enchantment hidden in plain sight, a warm and welcoming space brimming with poetry and independent and small press and contemporary literature, an art gallery, and people who clearly cherish reading and writing and artistic expression in all its many forms. And all these years after that first chance encounter, I continue to be deeply grateful to Woodland Pattern for valuing, nurturing, encouraging, supporting writers and artists of all ages as we develop our work and celebrate our craft. Regardless of our backgrounds, Woodland Pattern brings us together in a bond of shared creativity that reflects deeply personal interior experiences, as well as events taking place in the world around us, even, or maybe especially, events that leave us feeling unmoored and rudderless at times. I believe that what Mary Oliver said is true. Poetry is a life-cherishing force, for poems are not words after all, but fires for the cold, ropes let down to the lost, something as necessary as bread in the pockets of the hungry. I, in turn, ask you to join me in supporting Woodland Pattern and its life-cherishing force. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Karen Haley from right here in Milwaukee, and I'm pleased to be able to participate in the marathon in this unusual year. I'll give a slight nod to COVID in a haiku, and then I want to go to happier places. COVID. I remember a time moving freely in my orbit, Such is the measure of my days, my house, a hermitage. Ease. Though we thought many things, little was said, nor needed to be. The outlines of bones are often visible just under the skin, leaving only small fragments of sentences, like feathered creatures, indigo birds to fly between. The sun delivered enough hours to walk through a day unhurried by dark, to hear birdsong, fill small seams of space, make not bars of a cage, but a shelter with wide apart ribs, easily flown out and in. We each see our own picture of the sky and what we have painted there. Possibly to sleep. If there are owls calling simple notes from the tall, fragrant spruce, the night will seem less separate, less solid in its blackness, possible to breathe deeply, even to lie awake, content to be there, to hear, to notice the curve, the strong white light curb of moon. And finally, small thanks. There stands a mountain rising solidly out of the earth, and I know I am not mountain. Walking the shore of a sea, moving in waves to a horizon, I know I am not sea. Looking up at a sky tinted in turns with dawning glow and starry dark, no, I am not a blue expanse or even a starred pinprick of light in night. I am the smallest of all of these, a grain, a drop, a molecule. I am what I can be, hope. Thank you.
I'm Lisa Krofchak, and I'm going to be reading a few poems. This first poem is dedicated to my mom. Hi, Mom. This is for 2020 ending. The year ran its way on an asymptote. No one expected to cross it. An abrupt new year, the summer, a memory, a dream, where we wake up to a shot of cortisol. The year was a slice of pie too big to stomach, or the never-ending pie, 3.14 and so on. Like the piano that plays the first 100 digits, the memory in earwig we want to shake off, to get out of our mind. Even masked, we're all right. My next poem is Untitled. I remember being able to touch what you have touched. Porous fabric or metallic rails or glass doors, elevator buttons and subway holds, sardined in the SEPTA trolley and bus on the way to work. In public, these items that wait and beg for your hands to grasp, mailboxes and door handles, these things we open and close. I remember being able to hold your hand, to give you a hug when you visit. I remember being able to touch others and what they have touched. Now the air that surrounds you lingers. The air touches us and can't touch anyone else. Remember what you touch and who you've touched or wanted to touch. Trace back to those moments you wanted to have. Everything is touched. And my last poem is Anti-Sonnet Ice Cream, published by West Review. The epigraph is Every Night I'm Getting Queer, Chasing Myself by Evelyn Knight. Each night I turn the mirror away, a medicine cabinet dirty and open, I dare to peek at my fogged up cloud, a glance that leads me queerer. Now that spring is at its edges, the mirror won't indulge fog. I chase no one but myself, waiting for the time to catch down to me, to see level ground, not stumbling along. Get an ice cream cone instead. Don't fret. Enjoy the brief moments of sweetness. The next poem I'm going to read is another anti-sonnet titled French Press Coffee. If God were real and made in our perfectly flawed image, they would have said, let there be coffee, brewed in a perfect French press. Impatient, we waited in the kitchen after 4 minutes to steep. The universe, so tinny at the time, a pinprick, fills with the scent of the fresh ground, the beans. Our clay is made of these used remains. We are only then awake and molded after them. Jittery, we are thrust into the light. And then the last poem I'll read is forthcoming in publication from Intangible Magazine. And it's titled, There's a Willful Ignorance in Hills. There's a willful ignorance in hills and elephants, in the antiques, these writers and the classics we hoard, the rough voice and tight grip, sneeze at dust, catch yourself before a cough is let out. The grumpy curmudgeon, like a chameleon, is a voice you don't recognize. In a few years, masks and cough, the tasteless fear will become esoteric. But who is killed now? A mask is no excuse for your breath. Not even Hemingway killed like you.
Elysium is as far as to the very nearest room. If in that room a friend awaits, felicity or doom, what fortitude the soul contains that it can so endure the accent of a coming foot, the opening of a door. Emily Dickinson. Now, carolers, I want to say that the worst is over, that the peace we all crave is here to stay, but that's hardly possible. In Auvers, a French town, Vincent van Gogh through the day worked to achieve in the catastrophe, as he later wrote his brother, the calm. What he carried home was not a trophy from the field of sport, but fruit of the palm. Nigh a decade since a century's passed, and my country's arms are bombing Baghdad, a biblical place, innocents amassed. A painter at this time must be flag mad. Round I shopped for Christmas stocking filling. Girls by the bank chanted, "No more killing." The art of making music, of mere speech, yet challenges the current poet's wit. 'Tis fine for one to scribe, "You're such a peach," while wheresoe'er the aimed reader might sit, to have her feel it, even to the inner breach, unto the utter end of her sensual limit, there's a touch on their mark masters can't teach. For one must say just such a phrase may fit, but only if 'tis suited, like the screech a seagull surveying the lake, once hit by a stray missile, whistling past the beach beyond the target practice range, will spit out to air as she scans the waves for fish. Fruitless her search is, as a still life's dish. A sonneteer's smile, persons rarely impress me as do the models for old masters, whose splendid raiment donned or simple peasant lack of largesse, to pose in quiet reflection, or suspended amid disasters, or disrobed to bed in Our Lady's chamber, or on the outskirts, sponging laundress toilet along a pastoral stream, tortured by uncouth embrace, or resplendent in romantic slumber, farming the native earth, enwrapped upon a sea-coastal dream. Lo, the infinite shades which couch the thumb, while the nostril sfumato inspires, as the palm the discordant apple cradles, or fingers the lyre strum, or the ankles awash of volcanic fires. But if I try aping my master's contours fall and rise, then I see the light of the gods close and open everyday eyes. Finally, who knew that babysitting could mark the zenith of an artist's career? My best work. The most important thing I've done in life is care for the Clausens, Lucy and Fred. I fed, cleaned, and clothed them and put them to bed. Then watched TV till one started to cry. Filling his bottle with formula, I found, was fulfilling my own needs. Instead of my directing her conduct, she sped with great spirit toward her dad's likes. Mark's wife, Kathleen, knew me more as an old friend's friend, so I never expected anything like this. She's a fellow painter who'd rarely spend free time on my laughs, forever busy with projects. Dreamily, Freddie's reached to kiss my hand. Lucy's asleep before stories end. My best work.
Hi, I'm Stephen Anderson, and I'm reading 3 poems for the marathon. The first poem is called Empty House. The other night I dreamt that I visited Isla Negra, but Neruda was not there. Only formations of strange seabirds skittered the skies above. Rocks whispered secret things of protest. And the sea waves spoke in tongues that burned clear through my heart, there outside the poet's maritime palace, ransacked ages ago by Pinochet's marionettes, in search of truths they could never understand. I dreamt that the tree I sat under dropped leaves with poems written in blood-red ink. I caressed the lush earth there and read its magical leaves, accompanied only by the song of the sea's rising tide, issuing from Neptune's throat. The night's air at dusk consoled me with its sweet hypnotic voice and cool embrace under the slate-gray sky enshrouding Neruda's dark island, and left me staring in awe as I attempted, in desperation, to stuff the leaf poems into my coat pocket. But they crumbled and fell to the ground, reuniting there with the earth that had so generously given birth to them in the cycle of that poet's vision. My second poem is called Ascent. The clarion call is out. We must dust ourselves off. From the ash cans of past illusions, we can and will construct the seemingly unimaginable. Just as Leonardo da Vinci dreamed of the bamboo and silk wings with which man could fly someday, just as the Dutch dreamed of and constructed a brilliant system of dikes and technical innovations to control and manage the North Sea that could have inundated their civilization forever. From the scary realm, people have, can, and will rise, emboldened with the experience of having fallen even into the deepest ashes. My final poem is called Shifting Gears. And so here we hold on to one thread at a time, spun from the delicate litany of things thought to be done, as if our balance will remain, as if the yet undefined truth will balance everything in this dance with the macabre, this psychic pugilism with the unknown, all of us looking for the Joe Louis hurrahs spiriting through our hearts, with at least a crowd-pleasing knockout in the third round. Holding tight in response to everyday uncertainties, we have become more intimate with wobble, but far from expert, as we croon our hollow tunes of connection and faux joy in what has become an altogether common chorus of pretend togetherness.
What poets do to survive. Cheat, teach, translate, teach translations, transform, translate the transformed into transformers, leave town, take a train, learn Latin, read snippets, forget Latin, be good. Know that every tree has somehow been misunderstood. Enter the cloud swirls of data, the pink mist of unpopular song. Steal. Free fruit from loose gardens. Find a certain tree. Ask a question about ownership. Listen closer to the roots. Dissect the persistence of astrology. Make plans to return to the valley of wine. Breathe deeper. Drink tea. Read the constant leaves. Discover unsuspecting maps. Follow rivers upwards and down. Read in all directions, the right to left texts of time, and their inverse the wind with its otherwise hollow chimes. Seek successful strategies while spreadsheeting the secret inventories of the miraculous. Continue to sing in the voice of the drum that has disappeared. Begin thinking in couplets, gathering the grapes. Find a street with the right number of crossroads, a periodic table. Sell souls to devils. Look an animal in the eye, but steer clear of crocodiles. Steal music, make music. Learn to play a trumpet. Get up earlier than usual and welcome the disorientation. Steal fish, steal gold, still lifes. Eat the fruit, it's free. Wear a good suit, silk, milk and honey, camel hair, bulletproof. Learn the language of objects well enough to ask them to dance. Forget everything. Drink the water, plant seeds, build fires, begin again and again. The statues. Religious affairs officials disassemble jade Buddhas in the mountains. In some local parks, bronze and Vyrian Confederates get revised again to destroyed dust and disappeared. Hundreds of hands haunt the histories behind the tarps and curtains and the cloud of unknowing. 10 generations scattered through screen doors, small rooms, and history. Real people, broken idols, light that continues beyond the eye. If we passed, we would not recognize each other in the dark now without its irises and states.
Android i anegdota. Pan Z zdawał sobie sprawę. Wystarczy, że zmienią program, albo doleją nie tego, co trzeba. Pocieszał pana Z niedopieszczony android. Pan Z pogłaskał go po różowej, przypominającej do złudzenia ludzką powłoce. Doleją nie tego, co trzeba i wtedy wielkie bum. Czyrak systemu. Wyekspediują na anonimową orbitę. Jak w historyjkach zakończonych dowcipną puentą. Pan nie jest w lepszej sytuacji, stwierdził android. Ja pana szybko prześwietliłem. Tak, trzeba przyznać, że pan Z nie był w lepszej sytuacji. Miał natomiast szczęście do bezdomnych androidów.
Android and an anecdote. Mr. Z realized what he was doing. It sufficed that the program be changed or that only incorrect programming be added. Mr. Z was comforted by the unprogrammed android. Mr. Z stroked it until it turned pink, until it had something that resembled a shell of a human face. They killed me with unnecessary information, and then came a tremendous boom, a virus, and the system got fried. It will not be sent into an unknown orbit. Just like in the old stories, it ended with a witty punchline. The gentleman is not in a better position, the android assured him. I just gave you a quick x-ray, sir, and... Yes, you must admit that Mr. Z was not in a better position. Instead, he had the good fortune to know some homeless androids.
Król przelotów. Pan Z przycupnął obok króla przelotów, uzbrojonego w powiększające szkiełko. Bo jak raz przelecieli, to jeszcze kiedyś przelecą, stwierdził król przelotów. Po godzinie dodał. Niedawno machałem. Może jeszcze przelecą. Pocieszał go pan Z. Tylko raz przelecieli. Odparł załzawiony król przelotów. Ożywił się ponownie z mroku. Ale i tak warto zaczekać. Czy pan rozumie? Nie ruszę się z miejsca, przyrzekł mu pan Z. Bo jak raz przelecieli, to jeszcze kiedyś przelecą, a wtedy im znowu pomacham, powiedział król przelotów i przybliżył szkiełko do swojej owłosionej nogi.
The King of Flight. Mr. Z crouched next to the King of Flight, armed with a magnifying glass. If they flew in once, then they will eventually fly in again, the King of Flight stated. After an hour, he added, Not long ago I waved. Maybe they'll still fly in, Mr. Z comforted him. They only flew in once, the tearful King of Flight replied. He shook off the darkness. But it's still worth waiting, you feel me? I won't move an inch, Mr. Z promised him, because if they flew in once, they will eventually fly in again, and then I will wave to them again, the King of Flight said, as he brought the magnifying glass closer to his own hairy leg. Thanks so much to Gregor Szubrewski for being here from Copenhagen in our marathon. Have a great night.
Not really, but I'll be brief.
A way of saying,
Where does this image open? Take care. When I was asleep, a messenger came to my door. The noise woke me, but when I went into the hallway, I only found a note. It was from a man I had previously worked for. There was another job for me. I was instructed to be at an address in the city center the next morning. When I arrived, the room was empty. I sat and waited in a small but dense library. Eventually, someone else joined me. At each 15-minute interval, a new person entered, saying nothing, and then joining our legion of waiting. Finally, the 12th person to arrive did not sit, and said, "This way, please." We all gathered to look at a film. It was footage of the room where I had been waiting for 3 hours. The shots were long and static. There was enough time for me to compare the images to my memory, and I determined that the images were exact in their representation of the space. There was a voice, maybe the former occupant of the library. It stopped and emphasized the spaces between words, the technicalities of grammar. I took this as my guide. This was to be the most intense project I had ever worked on. I was to create a model from a text in a language I did not understand. The scope of the project was so vast that we were a team of 12, working full-time, up to 16 hours a day. The library became our workspace. I moved out of my apartment and into a room. on the floor below so that I could be near the project at all times, and so that the ideas I was working on would never wander far from my mind. I guess you could say my primary job was observation. I had waited in the library the longest, because it was my job to preserve its image. I memorized the location of each object in the library. I studied how each member of the team interacted with the objects. I made notes of their habits. I got to know their facial expressions. I looked at everything they created. I, in turn, created a record of each object. I detailed the methods of use. I examined everything at a distance, but also in relation to the other objects. Because everything was in relation, the task was unending. The objects would not unlock, but I could tell the meaning was so close. Then one day, I walked into the library and everything had shifted. At first glance, everything looked the same, and indeed, upon a close examination, everything looked similar. But every object I looked at, without exception, was in fact slightly different. It was as if someone had reconstructed what I had just documented. There was something that had happened. There was something that I could not name. I realized it would be useless to try to explain this. In fact, I realized that the responsibility for this change was as a direct result of the actions of someone in this room. I also realized the best method for finding out what had happened was to continue on as normal and not to reveal my suspicions. After all, I had a team to help me. It would be unwillingly at points, and in some cases completely without their knowledge. But that's how it had to be. First of all, I've always felt my words don't belong to me. They come to me through a series of conditioned reactions that I have been placed into through an unending flow of requests that I've had to answer to gain some kind of position or continuity. I know this. That is why I accepted this job. It seemed an obvious way to repeat these conditions into something else, something besides the smoothness, besides the reflection, besides the surface. Measuring and 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 distance. Her ambition craved a new object. Recently, we had a new colleague join us. She will make a good addition, I think. Whenever new elements are added, our process must shift to accommodate them. And in these shifts, we can see the fault lines. I am a gamekeeper, a master of the game. I understand how games function. I understand how games function because I understand that the rules were written before me. The best way to win a game is to be someone else. Better yet, is to be completely anonymous. General, completely replaceable. I have been developing a game. I am writing a game of opposites. I am writing a game against, waiting to be played. So around the space of library. There are a bewildering array of complex shapes and forms encountered in the natural world. It's the order of things. As a gamekeeper, it's my job to bring these inside, to recreate the order. And to achieve this, one has to look for the things in between, the irrelevant, the superfluous, the forgotten, the thrown out, the marginal, the lost tangents. And now, with a new addition, this becomes more urgent than ever. And indeed, I followed this method into something remarkable. I noticed a page that did not seem to belong. On it was a windrose. I had never in all my years noticed it. I followed the route of my predecessor and found a note. This windrose determines all of the good and all the ill winds that play their games with human existence. Nothing remains but to determine its center, the crossing point of the axis, the place of complete indifference for success and failure. Puzzles, like fragments, are incomplete. They hold something open, demand a counterpart, the solution. In refrains in between. Our perceptual world corresponds so well. Its standardized architecture, measurements, signs, symbols, and of course, the deposits and layers that each of these signs holds across time. I am working with a circle, a tool that will measure frequency and direction, a windrose. I make 3 lines, then 6, which overlap. I number them. I find their direction. And then there is this center. The one thing I desperately want to see but can never quite know. The text was to become my player. I would record its ghosts, its rearticulated movements. I am creating a prototype that seeks harmony with the text. It's not a model. It's not a replica. It's something to sail with it in parallel. A game with multiple solutions. That still looks like a game. She said a moving structure concerned with surfaces. My new colleague will be very helpful indeed. I asked her a question about her work, and she told me, give everything you have to the work. She has changed the direction of the wind. Finally, I can put my windrose to the test. We put all the strength we can into words. We use them like bricks, so we can carry them, keep them close to us. We deal in mass and volume. It is a family business, this weight. Weight and measurements. I work under the legacy of my uncle. He regarded weights and measurements the same way he looked at his desk. He wanted both to be clear and in order. Our bricks need to be used. They need to be put into forms, into relationships. But when we use them in our constructions, it leads to endless misunderstandings. These misunderstandings were my uncle's primary concern. The origin of the business came from an unexpected source. You see, my uncle, who was concerned with these endless misunderstandings, had been sent to the border, the physical border, and the border of what we knew, to find out what we did not. What he found was without limit and completely overwhelmed him. The lines he believed in shifted without end. When everything became unreal, when the fabric of reality was thin and tattered, my uncle opened a door. It was a shop. It was filled with pictures and pictures and pictures, and contained only one book. He purchased this book and kept it with him, always. From this he drew the map that we continue today. After this, my uncle purchased this very workshop that the 12 of us spend our days in. It was a shop, a bookstore. My uncle purchased the shop on the spot, kept its stock, and hired the former owner to work in his new business. To my uncle, the owner's true mistake was thinking that he had a shop. My uncle placed the books in relation to one another. It was a library, not a shop. A library might seem an odd business choice, but that was my uncle's logic. No one understood him, and he doubted that anyone ever would. He had no training in business, and he thought such training wasn't worth the effort. He insisted the best way forward was to go straight to the problem. In truth, my uncle was a distant man. He was a businessman, an architect, a porter, a teacher, but above all, he was a time traveler. He lived in many different times, all at once. The thread that ran through all these slices of time was this workshop. The bookstore, this library. Many have passed through here, claiming not only to understand my uncle, but to be able to explain his every action. But this is counter to the project of my uncle. Primarily, we are looking for those that don't understand. You see, the people that come here, that work here, are in some way lost, like my uncle was. There is something they don't know, but feel compelled to understand. No position here is standard or defined. Everyone working here has created his or her own position, or at least they have pretended to. But of course, even fictions have weight and measurements. The expansive universe of the relationships between objects and their actors flows through this room. My position, my desire is to be like my uncle, a time traveler, to see this universe from many sides, to understand what that might look like. By now you know the vocabulary of our space. You've seen the grids, of course, and the spectrum of color that guides our lives. If you've been really observant, you've perhaps noticed some names. Johannes, Magdalena, Florian, among others. These are our characters, created long ago. I'm sure they were created by people like me, people trying to capture what they could not describe. You have also perhaps noticed the borderland. This is my domain. It is most often visualized with smoky mountains, turquoise waters, and rich green tones. It is more than that. It is the edge. But with this image you surely must have been seduced by its beauty, its vegetation, its animal forms. You might have noticed the frozen animals as well. Here you see it. But these creatures are often built into the background, cast in gray. These are past attempts to map the borderland, past attempts to make a fortress. Most of all, you have probably seen these moments, these forms captured and reframed. A process that is unending and unforgiving. You have heard our space been described as a library, a workshop, a bookstore. Every variation and every description is true. Maybe the distance between what you've seen and what you've heard troubles you. Maybe the space seems too closed, too small, too contained, too crowded. I can assure you, it is not. The walls and frames you must imagine are carefully constructed fictions. In our space, there is no ground. There are no walls. I am a wanderer. I patrol the borders of our space. You have seen the mountains, but that is only part. The border is not a line, and it is never where I think it's going to be. To be honest, I am still searching for its edges. I walk on paths, lines narrowly defined as streets. I find the necessary brick or stone or animal. I take it with me, or I document it. Eventually the weight becomes heavy, and I return to the desk to deposit my objects. Then I return and I walk along rivers, over bridges, underneath. When you wander like I do, you start to see illusions. My primary illusion is silver, like a screen, like a mirror. This illusion changes forms, making it almost impossible to describe here. This illusion is absolutely necessary. It allows me to be a leaper, to gaze to the other side, to look into the past. With this illusion, I can see how things ought to be. This is how I got into corrections. I find the provenance of our objects. I find them in their context. I find their duplicates. I see this silver in human form sometimes. Its behavior is unpredictable. Sometimes it moves slowly. Sometimes it stops. Sometimes it bursts into song. I find both that I know this form very well, and not at all. Its presence never lasts long, and after it is gone, I am sure that the last apparition was the most pure. Sometimes it seems to have a rhythm, and sometimes it seems more like palpitations. No doubt you have seen this form. For all the difficulty to describe it, it is quite common and immensely beautiful. I'm sure you have an image of what I am talking about. As these words and images follow, I'm sure you see the turquoise and the green, the mountains and the silver. I'm sure you see something. Following these words, I'm sure you see the softness. But beware, we are speaking of fortresses here, of piled accumulation, of what you got rid of what you see in the back of your eyeball but cannot touch, of objects you see every day, of what you see in the mirror, of what you desire. Beware, because what looks soft almost certainly never is. I tell them they've chosen an interesting topic and rendered it completely boring, completely lifeless. I tell them that their models and replicas are weak and useless. I tell them their projects are thin covers for their true interests. I am an arbiter of all the things that have been done and will be done here. All their actions, all their thoughts. I am a judge. And when I say judge, I mean I am here to make judgments upon them. I will look at everything they've made and pick it apart at its threads. I will sabotage their attempts at a scientific method at all costs. I will not respect the structures they work with. And I am here to judge their thoughts. That is, their confusion between representation and what actually is. I make my proclamations and then throw them away. I am a judge because I want this project to be its strongest. I want this project to create an understanding of others that is something more than the desire to project an image of one's own orchestration. I don't know if you can see this, but what this is music. I like to think of us working with doors, openings in which we could observe this parallel world we were in search of. Precision tools. We are not locating, we are getting lost. These precision tools are not our own, they are strange to us. What we are building is alive. Usually we work with our own rules and fill gaps with what is strange to us. What I want is for us to feel our own strangeness. They say whatever you like. I make corrections and feed the material back as quickly as possible. Among our dozen bodies, there was a congestion leading to a blindness of what each of us was doing. To alleviate this symptom, we each record our thoughts, and I copy and distribute them. When I look over the records, what I mainly see are attempts to describe the appearance of an object, to construct an object from a description. I see speculation about events and problems. I see the presentation of results. I see the telling of stories. I see greetings and requests. I see translations from one language to another. I see games. Every day I place a copy on each desk and retrieve the recordings of the previous day. I spend the day making copies. Each day I make a replacement. For every copy I make, there is another copy being made to support my own. My own copy is not enough. These copies are piling beneath me like leaves, copying and corrections, releasing another version. But what are these copies? Beneath me is a shiny surface, a mirror. These copies are like bodies, my very own. I am everywhere. These multiple copies piling beneath are the repetition of a fiction. We move this fiction forward, and that which is not used is left behind. These discards, these leftovers, become the objects we work with. Within our space, there is a battle, that is unknown to some. In fact, there are unseen divisions between us. Some are too quick to accept the stories they are told as truth. Others are too quick to dismiss them. From my rounds, I can see that we are working against ourselves. I have my own positions that must be clear. I am working to dismantle the hierarchy among us. I have the trust of all, but I don't trust them. Make no mistake, I have enemies. I have studied the theory of my enemies. I have seen through their eyes. My enemies confide in me, and I know them quite well. They have desires for strange objects. Their desire turns towards the obscure, outside of the constraints that guide the rest of us. For them, everything appears as a series of many choices. And when they have what they want in front of them, they don't know what to do with it. I have been that object. It has a certain life that my enemies cannot see, that they don't understand. They believe their records, their observations, their abstractions are true. They think they are bloodless. Now as I stand here, every day I make my replacements. I know that I am undermining their plans. Every day I make corrections. Everything looks almost the same, but it is not. What I can say to my enemies is that I see below. I see both at once. I am the concierge. I stay in the premises of the project at all times. This is my home. I haven't been feeling well lately. For the most part, I am not observed. I move without being seen. I have been following a routine as an empty vessel. Every interest, every special thing that I see, I plant within myself. No one can see or even knows that it is there. This was not always the case. I was a tastemaker. My predilections were mapped and transformed into discrete packages. I was asked about my favorites in every medium. But I could not continue to point to this or that object. I could not disregard the process in which they were created. So I tried to withdraw from this position. I told myself I could. I developed a complex interior geography. I fulfill many roles. I am asked to complete many tasks at the same time. At the same time, building my own private structure. There is nothing but demand upon me, and I can only reproduce it. I see only acceleration. I have spent so many hours in my interior geography that nothing new, Nothing else can flourish. And this is the root of my illness. There is a rebellion from within, and I am tired. I am wordlessly tired. I am trying to think. I think, and it is scattered among an endless series of objects. I am trying to look back. I am trying to put it together, but I am unable to act. Ultimately, I feel my interiority is not mine, nor does it have any anchors to the outside world. I exist in an ever-expanding field, and the markers are moving further and further away. Yet, I have not sought comfort. I have not retreated. I have chosen to work in the most relative of mediums. We all have. What we are confronted with physically deceives us, and our experiences differ widely. That is the excitement of this project. The varieties of experience held within. The disregard for rules. The destruction of canons. The doubling of lines. But still I walk the corridors, pass through the rooms. I am the regulator that assigns and parcels. I know everything that enters and everything that exits. If you had to find an expert to lead you through this place, it would be me. I know all that have shaped this place. I know every dark corner and every frosted window. I can group the lookalikes together and tell you about their order. I can lead you down every staircase, through every corridor, show you every single room. I am the concierge, and I have the pass key. To continue this story, we must repeat this myth, as it is always repeated. Even if I don't give you details, the idea is so familiar that it is already played out. I do not blend, I work in blocks. When given instructions, I make my own. I am possibly the least qualified person to be an assistant. Yet, that is my position here. You know how they say, the assistant will greet you. The assistant will lead you up. The assistant will bring you to the next level. I cannot do any of those things. I do not feel like an assistant. Not at all. In fact, I feel like I have my own ghost, my own presence. Imagine a being that follows you everywhere. That is what I feel. I have tried a long time to describe what this being or ghost or presence is, but I never succeed. Is it true that a person changes according to their surroundings? For myself, I know that I exist only to the relative placement around me. I became an assistant because I wanted to follow. I wanted to take the place of my ghost, to see from the side of this presence. I became an assistant because it got to the point where I couldn't do anything else. What have I discovered as my time as an assistant? As your assistant? I am your greatest support and your greatest critic, but mostly I've learned about myself. I fear I am guided by sentiment, and that my sentiment has a name and a body. This is my ghost twin. I have learned about responsibility. You see, as part of my job, I am given tasks. In fact, you give me tasks to do all the time. For example, the other day, I needed to write a text. I didn't think I could write a text of such length that could be understood, so I decided to find the text of others that spoke what I wanted to say. This way, I could present a series of quotations that would be well written and fluid. I set a series of guidelines. The text had to be available to me only through the library, this room. I could only use the catalog and my own memory to find books. Once I had my text selections, I translated them loosely. I have surely made mistakes, but I am working with these mistakes. I added phrases to make the project cohesive and changed the name of characters and pronouns for consistency. Certain concepts were developed outside their use in the primary texts and attempt to join with their neighboring texts, all on their own. Some texts have transformed drastically. They may not even be recognizable. I operated on these guidelines, but also knew when to break these rules. This is not just a conceptual project, after all. But most of my tasks are not this exciting. Mostly, I am asked to make placements, or to gather materials, or to build without function. I am asked to photograph, to package, and finally, to create storage for all materials and processes. They are mostly empty gestures. I ask myself, who am I assisting? There is an urge to make these physical alterations, to use resources to make an object that, in its ideal, will be presented by repeating what I have already done, only somewhere else. But this cannot function outside of its context, so its framework is reproduced under the guise of reduction to its basic elements, so that it can be seen. But this, too, is entangled and repurposed as well. I know now that this, too, is the presence that follows me. I was dead, but I survived. Or did I? I walked into a room. Someone came close. There were eyes panting on my skin. Nothing I said had any weight. All utterances were interchangeable and served only as a pretext to preserve customary distance. But the collapse had already taken place. My entire history was disposable. I understood what was expected of me, and feigned ignorance was my best defense. There was a heat between us. I tried to maintain a stillness. I leaned against a wall, alone. Then there was someone there. I did not move, but our flesh pressed together. I was surprised because we were being watched, but everyone accepted this, or at least did not acknowledge this contact. I suppose the urge to touch anything was too great. Was it satisfying? Of course it was, but not for me. I was trying to say something, but now no one knows what that was, not even me. Now whenever I have encounters, this is visible. My entrance is an invitation. I have learned to look at myself from a distance, to be seen. I understand the limits of my frame. There are countless examples of how to do this, and everyone has seen them. They come to me with expectations that, for the most part, are always fulfilled. But if one is not dead, then one has survived, and one cannot survive without creating some lines that at least I can see. They found my body still and motionless. It was horizontal to better fill the frame. There's nothing more satisfying to look at. But, look at this image. Was it me? Or was it something created long ago? A stand-in, something more legible, that can be easily repeated, so that the satisfaction of returning can be achieved. Not all possibilities exist here, even in my dreams. In such cases, the obvious is overlooked in favor of the unseen. And for me, I contend that the still plays out better than the motion. It is better to be specific rather than reduce. As the narrator, I should have some control. My words are taking space. But when I look back, I am always forced to begin again. What she did was to describe something by describing the objects around it. The central relationship remains unseen. It is off script, only a scrawl in the margins or a quick spark in the mind that is never followed. So here remain the cast-offs, estranged from their intended purpose. They don't even stand as an official memory for those that created them. But what do they stand for? Could it be an alternate path where events play out differently? Could they be a link to what is off script? To what we know is there, but do not have access? Whenever people ask me about it, I say it's a sort of secret society. But of course, that's not right either. It is true, though, that you have to adopt a new set of rituals to enter it. All its knowledge is continued like this, hand to hand, passed on, not preserved, but in constant reconfiguration. It has never rested here, or here, or here, or here. It is most clear in between two states. We lived as we could, always in sight, but never seen, against a familiar background. So familiar, in fact, that it is a perfect mirror image. But still, there is a relationship you do not see, boiled from inside, an internal structure set. These objects are little more than imagined. They are never expressed immediately, only as reflections. So fleeting, I crave depth. Here are voices formalized. It is an organizing principle that holds together what we say, in hopes of equal access. I wanted to create a document. I thought if it was written down, there would be an end, but words are more fragile than I would like. And there is the problem of silence. I am responsible. To move forward, it needs to be performed. I am implicated, and I am bad at improvisation, pronunciation, and follow-through. I have failed to forecast the path of my actions, and now I have brought problems upon us all. In the beginning, I acted in a spirit of playfulness. It was a way to deal with my boredom, and, in a way, to express my affection for a new arrival. But once I started ignoring the rules, I saw that things continued on without me. I lost the thread of my story. I decided to write my own, but without the participation of anyone else. I replaced everything I could. I felt a sense of liberation which propelled me forward even further. At first I thought no one noticed. The intended object of my gestures didn't seem to register any change. But of course, the house always wins. In acting against the structure, my actions only enforced it. The new arrival did, in fact, notice the changes I was making and shifted course accordingly. I made copies upon copies and expanded the scope of the project fivefold. But you have probably seen what I failed to see. I have no control. I'm talking, but who is speaking? These words are pushing away solitude and silencing something else. Something else that I cannot control and I cannot name. Neither can you. We cannot know what it is. But in order to maintain this silencing, there is an infinite echo. You've come to the last item on the list, the last task, the last page, or have you? Because now you have to find its replacement. We are, in the middle. I know everything appears fresh to your eyes. I know that you say that I am without vision. I am hard to place. Where do I know you from again? But I take care. I ensure that everything goes smoothly. I've been working at this for a long time. This position was my first assignment after completing my training. I was a transplant into a strange new earth. But the expectation was that I would remain supple, that I would retain a form of ultimate flexibility, and that I would not develop roots. There were many of us. We were invisible in most operations, yet our primary function was in fact to be visible. We were given empty white squares to establish ourselves. The days were long in these sterile environments. Our time was transferred into availability and little else. We would be called upon to leave our white squares and be present in the operations of others. We would never be asked to give any input. We were observers, but we would never be asked to recall. We were witnesses, but we didn't have a context. We would be asked to do meaningless or nonsensical assignments. For example, ordering paper clips according to size, or writing books out by hand, or to make pencils out of paper. The common thread between all these assignments was to be an example, to be visible, to be watched. I realize now that giving a narrative to these experiences would be impossible. You might start down one line at the expense of another. I can see how this entire conversation could seem fragmentary to you, especially since you are accustomed to something more linear, I can tell. But I cannot tell a single story, and you should never trust anyone who claims they can. I missed my former world. During the hours of nothingness, I made a list of the objects I could remember. I was afraid that I would not be able to understand what I had always known. I thought I would leave right away, but that was because I had forgotten all the experiences that I have had. The trick is remembering, and then leaving becomes a difficult task. It was unthinkable that we would question our function. Here is a flower, here is a rock. All the lines lead to one point. I am looking. So here I am. Where's that? It works so well. It's a pleasure. And here comes another. I catalog new intakes, planting them among stems of similar appearance, and noting my colleagues' reactions. And really, I am particularly keen to observe these reactions. I look forward to them. I have carried on, but you see, I haven't taken care. I do not like to brush. I do not like to thread. I do not generally like details. The only details I do notice are eyebrows, the twitch of a nose, the blink of an eye, the slight shudder of a facial muscle. I am looking for her. She arrived one day long ago. No one spoke to her. She passed through and left. She was present just a single moment, but she has been with us ever since. In this way, she became a perfect team member. She tolerated our attentions and absences, our instructions and our neglect equally well. We have all done our part to maintain the performance. Others have created games for which they are the only player. And we have created images, so we think, but our images are damaged. Our distance becomes a lens that creates us as things acting upon one another. I encounter her again only because she is my thought. We are no one but other people. To anchor my thought, I look for the recognition in the eyes of others. I remember her expressions. I cannot describe what I saw here, only that she looked like a friend at the end of the world, a friend that held the key that would get us through. There are no new techniques here. You have seen them all before. We are in an undefined space, so is she. What are you when you are reflected back from an invisible center? There is no focal point, yet you are drawn in. These compositions are wide and unstable. Your eyes are not unified. You too are asked to be a member of our team. You have accepted the task. You have created this, and you will recreate this. You will carry it forward. She would tell these stories. She felt the need to verify the institution that had struck her. Would you like to come to the table for lunch? Nothing. Surely you're hungry. She would tell these stories eventually. It is the inward gaze of sleep, and that's what silence does for her. If only she could always sleep this way. She felt secure as we could say it. In her mind she worked to get in who we were. Did you see the pretty roses? It was just a thought, nothing more. I am nothing less. Is there anything nice we can say about hope and hope is a wound? She felt that you see to verify the institution that had struck her. I am explicit. Life is hope and hope is a wound.
I've had the distinct privilege of having been supported by Woodland Pattern early on in my business's career. We hosted events at Woodland Pattern. We carry our books at Woodland Pattern. And Woodland Pattern really has just been very supportive of genre. And a lot of times when other people weren't. And so I really do want to just thank the people at Woodland Pattern. You've been amazing. And I was quite honored when I was asked to curate this hour because it allows me to give back. And I am so very thankful to be able to do so, especially to people who have nurtured my business that I love dearly. So thank you so much. It was an honor, a privilege, and I hope you really enjoy the poets who I put together for this hour. I'm Nikisha, again, Nikisha Roberts Washington. I'm a lifelong Milwaukee resident, and I'm the owner of Genre Urban Arts. Now, if you don't know what Genre Urban Arts is, then check out our website. Follow us on Instagram, everywhere at Genre Urban Arts. Genre Urban Arts is a media company. Our focus is to get urban artists published. A lot of people have the privilege to be able to become published and know how to be published and can seek out those opportunities. However, there are a lot of people who do not have that ability, and we have a lot of talented people in every demographic. And I really wanted to be able to allow or to make a space for Black artists, Indigenous artists, Latina, Latinx artists, Asian artists, and just artists who may not have been provided a platform. So Genre is really here to make space. Like, we're making space, we're taking space. So we also host events, as I mentioned earlier. We hosted, I can't even tell you, maybe 10 at Woodland Pattern. Our events consist of open mics. We also hold art exhibitions. We hold performances, musicians, all kinds of, anyone who creates pretty much has a space for Genre. In addition to being the owner and the creative director of Genre Urban Arts, I am an instructor. I'm an English teacher at MATC, and I'm a methods teacher for the Curriculum and Instruction Department over at UWM. I am also was a former high school teacher, so I have hundreds, maybe thousands of students across Milwaukee. Big ups to them, and also shout out to my children. So let me get into who you're going to see tonight. Now, I contacted the creme de la creme for this, my favorite people, for this curation hour, because I really like to come through and come with it. So first off, we have Marcus Williams. Marcus has 5 anthologies of his, or excuse me, not 5 anthologies, but 5 books of poetry. And I'm gonna list them now. The Wall, Crazy Pipe, The Man I Wanted to See, Black, White, Anthology, 143, Love and Other Drugs, a collection of poetry. Marcus is a beautiful human being and a good friend, and I'm thankful for him. Thank you, Marcus. Then I have Lynn Patterson. Lynn Patterson has an album out of spoken word called Wet that you can find on, I have it on iTunes, but I'm sure it's available in other places, under the pseudonym of Poetry in Tings, no H. So Poetry with an N, Tings, Tings. Then we have Colleen Rowe. Colleen Rowe is an amazing creative nonfiction writer, and I adore creative nonfiction, so I was very happy to meet Colleen. And she's a contributor to our website, so go read some of her work. And she's been published in all kinds of places, and she's just an amazing, wonderful person. Next, we have Aisha Monet, who is a poet and an educator from New York. She also is a contributor to Genre, and she has performed at some of our events as well. Then we have Dana Coletta, who we met this year in 2020. Dana is the director of the Quest Project. Her particular office is based in UW Milwaukee, but I know that they have connections all throughout the UW system. And she's been a really great support as well. Shout out to Dana. Biggest ups in the universe to Shanteri Skinner. Shanteri Skinner is she's my media manager, but she is so much more than that. She really has been someone who has been consistent in this process of creation and making sure Genre is running, and she always is supportive. Thank you, Shanteri. She's also an amazing writer. We have Anita Holloway. Anita is a poet, a mother, and a longtime contributor of Genre Urban Arts. Then we have Samiha Pargas. Samiha is in South Africa, and she has just graduated from the University of Wits, she told me, with a V, with a bachelor in linguistics and German. Following that, we have Ananda Deacon. Ananda Deacon is a friend of Genre, and we're looking really forward to working with Ananda in the future. Thank you, Ananda. Lastly, you'll see some poetry by me and my spiel about genre urban arts. I don't want to continue on without offering love to the families of the 400,000 U.S. citizens who have lost their lives due to the coronavirus pandemic. Love to them and to their families. This pandemic has been very difficult for everyone, and I just want to take a minute to acknowledge their families and also the families of the 2 million people worldwide and their families who have lost them during this insane time. I would like to also offer a major thank you to the contributors to genre urban arts. We have published over 1,500 poets, writers, photographers, artists, people from all over the world. And I really just want to thank them for trusting me with their work. We've had people fly in from New Zealand to perform at our events. Like, it's been a wild ride. And I really want to thank everyone who has supported genre. Lastly, I would like to offer a sincere thank you to Anonymous, whoever you are. Thank you so much for sponsoring our Poetry Hour. We appreciate it so much. I definitely did not expect that. So whoever you are, thank you. They sponsor Genres Hour in the name of Teens Grow Green and Girls on the Run. So thank you very much for that. And I hope you enjoy our hour. Thank you.
Start. Marcus M., April 1, Debbie A., 316, Aubrey J., 10 years, semi-planned, unplanned drama, born in Cooper G. These are memories from the cloud, intangible files labeled the formative years, when moms read books and uncles hoist nephews in the air and nickname them. Was it all as innocent as it looked? My face in the middle of the night, you slapped me out of my slumber. Now this faggot-ass bitch nigga can't sleep in the dark without granny. Weird things. After the first time he walks to school, every day, all along, every day, she told her dogs, sick 'em, every day an adventure, every day omens and flashbacks, deja vu and prophecy, every day black, exit girl, enter my light-skinned friend, my right-hand man. I hated rat tails, but I loved his. He picked me to be on the team. He knew I wasn't good. He protected me from her. He knew I didn't like to fight. We liked the same girl, but we had different reasons. We had competitions to get her attention. Then everything changed. First audition, Martin and Gina humping and kissing, Garden of Eden. Every day, Adam and Eve. Today he's the girl, tomorrow it's me. Mama said that boy just like his daddy, apple don't fall far from the tree. Weird things. Trust begets trust, so it was okay. Never told anybody anything anyway. Every day playing the game more and more, looking forward to the next moment. Every day sharing our secret until bestest friend don't want to play no more. Gina, she's 13 or 14, not a child or full woman, but something in between. Breastfeeding me, but I'm not a baby. I'm not even a teen. Okay, I'll do it again. Weird things again. That game again. Except I don't have to be the girl again. Granny said that fast tail gal won't babysit me again. Yet I managed to play the game again until we decided to never play the game again. Sucking some more tits, playing with some more dick. The game is becoming more a thing of the past. The game is now real life. My attractions, accidental circle jerk. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not fellatio. That's heavenly. Agape love. Faith of a mustard seed. Sounds like a melodic cacophony. See, the church organized us and reminded us that His grace is sufficient. From the beginning, church friends sing, dance, act, get into trouble together, and then tear for Jesus until the Spirit hits so we can vomit the bad away, foam the evil language of self, of hopes, of dreams in order to purify, to be worthy, to receive the first baptism at Granny's house, in Granny's tub, running Granny's water bill up. I'm crying, scared, because where did they drown me? I didn't know this is what it meant. I just wanted to feel a feeling, feel closer to love because God is love. I wanted to get baptized. I didn't know this is what it meant. For a time, I thought the evidence of the Holy Spirit is a tummy ache. Because when the preacher sees me crying, the church say the Spirit is moving, unknowing the buffet is about to blast from the back. They call me to the front for lots of personal questions, lots about her, lots about where she is, lots about my upbringing, lots about how lonely and unloved I must feel, lots about God's love and how it could save me, lots of tears, lots of embarrassment, lots of lukewarm decisions to follow. First, relationships are filled with love, but jaded adults try to mess it up, inevitably planting the seeds for the first crop of disappointment, assumptions, love, negative perceptions, reflections, positive influence, few stick it out, bad advice, role models, more sex, more tits, more manly, no prom because of what they think of her, of me, because she deserves better, and everyone knows I'm much too quiet and much too me for her, and he wants me too, and I want him more, and these crazy feelings win out. Boyfriend number 1 turns boyfriend 2, turns boyfriend whose favorite color is blue. Karmic lessons, universal blessings since the first time. Weird things happen when you start the journey. Get dumped, move in, move out, move in, pursue, start work, finally agree, and then quit again, and move and move and move and move and move. I'm typing this part necessity, part obligation, all closure with an intent to clear the psyche, to make space, to love you harder, stronger, deeper. Up until now, I had no comfort, no solace. Up until now, I found my peace in his heart. I found my peace in the words that he would say that I wanted to hear. I found my peace at the bottom of the bottle, at the end of the blunt, at the end of our session. I found my peace in weird things up until now. I didn't think of myself as worthy of living in this space, of receiving unmerited grace, no favor. Up until now, well-being, truth, and overcoming were foreign, yet it's in this moment that I can say I love the person that I am becoming, and I will continue this journey, and I will pay the experience for it, and I hope this sees you through, and I hope that it gets better for you too, and I hope that whatever those weird things are begin to align and help you understand your life's design, and that you live proud and proclaim your identity out loud, and know that it's worth it, and know that you deserve it, and that maybe all those weird things didn't make sense up until now. And I hope that you too will turn the page.
Whenever I need to find serenity, I close my eyes and envision the Caribbean Symphony. Tropical flora sways softly from wind, which picks up speed from storm breeze sent from the mountains. Leaves manifest pristine patterns as humidity cultivates for eyes and ears these soft, sweet melodies. Hummingbird sanctuaries buzz with lively hums and spirited chirps, giving soprano bravado with their flighty beaks. Red wings and black mandibule create a colorful dance for all to see. Little birds dart to and fro in the tropical heat. Waves ripple gentle reggae rhythms, no worries, no cares, feet knee-deep in the ocean chorus. Little crabs with square bodies threaten to tickle your feet as jade seaweed wraps toes and you release a sigh in harmony. Nighttime crickets whistle and beat, hidden behind the green of palm tree leaves. Fauna blending into the background of fresh tendrils become one nocturnal sound, which soothes the restless soul as eyelids become the last curtain call.
Behavior. You awakened a depression in me that I thought I had beaten. A swift kick and you're splattered on the ground. That's only in my dreams, this unraveling of you. There we are, giving moon eyes and trading war stories. Battles that took place in bar bathrooms, filling each other with sadness while liquor drains from our leaking pores. The table is yours to spread a new plan to deceive me. The sharp rosebud petals you collected from your hydroponic garden, draping over the midnight table scribbles to mask whatever intentions you chose to hide. I'll wait to drain the dirty coffee mugs, rinse them quickly, and give you a push for a sober Sunday. But the man who you met at the show is here, and he wants to walk you through the park and into the bar and up to your bedroom and along the depths of 8 years of trauma. I've been waiting for that knock at the door when someone tells me we lost you to a thankless night, the space in the day when you had meant to tell the world that you've had enough. You were leaving for a new life, away from the bodega cigarettes, memories you wish you could mold into words worth telling. But you stopped there, that rush of blood, the fall from the stairs, a kick of the chair, and there you ended as an anecdote, a story you never meant to be. Here you are, a memory at my door, in the shape of a secondhand whisper from a friend who was there when you folded into yourself just before the slashes of daybreak were cut into the sky. And I remember you pretending to be me, your weekend laughter and echo flooding the space where I'm trying to sleep. What is trauma? Trauma is that leaky faucet, grime under your fingernails, your wife on Valentine's Day sunken in her chair, the flower-adorned restaurant, sweat seeping into the stitches of the gold dress you asked her to wear, the skipping of words in the conversations you practice, a rusty sales pitch of personal growth you polish for your reunions and funerals. You cannot feel for anyone but the one whose casket you kneel beside, the friend who you thought would outlive you. Trauma is your self-talk lullaby, the words slipping into murmurs, the phrases you whisper as you drift off to sleep. It is your reaction to the shift in the wind, the way you run when no one is following, the weight of the feet you carry and drop into steps, the room you frequent in your mind, the place where you felt betrayed by a moment, a wafting cloud of cigarette smoke and tobacco debris, the rough whiskey on your breath, fragrant with memory as if you smelled it on someone else, the moment when he said he was sorry after tearing through your clothes. Trauma is a disease you gave to me, the hurt I crafted into anger, the excuse I give for being mean, the clothing we stain as if we found them that way, and the reasons we've carried others to bed. It is that old bag flick, the life you gave up for drugs, the couches you slept on in perpetual darkness, and the moment you sought to rebuild. It is the reason I call out from work, the story we fix for the big screening. Trauma is every day, but it is not everything. It is a piece of life you cut with your morning breakfast and arrange beside the days you ingest. It is with you, but it's not you, and the part of it that has become you is the ability to wash the grime off your hands like you couldn't before. They'd be safe if they were houses. Mr. Ice is the modern fascist, convenient renovation to an ideology that claimed to die. The United States is always there to credit itself as savior. The boats it once turned away to other ports dwindling in the absence that fills the space in our minds where carefully edited history texts place false idols. Mr. Ice comes for students, to dorm rooms, to trade humans for check marks on paper, calligraphy in uniform, a signature more famous than Hancock's superfluous lie. Freedom if you dress it in the right suit. We weren't told the Reaper wears blue and green. Mr. Ice places his war crime medals on the mantle, motions for his children to gaze upon them as park-goers peer at statues the forefathers stiff, the odor stomped out like unnecessary taxidermies. But we know it's there. They smell like death. Is it like a father to rape and beat his children? Is that the white man's burden to force his own hate down beneath the cufflinks that are only fastened to hide the blood? I think of the clawing hands at wired gates, the people sitting in bed thinking it could never be me. It could be you, or it could be me. It's not, though, you assure yourself, and you pack your cooler for the beach. Your silence is padding the lock. Mr. Ice moves into my neighbor's old apartment, olden as they raise their kids there and mark their growth on the walls. We see him in the store, fishing for the ripe tomato, at church, in the laundromat, in the park, buying paint for the bedroom, by the water, rounding his children into a large photo, a selfie stick extended for a large collective grin. Don't you know that an abuser always knows how to smile after he beats his wife, or your friend, or your kids, or your mother, or someone who you don't know who is being dragged off? Deported, a term that means existing as a crime. Arrested, a brand that follows you through the doors of your life. They're making room for you, silencers. Your kids will have the best of everything, as long as you step on someone else. But these are political issues, and you are not political. There's the anthem, stand for the flag, and tuck in the kids with the dawn-stemming light. While you sleep, the silence will be slaughtered. But you can't hear anything. You can't hear anything that isn't blind, tearing bliss.
Hi, my name is Aisha Monet, and today I'll be presenting with Genre Urban Arts. Thank you so much for having me here today. Special shout out to Nikisha for always believing in me and always listening to me. Thank you so much, Nikisha. Much love to you. Today I'll be presenting several of my poems, and the first one is titled Shutting Me Down. You're shutting me down, shutting me out. Like what I'm expressing doesn't matter. It isn't a fact. We were the only ones left, which resulted in a pact. Throwing jabs at me left and right, you were expressing yourself, but it felt more of an attack. Our friendship was so pure, melting together and morphing into one. Whenever we were together, it felt as if I was diving into the sun, hot and beamy, just like your attitude. Things took a turn, which resulted in it being pretty steamy. Things died down as our picture frame broke. Nothing seemed perfect anymore. I don't even remember the last time we spoke. Our friendship is fragile, now that it hurts to even shed some light on the good times, because then it seems as if I'm dwelling, she stated. I mean, come on now, who are you telling? I say it feels like a competition, that I have to be this perfect one in the audition. But that'll only work if I'm some sort of magician. I try to stay calm, but I can't. Is it worth to continue on trying to please? I cry and plead time and time again that I just end up falling to my knees. I latch onto myself because I'm my own safe haven. I guess I'll wait for the knock on the door from Edgar Allan Poe's Raven. The second poem is titled 10 Years. 10 years. You left me for 10 years. This is not what it all appears. Sitting in the courtroom is where you reside. Never did I think you would hide. Wearing shackles was your newest accessory. A piece of me had died. Thinking you were at school when I was only 9 years old was all a lie. I'd been making plans for the summer with you, not knowing you were actually the bad guy. 60-minute phone calls once a week because I thought you were busy taking tests. Little did I know it was because of your constant arrests. I saw you again when I was 14 and you were upstate. Seeing you made me count my heart rate, 100 beats per minute. I remained mute. We'd made plans to fly to London, Paris, and Beirut. Time was ticking, but nothing you told me was sticking. Years later, you're now 33 and I'm 24. No more plans have been made, promises were left broken, and I was left heartbroken. My third poem is called Giving Up. Giving up. I wanted to give up, thought that cancer was the way out. She was so convinced. I wanted to give up. I knew I'd miss her. Oh, my mom. I knew I'd miss my friends. Oh, my friends. I knew I'd miss my kids, my 8-hour-a-day kids, 5 days a week kids. Oh, my kids. But I couldn't fight it like she did. I didn't want the treatment, I told my parents. It's not up for discussion, they said. I wanted to walk out because I was not heard. I sat by the window and I saw a bluebird. He was filled with light. Mine was slowly turning off, like a faint cough. The last poem is still untitled. It goes like this. Small talk was being spoken. Thought the pain has left, the one that left me broken. I sat on the ride as I slipped in the token. You grabbed my wrist because I became outspoken. You looked at me all strange, as if placing me in a confinement was going to make me change. I managed to leave while it was new. You chewed me up and spit me out like I was the flu. I still stood in front of you. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed.
Beauty, vulnerability, regality. Reality, you add 53206 to the mix and cracks and sidewalks become an abyss. abysmal gaps so wide the tender flowers and fertile soil erode away. School playgrounds sow seeds into weeds of prison pipelines that regal black boys' reading level and lifeline cut short. Garden shears shearing louder than a bomb on deaf ears like the tendrils of Eric Garner's fears when he gasped, "I can't breathe." Gardens untended fail to thrive. Beauty. Society cultivates mass incarceration, propagates racism, and plants black and brown bodies until the headstones outnumber the beautiful blossoms we cut short to place on top of them. Black bone and blood meal are no legacy for the fruits of labor of the most vulnerable. Vulnerability. Why are the funerals fit for kings, but lives lived ring a fear of the prince dying a pauper, robbed of nurturing? This garden's been grown and tilled since the murder of Emmett Till. In Ferguson, forgotten son, some other mother's son prone, black lifeless limbs sown in blacktop in seething afternoon sun down in Ferguson. Regality. A dark star's light can be trapped by its own gravity. Black, sun, shine. Urban genocide, systemic pesticide sprayed like tear gas on seedlings. We round up black bodies, cicadas emerging in fabled rebirth, carcasses turned back into trampled earth. Some plants are drought tolerant. Trans man budding, petals unfurling. Tamia's beautiful eyes still shine in Trent's selfies like a self-watering garden blossoming into a black man. Repudiate the weeds, the spate of hate played like spades in society. Plant domestic tranquility, nurture vulnerability. Pollinate peace, reap justice. Bloom, black boys.
The day before I decided to live, I longed to shake my body to the rhythms of my peers. I wanted to feel fly no matter how I chose to dress on any day. And I just wanted people to finally believe me when I repeated that I'm really straight out the west side of the A. I wanted my chest to stand firm and upright, parallel to the rest of me, and pleaded with my ass to sit independent from the best of me. I wanted my heels to make the room quake, my command to scream, "Damn, shit." I just wanted to know how to make people believe that I was the person I felt was in here. Early in life, I used to move and feel like the sunrise. I remember when I could sense the earth spinning and time moving slowly, feeling so aware of the universe's flow, being well-versed in joy. That's before I really knew a thing. Constantly stumbling upon fascination when I was about 8 feet tall and a couple years old. But when life got super real, and that didn't take too long, it arrived accompanied by a loneliness that only selfhood could answer to. I was falling with no concept of a destination and losing my sense of self, craftily organizing my demise. I felt like I had tripped out of the sky, plunged into endless confusion, sliding down walls that felt related to my end. Down reasonably felt like my only option, up seeming impossible and laughable. So I continuously curated madness. Denying hope to me was palpable and practical. The sunlight pierced through any opening it could find in me. My awareness of self blurred as noon arrived. Every other minute I quietly wept as I held onto the cream carpet, thinking that grace would somehow hear and save me, beating my bald fist into the concrete beneath. Panic paced through all of me, so I mistook it for my identity. I was preoccupied with the girl I was, angered by her timid nature, but frightened by her commitment to destruction. My mind regurgitated replays of memory, the terror I created by ripping me apart. All I could see was the me before the present. I attempted to rearrange the layers, but it made no difference. I could feel my 6-year-old shoulders slamming against that fence as I violently pulled myself toward it, as hard as my frame could bear. Agony and anger shared space in my tone, my chest, then my back to the metal, grabbing as tightly as my little hands could take. I was having one of those meltdowns in front of my first grade teacher on the playground. The schoolhouse was settled on the edge of downtown, right next to the dome. A church was attached. We wore uniforms. We attended chapel, sang hymns, and recited prayers and proverbs, but none of them could rescue me from my head or my hurt. This was only the first episode. was beyond overwhelmed. My classmates played not too far away, but they were no longer in my view. It felt like it was just me, the clouds, the cars passing by my racing mind during recess. Hearing my teacher say, no, what do you mean? Don't be so hard on yourself. I seriously struggled with all I was before I knew anything about me. So here I lay on the ground at 20-something, finally understanding who and where I've always been. My heart breaking and having to reassemble it. Me, trapped in a body full of reluctance and lack of certainty, ashamed of the arrangement of my flesh, embarrassed by this voice filled with depth. I occasionally relive that episode, now clearly seeing how I haven't changed too much. I let self-hate park and get too comfortable for far too long. I berated my body until my heart forced me to reconsider my race against impossibility, the unfeasible perfection that drove me outside of myself. After I met anxiety, they challenged me to see how long I could stand tap dancing on my tiptoes and the tips of my emotions and those damn demons. I tried to hide them, mask them behind my most confident stance. I tried to eat them, laugh them off, dead them in conversation, slice them with my words. I tried to stomp them out before they grew. I tried to talk them out of my head. I tried to ignore them until I realized that they were me. I bred them. I had to hush and surrender the untruths. I had to learn how to care for all of me. I realized that I made a living of misplacing myself in perceptions and misconceptions. I mastered acting out expectations, delivering all of me to everyone else, rewarding emptiness all to myself. I had placed my feelings on silent and my emotions up for bid. I'd had to be quiet. I had to open me up, cradle what will always be, all that makes me. I had to realize what a miracle my heartbeat is, how true my soul remains and how deep my spirit penetrates, how bold and feared I am, how I decide what my business is and how they won't never, ever, ever, ever get close to it again, how strong my love is, how riving my truth can feel. My heart remains committed to the promise of my mother's womb. I thank this vessel for remaining loyal and faithful to me even when my mind tried to convince me otherwise. These are verses dedicated to the day before I decided to bring myself back to life.
Hello, my name is Anita Holloway, aka Melanin Woman Writer, and I'm here on behalf of Genre Urban Arts, and the name of my piece is called Blackness. What is blackness to you? Is it the way we walk, as if we know our intellect built dynasties and countries from dust to grandeur? Is it the way we speak, as if our ability to create new words were sewn into our tongues from birth? Is it the way we exude confidence, as if our ancestors are whispering in our ears that we are of a royal priesthood? Is it the way we dance, as if enchantment was within our joints? Is it the way we cook, as if we're programmed to see microscopically the right amount of seasoning to make everyone's taste buds dance with joy? Is it the way we look, as if smooth skin and melanin was a gift from the Most High for all the pain that we have endured? Is it the way we display brilliance, as if sapphires, pearls, and diamonds flow within our bloodstream? Is it the way we be, as if jubilation was sprinkled heavily into our spirits while within our mother's womb? You see, blackness is not a trend you can pick up and put down. It is not a language used to show folks that you are down for the cause. It is not a costume you wear to show your love for Black culture. It is not a hip hop song you quote from to make you feel like you're the baddest. It is not a show where you can laugh at the stereotypes created and perpetuated by the media. It is not a dance that you can do to show others that you have rhythm. It is not a lifestyle you can use to impress your friends, to show them how real you are. Blackness is joy, beautiful, melanated, tenacity, perseverance, charisma, laughter, love, excitement, elegance, electric. Blackness is.
I'm Samiha Pargas, and this is called How It Goes. This is how it is most days. Heat in the arms, slight pressure in the temples, light sweat, a wave of panic washing over the skin, awaiting for someone to be available, so I can escape myself, so you can feel less alone. And we may both hide in the shadow of someone else's company. This is mostly how it goes these days. Tell me to come over. I do, as if I weren't waiting for you to ask. We'll talk weather and politics and everything besides whatever is really on our minds. We'll smile and be polite like we aren't dying inside, like our choices aren't killing us and replacing the air with dread. We might touch so we can trick ourselves into feeling something. Call it satisfaction, a lack of feeling. Might pretend it undoes the aches in the palm of the back, the base of the neck, as it releases the restlessness trapped in the throat. This is mostly how it goes. We run out into the night and feel euphoria or fear, feel anything to wash the day away. We dance to music, we'll hate tomorrow, and you drink yourself out of your mind, claiming it to be the best headspace. Kiss strangers at the back of the bar. Make new friends whose names we won't remember, whose numbers we don't intend to call. We come home mourning in parts of the body that know. We come home weary, torn, slipping away from ourselves just a little more. We come home sick, come home alone and lonely, lonely, lonelier still. Thank you very much.
Everyone loves Black women, yet everyone hates Black women. They want thick, full lips, but only on pale faces. They want voluptuous bodies, but only in certain places. They want that golden brown skin, but only if it's a tan. They want a spicy, saucy attitude, but no talking back to a man. They want the high notes we can hit, the butts upon which we sit, to feel up our kinky hair or our thighs. Yet our presence they will shun, our existence leaves them undone. Black women, both loved and despised. If Black women so angry, show me the Black female shooters. If Black women so angry, show me the Black female terrorists. Show me the Black woman who crashed young white children's parties, terrorizing and threatening to kill them. Show me the Black woman breaking into elementary schools, shooting anything and everything that moves. Hell, I'll make the game easier. If Black women are so angry, bring me a Black woman, just one Black woman, who is not a goddess, whose blood doesn't pump jewels, and whose voice isn't sweet honey, whose hair doesn't defy gravity or flow down like the Amazon, whose skin is not made from dark chocolate, milk chocolate, or even white chocolate, hair that reaches towards the skies, thick thighs and brown eyes, full lips, wide hips, words that'll catch you by surprise. I don't think Black women are angry. In the words of my mom, who is an expert in being Black, quote, "People think Black women crazy. They just smart. End quote. Maybe we're so angry because we realize what's happening. Maybe we're so angry because we spend all night worrying about the safety of our Black men. Suppose that makes us woke. Or because we know what went down in Flint was a joke, going years without clean water. We need water to exist, but we talking about a movie before the problem is fixed? I don't think Black women are angry. It's just that we realize we were powerful because our skin makes others uncomfortable and our lips are parodied and our hair is stuff of intrigue, poked and prodded as if this season's harvest. But some girls get suspended for wearing their braids. Meanwhile, Kardashians set trends. But some girls need to fight for their right to wear the hair they were born in, a war zone every day at the front lines of the administration, words fired like bullets, sanctions dropped like bombs, and trust me, you can't fix that crap with a Pepsi. Black women ain't angry, but we're loud, I'll admit that. We're loud so that we can be heard. We're loud so that we can drop a word into this white man's world, like dropping a penny into a fountain. More of a wish than anything, a molehill passing for a mountain. For the glass can neither be half full nor half empty when there's a crack to begin with, a fracture in the armor. Frailty, thy name is woman, and it lies behind our angry demeanors. But if white men continue to keep being white men, it will surely make us meaner. So yes, Simone Biles can frown when deep in concentration. Yes, Serena Williams can yell when she needs a citation. No, Michelle Obama's pensive stare does not make her look masculine. I yearn for the day that Black boys and Black girls are allowed to be seen as feminine. So for Black women who pay attention, being angry is what we should be. Black women are loud and angry, sure, but not as much as we could be.
Hello, I'm Nikisha Roberts Washington. I'm the owner and creative director of Genre Urban Arts. Genre Urban Arts is a platform where artists can become published digitally and in print. We also provide exhibiting and performing opportunities for visual and performance artists across the United States via pop-up galleries. This evening, I'll be sharing 3 pieces with you. The first one deals with ancestry. They also deal with things that have passed on. And the last one I want to call a semi-ode to Grendel's mother, who reminds me a lot of myself. The first piece that I'll be sharing with you is entitled Anthropologist. Tell me stories of ancestors that watch over me still, that transatlantic shipped, that chose to live, and tell me stories even of those who chose the wet depths. People whose memories lie deep in my mitochondria, achingly reminding me of a place, of a home that wasn't meant to be known by me. Tell me how I, my mama's little Black child, holds legacies, spills legacies, builds legacies with my words. A boundless, shape-shifting truth teller, fulfilling what now found entities of generations past might have hoped would spring of their sacrifice. Tell me their stories, and I'll write. Epigenetically speaking. This particular piece came to me because one of my students at MATC was writing a research paper about epigenetics, and I was writing later that evening, and her topic just spoke to me, and this is what came from it. Epigenetically speaking. If trauma insists on duplicating and embedding itself, why not too does joy? Surely bliss must imprint, continue on like branches of a tree breaking in spurts, leaves bushing in a zephyr sway, or connect like flows, like tributaries, perpetual windings, ebbs and flows in an expanse. Let me also laugh their laughs until I am breathless, lying on the floor being less than ladylike, cheeks full of and sore from hysteria. Thank you. The last piece that I'll be sharing with you is Find Shelter. On rare days when I end the eclipsing of my own humanity with that is not, or maybe is less, and is similar to a generous allowance of too much peace, a semblance of deconstruction, brick by brick discarded mortar, dissipated dissatisfaction. I will make even the most blessed regret his presence. Through realm warping shrieks, awakening disjointed logic of failures and truth. Carried through deoxyribonucleic acid, proving fallacies of greatness relayed through eons of oral tales that were mumbled, carried like rushing water, tides of bloodlines wrought of disappointments. Find shelter. Do not risk your presence here. Again, I want to thank you, Nikisha of Genre Urban Arts. Please make sure to add us on social media and check out our website, genreurbanarts.com. Take care.
Hello, happy poetry marathon. My name's Elizabeth Hoover, and I'm really excited to introduce this next block. It's the Queer Hour, and I was really happy to get an opportunity to organize it. Instead of mourning the fact that we can't all be together, I was really excited that because we're virtual, I was able to reach out to folks all over the state. And so I'm excited for that, to hear people who I don't get to hear read a lot because they live far away. And I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank Woodland Pattern for giving me one of the most rewarding experiences of my writing life, and that is I get to be a volunteer in the Milwaukee Queer Writers Project. And that project, we volunteer doing writing workshops in area high schools, working with the gay straight alliances. And it was an opportunity for me to reconnect to why poetry has been so important in my life and why it was particularly important to me when I was a teenager. In these workshops, you know, the writing activities and the reading, it's almost like a big community campfire, and we all come together around it. We laugh, sometimes we cry as we share our work, and it gives us an opportunity to be with and for one another. And that's describes a lot of what the programming is like at Woodland Pattern. Yes, it's about celebrating excellent writing, but more importantly, it's about just being all together in that space. And now we're all together in that space virtually. So I hope you enjoy the poets you're about to hear. All right, take care.
I'm going to read 3 poems. The last one, called Telepath, begins and ends with the first and last telegrams commercially sent. The first poem is At Minnehaha Falls. In the split season, water is half frozen, half riot. The creek rushes into the afternoon, collapsing, the spray smacking the startled faces of the crowd. Teeth of ice hang and sweat, verdigris and ash, amber and jade, rotting apart in the sudden sun. Spring is this kind of soft violence. The upright crocus shames the trampled snow, and frost heave cracks the granite rocks. Last year's waxen leaves go drowning in the current. The winters grow more erratic all the time. Sometimes it isn't even cold. If I say there is no one I would rather grieve this with than you, does that mean that I am in love here on the crumbling cusp of spring? And next I'll read an inventory. The broken storm door that played in the winds, open, shut, sweeping away the houseplants on the porch, the sidewalk chalks, the kids' collection of important rocks. The walnut door with the vertical split, admitting winter, a 6-paneled door on the verge of becoming a window, the windows in all the wrong places, none of them opening on the light, except at the head of the low bed, how climbing dirty-footed onto the pillows was the only way to watch the sun go down. How every object conspired to usher in darkness. The garage, the tall grapevine, the gawky sunflowers, the jacked up truck in the yard next door, the trailing philodendron eating sunrise against the kitchen screen. How you brought the light back in, the snapdragons and sweet peas gathered in scavenged vases, the miraculous knitting of wool into warmth, the chopping of vegetables for soup, how love becomes light that breaks in through the cracks, the spaces left between leaves. And finally, Telepath. This is a seed poem for a much bigger project I'm working on. What hath God wrought? We are fast, unworking, constant as bees ravaging the flower, ready as ants marauding in sugar. No, there is no simile. We are the human machine with metallic brains and jaws uniquely chewing our way through the net which suspends us. No one can suspend our chewing and ravaging, the sky clogged with planes, the plasticized cells of fish, quenchless stream, the soil toothless and hungry. If you are not already slowing, slow. We went too fast together. Unplug the fixtures, incite the bygone filaments, rekindle the old flames. From flax we can make cloth and wick, weave branches into huddles where we await the deer, shelter the bees, those tender marauders, and gather the star moss. Wounds may be bound in plantain and bone set. Our descendants will understand that we communicated in a flash, but they will be confused, calling it telepathy. Do slow, do, perhaps. The suspense is killing me, calling all. This is our last cry before our eternal silence.
Hi everyone, my name is Suwar Masannat, and today I will be reading some poems for you. So this first poem has previously appeared in Under a Warm Green Linden, an online magazine, and it borrows language from multiple sources. First is a book called بريد مستعجل, published by Meme, a queer Lebanese organization. Second is Samar Habib's work, Female Homosexuality in the Middle East, which is based on the work of Atifashi, and the particular book called نزهة الألباب فيما لا يوجد في كتاب, which is a work of classical Arabic adab or belles-lettres. And finally, there are also bits borrowed from Joan Roughgarden's book Evolution's Rainbow. You may not know that we're there, but we are. You say, I have never seen anything in man and woman I haven't seen in the male and female pigeons. As though a lion were no more than a house mouse that roars. Warda, she says, as I see the shaking of the Ben Oil tree branch by the rain. And the lover, he says, I am better than you because I am above, thus I am closer to the sky. And the lover, he replies, I am more humble than you, for I am closer to earth. This next poem borrows from one of my favorite poets, who is Lorraine Whitaker. On plein air. Oh, how we hid from the long-range tongues, our bodies walking delicious against cold, cutting wind. Little poems from my little friend. So these few poems are very short, and I plan on writing them down and sending them to my friend, who is 5 years old, and he's a very clever little boy who creates the best pun-based jokes, and I hope he likes them. I'm going to be sharing them with you today. Home window. I count on a sparrow spring, from wire length to branch to dumpster bridge. Translation from Arabic. The boot sits at the knee and we are ready. Pop. How a balloon bursting on a slow blow wrinkles to spit-stuck walls. Thank you for listening. I hope you have a beautiful day.
Hi again, it's Elizabeth Hoover. I wanted to, instead of reading two poems by me, I wanted to read a poem by Essex Hempel that's been on my mind a lot lately. Hopefully you will see why. It's called American Wedding. In America, I place my ring on your cock where it belongs. No horsemen bearing terror, no soldiers of doom will sweep in or sweep us apart. They're too busy looting the land to watch us. They don't know we need each other critically. They expect us to call in sick, watch television all night, die by our own hands. They don't know we are becoming powerful. Every time we kiss, we confirm the new world is coming. What the rose whispers before blooming, I vow to you, I give you my heart, a safe house. I give you promises other than milk, honey, liberty. I assume you will always be a free man with a dream. In America, I place your ring on my cock where it belongs. Long may we live to free this dream. And this is my poem. It's called Two Interiors, or How I Came to Love Art History. My whole life, I've been paying a debt, what I owed for being owned that summer in Western Pennsylvania. I needed to pay back my parents for their terror, my mother begging the Coast Guard to drain the lake. I owe her for her sorrow, too, when I was found. A fever made the man throw me back, sick and suddenly little again. How do you repay a fever or a bear on a bottle of children's Tylenol? I tried, was good, studious, each A a ledger of what I owed the volunteer fire department that searched, the rip in the paper covering the windows that let me see. There were still trees and weather. The nurse the too young doctor handed the needle to. Time makes owing ownership, though it happened without me noticing. I was in a museum remembering power, skews left in conventional portraits, with scepters or masses of cloth set against an ethereal crown or wife, standing slightly to the right, while this portrait is awash in shifting grays and whites of disheveled sheets, subjects implied by the two women's name in the title. Instead, I was thinking about light, how it holds a figure like a lover, even when they are no longer in the frame. Thank you so much.
Hi Woodland Pattern, happy Poetry Marathon. I'm Jenny Moody and I've got 3 short poems for you today. The first one is Postcard to Berlin. From my office window, I can see the endless dance of construction. Sometimes the bulldozers pull up a curtain of dust to use as a backdrop to their tight turns and feats of strength. One time, 2 of the construction workers fought, their hands on each other's shoulders, legs angled from their bodies into the red-tilled earth. No one won. This next one was originally an erasure poem, and it's from this book about animal studies, as Abe, my dog, shakes. And it was like this woman's journal of her interactions with animals, and they were very problematic interactions with animals, so I did an erasure of one, and this is called Bee Eater. Bee eater affection constantly fed. She was in the tunnel when knock response. My ear pressed for minutes on end, throaty calling, quiet scratching. Now, remove a moment, change the situation. Hang on. What had happened? I replaced her, backwards, forwards, digging the tunnel hollow. Otherwise, there was nothing to be seen. I collapsed. My hand, an egg, struck, repeating quick, quick. I fluttered, nervous and complaining, cracked. Knock, beat, beak, brood, listen. And my last one is a piece called Yesterday's Jam. Yesterday's jam is paired best with the bread at the back of the fridge, slightly stale, forgotten. Yesterday's jam has worked hard for certain labels, organic, local. But when company comes over, they do not want this small culture jar. Hands reach for familiar names and easy conversations. Days go by when yesterday's jam does not speak to anyone at all, and a thin crust develops around the edges of the jar. Makes the next person who pries off the lid think twice about tasting what is inside. The door opens, the light turns on. Yesterday's jam thinks, another fucking day, and measures against the label on her side, pushed here and there by bored fingernails, how much there is left to give. Thank you.
Hey y'all, hope you're having a good marathon. Hope you're having a good January, everything. I sort of have a personal tradition in Poetry Marathon, just given the time of year it falls, of trying to read some more wintry poems. So regardless of what the weather looks like here at the end of January, or wherever you are remotely watching this, hopefully this can get you kind of in the spirit of Locust Street on early Milwaukee winter. This first one though is called Supermarket in Kentucky. I found myself today among the rush hour people buying bread and milk and other things before a snowstorm. And how many of them, I have to wonder now, who edged by as I reached for vegetables or waited behind me in line with hate us. Under the allspice inhuman could they smell the love remnants left on me when the lights were out in the aisles? Could they tell with a brush of skin or some other hint I burn electric when I think of you, your body become a blue outline by my window? Oh, but what a blue it is we turn to, love. Remember this, nothing they do will keep the night at bay, or the bulbs from flickering out as we wait huddled for the cold coming of first winter's day. This next one, maybe not explicitly about winter, but it is about sort of a tradition I have with some friends of always doing tarot readings at the end of a year. So, on New Year's Eve in particular, kind of along those lines, this is called Tarot Reading at the End of the World. It is not naive to say you will rise from the grave a cold twilight, to follow fog with absent breath. To carry on life is to let your heat enter another being, to hold off the freeze beyond bodies. Last night I dreamed you as a wolf. I laid my hand behind your neck and told you to remember yourself as the nude woman pouring water in clay pots, the stilled heart run through with knives. All will turn in time. All flesh will come to you, laying upon the altar, in your arms, a black hole pulse of life. Those last two are from sort of slightly older times and places in my life. The first one was Kentucky, and again, if we're looking implicitly, the second one's kind of about Ohio. So this last one is a Milwaukee poem, so like Michigan poem, in particular about my tradition of going to down to spend some time on Lake Michigan at moonrise every winter solstice, because it seems to make trans flag colors every time. It might be a coincidence, but there's always a really kind of light pink and a light blue whenever I've gone down. But in any case, the title and the feelings and experiences here are a little interesting given the timing of what unfolded in the following year. But in any case, this last poem is called Winter Solstice 2019. What I don't say around my family is I rarely fall in love with anything I don't want to swallow and know from our sweet vulnerable insides as we meet. As I have spoken to you each night, hidden myself in your mirror each morning. In your moonrise, I've felt the lake turning pink, getting warmer, a brutal devotion like a child feels their mother's betrayal, not yet fathoming even their own. For this year at least, your face will be ice again, and the fishers will come test the cracks, find a dark, wet eye to plunge. Lovers will dare each other to venture out farther than they should. It can take eons to erode rock, but the water will come away with the smallest unseeable layer with each breeze and wave. It only matters that you feel beautiful. All that matters is that.
Ambition 1. I want to be a wren's flight, a wide white field in winter, a stone sewn into memory, the sure weight of something worked slowly by tides and time. I want to be the whipping of crisp winds, the snap of linens on the line, in the bright becoming of spring. I want to be everything. The sudden shock of pink-red on the chest of a grosbeak at the feeder. Dipped in wisdom, dripping with glimmer of winter constellations, shawl-wrapped in night gleam. I want to slip from the husk, a dried seed becoming itself again, in lemon, pink, and ruby blooms at the sweet, hot height of summer. I want to be the wheel and the cool water that turns it. Yes, I want to be the water. 2. It is an honest hunger, this longing for sky, for earth-tinged air, hands in soil, feet on gravel, as the sun smudges its setting self in a honeydew mandarin fade. How to steep in more sunshine, how to tune an ear towards the owl's first screech scream of the night as planets flicker into view, how to weave this body back into the land it comes from. Yesterday, Juniper showed me an image of whales sleeping in so much deep blue, a small pod of them dangling vertically in the light-shafted water. Whales sleeping in captivity always keep a part of their brains and one of their eyes active, she said. But free whales drift in a full sleep. Who doesn't ache to set what is trapped free? Pouring the prayer. This thirst brings us together, gathering around a spill, the cool dribble, this trickle stored in blasphemous vessels bound to break into bits. Brittling in the guts of gulls, the GI tracks of salmon, while whales wash and wash ashore. Their weakened bodies ushering in the panic, the mobilization, the muscle-sore work to turn them right, to send them back. But they keep signaling with their barnacled flesh, with their fatigued fins, with their plastic-filled intestines and bone-shaped ribs showing through thick skin. They keep drifting in towards tireless humans, pouring bucket by bucket the water over and over and over them, pouring the prayer, pouring the sheen back over ocean-blacked skin, pouring the prayer that they might thrive, that they might make another great migration, that they, that we, that they might make it, that we might be okay. And this last piece is called I Prefer Rivers. We filled the spaces with our bodies. We had so many things to say. We constructed signs with the markers we had on hand. We made sound with our words, with our song. We tried to get our point across, but there is a point that always feels bigger, louder, mightier, whiter. I've seen what can happen when a human is allowed to be wilderness. I want to see it again. I mean, we were never meant to be contained, and there's such relief when the option is a line to be filled in rather than a box to be checked. Fences are better because there is space for air to move through, for raccoons, tortoises, rabbits to dig under to get to the other side. Fences are better if we must choose, but really, I prefer rivers, canyons, ridges, and creeks, not as things to separate one side from the other, ours, theirs, here, over there, but as a thing to marvel at, how the light moves on the water, pulling itself over stone, how the green things insist on growing in the most uninhabitable spaces, roots tangling in the fracture of a rock, how the tree needles comb gusts of wind as they bluster through, how we all have so much in common.
Should have been a cowboy. Do I pierce my thigh with this hay hook just the once? My name is KENOSHA Jarbo. I'm a PhD student at University of Wisconsin, and thank you for donating to Woodland Pattern. I'll be reading 2 more poems today. They're both from the same project where I'm using 90s country music as a vehicle to explore gender in a rural area. Let my headstone be a neon sign or a hedge apple in snow. How did we come to be in this dark closet, countless strands of tinsel lashing the space between? Inventor invented. I asked the nail technician for acrylics, like the fluorescent ethanol in the carpenter's levels, hanging against the farthest wall of the shed. And I will chew them off given time. I am not an inventor. My father, with a barn full of prototypes, imitation fireworks in 1/4 of a Christmas tree. Nothing at all like a small fig atop a cake except for maybe the tenderness with which she found herself there. A mouse died slightly off center in the blue tub among thousands of unshelled pecans. My father wondered at a single hollow shell with an oval window and whether he should place a miniature bird inside, whether anyone would wear it as an earring. This poem is called Alternate Endings to Shania Twain's That Don't Impress Me Much music video. None of us have the touch, though we have felt the touch. We are all of us wearing leopard print dusters. Just once I was 30 hands tall, like one whole horse standing on the back of another whole horse, washing the windshield of my father's 18-wheeler until I fell from the soapy hood. Now I drive all night. I too am unimpressed but want badly to be easily awed again. Is the touch a strand of loose hair that someone brushed away, but the wind placed onto my face? My pickup is the color of a hailstone. I'll drive you anywhere. Somewhere, someone is testing the germ of soybean seeds in a wet towel in a warm kitchen. Somewhere, someone is standing in a field of soybeans, breaking off the pods to rub the velvet on their neck down the ridge of their nose. The touch can be grown. Some cucumbers in our garden have thorns like rose bushes. They sting so. Thank you.
Bonjour, Kim Blazer, Indigena Kaz, Anishinaabe Kwe Endao, Gawababi Boni Kag Indun Jaba. I'm Kim Blazer. I'm Anishinaabe from the White Earth Nation of Minnesota. I'm a professor at UW-Milwaukee and a past Wisconsin Poet Laureate. And I'm also the founding director of INAPO, Indigenous Nations Poets. And on behalf of INAPO, I'm delighted to introduce the readers for this half an hour. Indigenous Nations Poets is a national organization founded in 2020, which I should mention has received support from Woodland Pattern. It is a community committed to mentoring emerging writers, cultivating Indigenous literatures and poetics, supporting tribal languages and sovereignty, and raising the visibility of all Native writers. Our readers for tonight are all inaugural board members. They include prize-winning poet Craig Santos Perez, Tumora from Guam. He had a wonderful new book, Habitat Threshold, that was released in 2020. Margaret Newton, Anishinaabe and a UWM Associate Dean. She also had a new bilingual book released in 2020, Gika Gika Ganeshi, What the Chickadee Knows. Leanne Howe, Choctaw, who together with Joy Harjo edited When the Light of the World Was Subdued, Our Songs Came Through, a Norton anthology of Native Nations poetry, and whose most recent book, Savage Conversations, was released in 2019. And Jake Skeets, Dene, who is an associate professor at Dene College and whose first book, Eyes Bottled Dark with a Mouthful of Flowers, received a 2020 Whiting Award in Poetry, among several other recognitions. Enjoy these wonderful poets, and need I say, buy our books from Woodland Pattern. Miigwech, everyone.
Hafaday. My name is Craig Santos Perez, and I'm honored to be part of the Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon. The poem I'm going to share is titled America, Recycling Allen Ginsberg. America, you've stolen everything and now I have nothing. America, $1.3 trillion in student loan debt, 2016. I can't stand my climate anxiety. America, when will you end your wars of terror? Go fuck yourself with your 7,000 nuclear warheads. I haven't had my fair trade coffee yet, don't bother me. America, when will you pay reparations for slavery? When will you be worthy of 5 million indigenous people? America, why are your libraries full of the houseless? When will you feed your hungry children? I'm sick of your obscene inequality. When can I go to the supermarket and buy what I need with my good poems? America, you and I will never be a perfect union. Your enhanced propaganda and interrogation techniques are too much for me. You make me want to WikiLeak. There must be some way to end your settler colonialism. America, I refuse to give up my high-speed internet. America, stop surveilling me. I'm doing something private. I've been reading the newspapers for months. Every day a cop is not indicted for murder. America, I refused to enlist in the army after high school and I'm not sorry. Your military is the largest carbon emitter on the planet. Don't deny it. War fuels global warming. America, is your environmental strategy scorched earth? I vote to legalize marijuana every chance I get. Then I sit in my house for days on end and Netflix binge. My mind's made up. There's going to be an online petition. America, when will you pass the Green New Deal? You should have seen me reading The End of Nature. My yoga teacher thinks my chakras are almost perfectly aligned. America, I won't stand for your star-spangled banner. I have indigenous visions and anarchist vibrations. America, I'm hashtagging you. America, are you going to let your intellectual life be run by Fox News? Its white talking heads are always talking about what matters. All lives matters, blue lives matters, everybody matters but me. It occurs to me that I'm not America. I'm taking bad selfies again. Sea levels are rising against me. I haven't got a polar bear's chance. I better consider my adaptation plan. My adaptation plan consists of moving to Blockadia with 2 cases of Spam, a kombucha mother, and a hand-sewn journal of unpublished solar punk poems that go 100 miles on a full battery, community orchards of prosody, and millions of heirloom words that grow in metaphoric gardens of renewable joy across blank pages. America, I've abolished carbon emissions, ICE, prisons, Wall Street, Walmart, the US-Mexico border wall, private property, Congress, the Electoral College, Amazon, the military-industrial complex, Monsanto, and capitalism are the next to go. My ambition is to be president despite being born on Guam. America, how can I write an inaugural poem in your fascist mood? I will continue like Elon Musk. My poems are as ambitious as his automobiles, more so, they're actually affordable. America, I'm selling Lucy political poems for $1 a piece on your bloody sidewalks, don't shoot. America, free Leonard Peltier. America, Mumia Abu Jamal must not die. America, grow food, not lawns. America, we are Trayvon Martin. America, drop poems, not bombs. America, give me fully automated eco-luxury communism or give me death. America, when I moved to Hawaii, my wife took me to a Hawaiian sovereignty event. They fed us local poi and luau stew and sweet potatoes for free. And the speeches were inspiring and the hula dancers were angelic and the chanters breathed their once endangered language back to life. And the sincere poets made me cry. And no one will ever forget how you overthrew the Hawaiian kingdom in 1893 because our struggle will remain creative and nonviolent. All of us there were rainbow warriors. America, you were never great. Are you fake news? America, this is the impression I get after feeding from Trump's Twitter trough. America, I don't want to be a drone operator and murder civilians at weddings. I'm nearsighted and a hopeless romantic anyway. America, I'm putting my native shoulder to the medicine wheel. Thank you.
Bonjour, Geweden Odin de Go, Wapsheshi de Bendigos, Nishnabe Bigaya, Omaminawking. My name is Margaret Newton, and I'm originally from Minnesota, and I live here in Milwaukee and write my poems in Anishinaabe, and then I provide English translations. I have 3 poems to read to you in 2 languages. I'll start with a poem that has significance for us here in Milwaukee and relates to a small alleyway right next to Woodland Pattern Bookstore. It's for Angelique Leroy, one of the founding mothers of our city. Mamangashka Michigaming. Mamangashka Besho Michigaming. Gian Mang Ejibim Atian Me Wenja Anamagoyang Shawenong Maragoyang shoni ashkak. Gimadwe ashka api majwid geang. Gidit bashka kapia benuj keang. Nibina bebungi knikidomawad ojibu ek mamachta wapode wadami. Migi bidashka mi araweyam. Mi ansemka kapane aki. Minua oshme zina gakchid wajkeang wasa awashkak. Ninga bianon. The surging sea. On the surging shores of Lake Michigan, it drifted away, the way we used to live. We also drifted south on waves of silver. We heard the swell as our life began together, the rolling tides of making children, for many years mixing Ojibwe, Menominee, Potawatomi. Then, on waves of trade, the earth forever changed, and dreaming became more difficult on the other side of the western break. And the second poem I'll read for you is from Wayweni, and it's a poem for aunties. Wabuanong so swanning namamashtanshi owning wiganan in ocean sak nimiwad wabmagwa non goldenong shikewad non goldenong nijewad. Gibako amjikazoa sakan and amoat noka joming wenewat minwa mashka within. In a nest of blankets beneath woolen wings, I can see my aunties dancing, sometimes alone, sometimes in pairs, eyes closed, minds open, smiles soft, and hearts strong. And the third poem I'll read to you is one for the chickadee, who is with us all year round. And that's especially important to remember in the cold months when we have fewer birds with us. Gitchi gitchi ganeshi, Hanako bichigana, Hanako biduat, Wingash, Winamawi yangidwa, Gashki bichike, Gashka king. Gitchi gitchi ganeshi, Heyagawanda, Nundagasat, Nundani yangidwa, Manadukeyang, Manadawiyang. Chickadee. The ancestors tied and extended it, the sweet grass, telling us to make bundles. The world is not yet ripe. The marsh chickadee is there in the white pine, calling out, wanting to be with us. It's a ceremony, a way to be alive. Thank you so much for listening to Anishinaabemowin as part of Woodland Patterns Poetry Marathon.
Hi, my name is Leanne Howe. I'm a citizen of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. I teach at the University of Georgia in Athens. Today I'm going to read from a new book of poetry I've been working on. It's 1918 Union Valley Road, Oklahoma. And I want to thank Kim Blazer for putting this reading together and making all this possible for us. Okay, this is one. Maybe it was while reading the 1918 Union Valley Bulletin, a political handbill given John Hoggett by a hacking cougher at the feed store. Maybe it was the sour apple gone mahogany black that he'd eaten from his wife's cellar stash. He knew he should have given it to their hog Trudy. Maybe it was the 6-mile walk to and from his father's farm in Stonewall, Oklahoma, just to ask, "Need any help with that heifer, Pop?" Maybe it was the burning, tingling, running over the top of John's head, as if he were being roasted alive, filling him with fear. He coughed into his fist. "No. Iva, honey, lock the gate so the Crowder boys can't steal our cow." He coughed into his fist. "No. Iva, honey." He coughed into his fist. Iva, so cold. Winds like a siren whipped the junipers outside, maybe 90 per. He swayed left, then right, and on to their Jenny Lind bed. A wedding gift, coveralls still on. 2. Shocked into consciousness by sunlight, Iva supports herself with her arms and leans forward, eyes thick and gluey. Has she been crying in her sleep? The bed is cold, the stove out, her long black hair matted by high fevers. In her dreams, the sound of a gurgling brook. She looks at John, her teeth chattering. He is completely blue now. She presses on John's chest. Blood and mucus slip between his blue lips. "Breathe, John, breathe." "Don't worry, I gave our baby girl to your sister Yuda yesterday, the day before, maybe last week. But she's safe. Didn't make a sound, just waved, 'Bye-bye, Mommy, bye-bye.' Like you, she doesn't complain. Like you, she's more Irish than Cherokee like me." "Breathe, John, breathe. Take a breath, John Hoggett." "How many times, John?" Iva curls up by his side, played out. "Who has never bruised a living flower?" she whispers. "Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to take, if I should die before I wake." "Breathe, John." 3. The sun is yet a rumor. Iva sleeps like the dead until she doesn't. On the 3rd day, she feels herself rising. She observes herself in the mirror, washes her mahogany cheeks. "That's odd," she thinks. "Lock the gate, John, or the Crowder boys will steal our cow." She coughs into her handkerchief. "John, honey." She coughs into her handkerchief. "John, honey." She coughs into her handkerchief. "Hear me." "Yes, Iva, you live in unmeaning dreams," he says. "The grave is ready." Thank you.
Yat a she Matthew Jake Skitsiniche, Sena Jenny the Schlet, Skoban Bush's Chin, Touching Dashatedo, Twittergoshin Dashinola. Hello, everybody. My name is Jake. I'm coming to you from Saley, Arizona, here on the Navajo Nation. I'm so happy to be part of this big group of poems, to be able to read poetry to you all. Today, I'll be reading 3 poems. This first one is called Buffalo Grass. Buffalo grass. Barely morning pink curtains drape an open window. Roaches scatter. The letter T vibrating in cottonwoods. His hair, horsetail, and snakeweed. I siphoned doubts from his throat for the buffalo grass. Seep willow antler press against the memory of the first man I saw naked. His tongue a mosquito whispering its name, a hymn on mesquites. My cheek. The things we see the other do collapse words into yucca bone. The Navajo word for I hardens into the word for war. This next poem is a poem I wrote in celebration of Lucille Clifton, and it shares a title of Clifton's. It's called Sonoran Desert Poem. The ones who live in the deserts, if you knew them, you would understand everything. Lucille Clifton. 1. Coming to the desert for the first time, and the night turns over a millennia before you. Just say the name, mountain. Of mountains, make more. Out of bird formations or drainage pipes. Deserts build water, so drink the lightning. 2. So, you have been here for some time. Velvet ants and paper wasps testify. Sandstone bones are left long under sage. Bones sculpted by sand. Sand that collects its legs in the atmospheric heat to storm and swallow an entire city. A city that too builds its water from fly ash. Drink from that now. The cactus wren finished the lightning. 3. There are those who come to the deserts because they have always been here. Wind coyotes grow thorns in the inches of light sunsets have. Of mountains, do not make a mountain. Reach from one and let it turn away from you. And the last poem I'll read is a very short poem that was published in 2020. It was one of the first poems I wrote in the new year, last year. That was sort of outside my debut collection. And it first started as an essay about a memory of eating wild carrots with my cousin brothers where we grew up. But after revision, it became an 8-line poem. So this poem is called Eating Wild Carrots with My Brothers on the Mesa. Cicada wane, water and sun race every infinite evening. Fall exists for the dock route to oscillate each roof of every mouth, each winter with its obsessed wind, each spring that sees storm after storm, each wild that wilds, pasque flowers, opening palms to straight rain. Akiahat, thank you so much.
Hi everybody, it's Kim Blazer. I'm going to read 3 poems. The first was recently nominated for a pushcart by Split This Rock. A water poem for remembering. Yes, it's true, I speak ill of the living, in coded ways, divorced from the dead. Why Lila June fasts on Capitol steps. Why Native women disappear like rabbits, reappear in rivers wrapped in death scarves. A leader's sleight of voice, a disgrace. We've been magicked before into war. Why we sing Mikwandam even now, remember, on the coldest day of January, gather near ancestral waters, Michigami, where the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnick rivers meet like sisters, where conical mounds still rise on bluffs, story good pathways, bold and blue as Nupi. The second is from the wonderful new collection of Wisconsin poets, Through This Door, a poem that attends to silence and the ineffable. Alaskan poems you didn't write, Live like drumbeats beneath your skin. Whisper scratch you on the other side of sound. What is meter but another word for memory? Caribou bending to water in blue light. The unreality of mountain peaks at dawn. Endless tundra littered with shed antlers, all jagged and boned glimpses of eternity. We watch days bump suns in Alaskan skies, our pockets empty of words for measure. How eloquent this lapping against singularity. And the last poem is from my new book, Résistez en dansant, Ikwe Nini, Dancing Resistance. It's a bilingual French-English collection, and it's a poem for our times, thinking back to another moment in our nation's capital when an Indigenous man was harassed by MAGA-wearing youth, and the choice he made in that moment. On the dignity of gestures for Nathan Phillips. 1. Remember hands ungloved and notched by life. Watch them pour stovetop coffee into tin cups, lift cross poles onto fence bucks, mend nets, rock your children. 2. Pay homage and speak the names of sweepers and shovelers, canners, cafeteria cooks, baby doctors, and deathbed watchers. Esme, Dale, Margaret, David, Mike, and Colleen. 3. Receive all gifts, crocheted Afghan and prize money, with humility. Gratitude spreads easy as butter. Unworthiness endures. 4. Watch the eyes of turtle. Admire the neck courting of swans. Study wing beats and tail rhythms. Note how otter sows stoop to lift pups. Listen to wind in fall, to trees bending and unbroken. Announce like spring frogs the unfolding of each holy year. Carry candles into cathedrals, poetry into prisons. 5. Do not become beast in the fray. Remember the indigenous hands that drummed on, the man who stood strong. Be strong, everyone. Bless you.
Saludos, yo soy Seca Ledesma, mis pronombres son él, ella y ellas. Soy artista visual, director de Cosecha Creativa, parte de la Junta de Directores de Woodland Pattern y el copatrocinador y co-curador de esta obra, la obra LATINX. Mi interés detrás de producir esta obra surge del deseo de crear un espacio para nuestros poetas latines, representar el habla hispana de diferentes orígenes y conectar a mis dos hogares, Wisconsin y Boriquén, Puerto Rico. Que lo disfruten. Hello, I'm CK Ledesma. My pronouns are he, she, they. I am a visual artist. I'm the director of Cosecha Creative Space. I'm part of the board of directors of Woodland Pattern and the co-sponsor and co-curator for this hour, the Latinx Hour. This hour was produced from the desire to create space for Latinx poets, to represent Spanish speakers from different origins, and to connect my two homes, Wisconsin and Boriquén, Puerto Rico. We hope you enjoy it.
Happy New Year, Woodland Pattern, and everyone joining us for this marathon. I'm so happy to be here. And I'd like to read two poems from my manuscript called You. And the first poem is called You Lie. When you asked your brother how many lies would land you in hell, he said 100, a good round number, high enough to impress a child just learning to count, infinite in its achievable terror. So you kept count and lost count and started over. Until that day on the way home from school, when you didn't bother with the crosswalk and walked diagonally across River Street toward the empty lot where poison sumac trespassed its fence and asked no one. What about the everyday lies you were under contract to manufacture, the ones you didn't tally because you shared them with your mother and father? Were those exempt from God's punishment? Like the time you found a wallet in the cafeteria with $5 in it, and your parents said, "Turn it in, don't be stupid." When the union rep came with your father's disability check and asked to come in, or you answered the phone and it was your mother's friend selling Avon, you knew to play innocent and nail your line, "Sorry, they're not home, lo siento." No one needs to know your father's sleeping it off. Your mother can't rely on overtime. That your dress, pretty as it is a Goodwill find. The street was thin with cars minutes before the factories let out, and how you suspected the poison sumac was just some kind of weed and harmless, but who would touch it to prove otherwise? Everything was lies. And there was nothing to keep you from your own fabrications, no eternal fire. A little lie might make you more interesting, help you fit in. Even now you wonder if Rosalba's father was really a jukebox repairman. You all watch Sha Na Na and Happy Days and wanted to believe it, to believe a father so intimate with the glorified American past. No father you knew listened to rock and roll records lifted by mechanical arm and dropped into position. Mothers never sock hopped in poodle skirts. That's why you wore them as Halloween costumes. Oh shit, here comes your father walking into this poem. He's going to kick your ass for not walking straight home. You rode a loop. You rode your bike from your house on the corner to the dead end of the street and turned it around at the factory back to the corner again. This was the loop your mother let you ride, not along the avenue with its cavalcade of trucks, or up the block where Drac, the dropout, waited to plunge his pointy incisors into virginal necks. You can't remember exactly your age, but you probably had a bike with a banana seat and wore cut-off jeans and sweat socks to the knees. You are trying to be precise, but everything is a carbon-like surface that scrolls by with pinpricks emitting memories, wavy threads. One is blindingly bright and lasts only seconds. You are riding your bike, and the shadowy blots behind the factory's windows, steel grates, amidst sounds that reach and wrap around you like a type of gravity that pulls down the face. You can't see them, but what they say is what men say all day long to women who are trying to get somewhere. It's not something you hadn't heard before, but until then you only had your ass grabbed by boys your own age, boys you knew who you could name. In a daily playground game in which teachers looked away. In another pinprick, you loop back to your house where your mother is standing on the corner talking to neighbors. You tell her what the men said and ask, does this mean I'm beautiful? What did she say? Try remembering. You are standing on the corner with your mother. You are standing on the corner. This pinprick emits no light. It is dark. It is her silence. Someday you will have a daughter, and the dead end will become a cul-de-sac, and all the factories will be shut down or across the border, and the men behind screens will be monitored, blocked. And when things seem safe and everything is green and historic and homey, you will let her walk from school to park, where you'll wait for her thanks to a flexible schedule on the corner. And when she walks, daydreaming along the way and takes too long to reach you, the words they said will hang from the tree you wait under. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this, and Happy New Year. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, ready. When I grow up, I want to be a mariachi, one who strides through La Plaza, surrounded by guitarras and charm and harmony, in a black wool charo outfit, embroidered in white silk detail, snakeskin Tony llamas, beneath a sombrero trimmed in gold, with a velvety smooth voice to match, serenading women the songs they remind me of, canciones de amor. When I grow up, I want to be a mariachi, because as it is right now, my choices are limited to becoming a wife, a cook, a mother, or a lover without a man to depend on. So I'm told, without revealing my dreams to anyone. 7-year-old shouldn't look at other little classmates the way I look at you and want so much to serenade you with songs of love. It's not right, they say. So if I must be a man in order to experience your eyes watching my hands command la guitarra and your body quivering every time I crouch your name with an I, and your hands applauding in Spanish, then let's get on with the operation. Thank you.
Hello all. I am happy and excited to be a part of the 27th annual Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon. To all of you in Milwaukee, just remember that how we bear witness to the events of history, it informs the kind of communities that we assemble. So be well. Thank you all for logging on and supporting the arts, for supporting Woodland Pattern. My name is Jose Felipe Albergue. I will be reading from my book Scenery, which is out under Fordham University Press. Though I am recording this for a virtual event, I do acknowledge that the land I live and work on is a traditional land of the Ojibwe and Dakota nations. Thank you. Children often become frustrated when building on a macro scale. Their hands better suited for focusing on the touch and manipulation of individual objects can't keep pace with the vision of, for instance, a corral for their elephant, or a seemingly endless highway of wooden blocks for their train. I know that children's hands have built America, its infrastructure, commerce, universities, government houses, etc. The invisibility of what transpired, which is to say, not only the work, but also the death, and also all the other fidgeting and research that is the physical world of a child's body. This is all a lost opportunity for a new language, for educating parenthood, all unknown scenery. Lost childhood is a ghost in every echo of public discourse. My son's voice at times, pressing as it does to the limits of his body, is an investigation. How far will ribs expand? What is his? Who is it that is that his? Who is the one feeling skin stretch or the bones move? A word without contrast fills the rooms during his research, like a cheek or a greasy finger imprinted against windows facing the street. Fills the smallest spaces between fur on cats, surprised by how voice might travel like fingers along their spines. His language is a filling that seems to not end until spontaneously consonants break the song of a voice, one that until then was the universe itself. We use words to play at some sort of vision, to build assemblies, to protect ourselves from the unique injury that can be invisible, subjective. How do I teach my son the history of the willful words that have broken skin, that are necessary to know, their genealogy in the language we build, so that he recognizes himself amongst others, so he may join in their injury as an engineer would who knows the keystone, which once unsettled might bring the assembly into a new composition. Our sound is a field, sometimes, one where things are moved by their influence on each other. To give witness is to give the community capture, to detain that sound in a camp of tortured stillness. Recollection might be an essential demonstration in speech, literally a voice projected into the sphere of life organized around the consequence of recognition and demonstrated lessons within a faulted system of remembered words. The riot is always a new form to this arrangement, and there is nonetheless an afterwards. The riot is always forward remembering, a syncopation the photographs can't keep speed with, but nonetheless a speed the image provokes. A temporality within which the possible is kept in anticipation of its own forthcoming potential. As childhood is a magic in the inverse of the lesson, which holds the initial experience and that which we call world. In preparing to see the world through my son's life, I find myself obsessed with a kind of study that is a bracing for impact.
Hello, my name is Alida Cardos Whaley, aka Chalchicoatl. Each of us a galaxy of all our ancestors spiraling into our ancient gravity. Prayers for future generations, prayers for healing generational trauma, prayers for remembering all our medicines, all our magic. We are each ceremony. Ritual of tradition brought us to this precise moment. There are those among us who see the sacred in everyday existence. An impromptu conversation, a kiss and hug hello, and until next time, an exchange of glances, intergalactic chances to broaden our horizons. Suns dipping into oceans of oceans. The water will save us. The water will save us. Our work is collective remembrance of all our ways, of generations across generations. We are but future ancestors lending ourselves in this lifetime, borrowing from our great-great-great-grandchildren what we have inherited from our foremothers. We belong to one another, each of us a galaxy of all those before us and all those to come, spiraling into our ancient gravity. La palabra. In our ancient books, people are drawn with a swirl shape, shell-like coming from their mouths, offered outward. It is la palabra, the flowering word. It unfurls poetry, traveling. You never know who your words may reach, so keep them flowering. What if we were to only speak la palabra florecida, la palabra floreciendo, la palabra que sana al escuchar? La palabra es una semilla, cuidado con la manera en que siembres. What am I afraid of? That I'm a fraud. Not enough, too much. That contradiction right there, that they might care, that I could never, that this isn't for me, that I'm not welcome here, that there's not a place for me, that no one wants me, that they don't really understand me, that I'm not enough, that I'm too much, that I'm a contradiction, the mess that I made, that made me, that I am, that I see, that what I see doesn't matter because I don't, that my perspective doesn't matter, that I'm a mistake, that I'm unnecessary, unwanted, unseen, that I blend in, that I'm easily forgettable, that I, me, what are you afraid of? Living unapologetically, on burying seeds. It's really called planting, but when you don't know about harvest, about cultivating, about rising from ash, soil, desert dry like nopal or not, when you don't know what happens when you bury people because you are just trying to bury people, well, then you are actually burying seeds. It's what we be. It's how we've never left and always been, like the moon and the sun. We are our ancestors in the future. We are thousands of years ahead of our time. We are extraordinary. We are extraterrestrial. We are unextractable. We are extravagant. We are extragalactic seeds who know how to grow roots in concrete beyond borders to great depths. A flurry of photos like winter in Wisconsin. It's 2015. Yesterday was my sister's birthday. I was in Chicago, surrounded by family, queer, trans, women, people, feminists of color with their fists raised and their hearts open, palms upwards, lifting each other as we climb. I get a message from my mom about blood family and priorities and color lines and melanin and an assumption about what my absence means. Can I not fight for myself and still love you? Can I not believe in self-determination and still about your well-being? I am mixed up, tightroping with my salsa steps. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards. Salsa won't take you anywhere unless you decide to add your own flavor, to make a small step bigger, to go to the side, to create a combination, to mix it up if even just a little bit. Salsa always brings you back to center. It's 1999 and I am smothering you with my newfound big sisterhood loving. I play mama bear and make you be baby bear, crawling with me on all fours, hovering over you, imagining protection and thick fur. Klasu kamati.
Hello, I'm Daniel Brzezinski. This poem is called Apparatus number 519 with eternal love for Woodland Pattern, everyone who works there, everyone who supports it. Thank you, Woodland Pattern. Apparatus number 519. The part, the whole, the dead, the corpse, the foot, the light, the flesh, the wage, the worker, the regulator, the lie in the code of the body. It broke on the edge of itself. I did not trust what I knew was true, that my eyes were blank, that my face was blank, that my bone was blank, that my body was owned by the shareholders, that my body was just meat now, that the body was just debt now, that time death was murmuring so loud, and I could only hear the dead rain, the squeak, the buzz, the machine, the breath, the hatred, the fumble, the finger, the blow, the key, the sun, the brain, the bubbling, the cooling, the box, the space, the fold, the silence, the plank. I dropped all my capital in the supermarket. I was a young language with no verbs. I saw my stitches photographed from the inside. The police touched me, frankly, so directly. They took me to the mask, the shield, the armor, the stone that's placed on the grave, the body that's left in the ground, the mountain they moved, to the city, the beach that sunk in the city, the river that lost its water, the lake that lost its waves, the missing horizon, the missing halo, the children that disappeared into the face of time, the tower, the fire, the prose, the sticks, the woods. The foreclosed mountain we climbed before they threw us into, another Wednesday, another Tuesday, another Monday. It's cruel to pray out loud, cruel to pray to a God who loves so discriminately, cruel to eat in public, cruel to sing when your neighbors can't speak, moan, or whisper to the birth that refuses to drop. The death that refuses to rattle, the leg that refuses paralysis. Trust the hammer, but lose the nail. Have faith in the hour, but not the minutes. Don't speak the failed word, the wound word, if it's witness to. The frozen, the frosted, the fickle, the inspected, the inspector, the hopeful, the hopeless, the crumbling, the growing, the decaying, the rooting, the sowing, the consuming, the fluid, the formal, the industrious, the callous, the lazy, the blank at the moment of blank. Be empty again. Disguise your breath, disguise the sponge that sops up the water, disguise the body that destroys its bones, the body that fears its own fingers, the concrete flesh, the privatized flesh, the bank flesh, the murmuring blankness, the exhaustion, the suffering, the numbing, the weathering. I remember honey, but it's gone now. I remember seeds, but we have so few now. I remember the grass and the beach and the river, the bees and the ice, the lake and the mountains and its brokers, its board members, its collateral, its assets, its insurance, its expansion, its reduction. We cataloged the glaciers before they disappeared. We returned the earth to the investors, the anxiety to the anxious, the babies to the umbilical cords, the blood to the state and the bank.
Una pared me dijo que soy la rata ciega que regresa al único sitio que alguna vez compartió sus desapercibidas miserias, que dependo del hábito inconsciente de quien olvida una migaja o considera quien la carece, de la milenaria mala maña y de la grieta, que vieja, prieta y sucia refugia una vida o ataja una plaga.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Gutierrez. I am going to read 4 poems from my book, Notes I Wrote Along the Way. I'm going to start with one titled Beautiful Life. As a child, I created ideas of what life should have been and how it may play out, like characters brought to a stage, in reflection of all that was me. I came to breathe the same air that produced creativity and bright colors to the minds of melancholy. I believed that progress meant going forward, that finding hope meant grasping the unseen, but I may be mistaken. There is no sin in going backwards or letting go of what has yet to exist. Mountains of moments and memories, a life full of unexplained mishaps and missed opportunities. I run my hands over an image that burns like a wildfire. There is beauty in a painting that lacks perfection. The mess is obvious, but the journey is beautiful. Okay. This next one is called Lustful Biology. I adore you in several formations of the word, as the moon adores the midday sun, dancing with the summer breeze. I long to be near you in the same manner that stars long for winter's never-ending nights. I am but a puppet in a pre-designed play, center stage, directions in hand. You are Cleopatra to my Caesar, a lustful gathering. Let me run my fingers through your dark hair. Your softened lips speak to me, touch me. Moisture in places I plan to conquer. My hand, may it run free over your dark body. Push into me, press harder, and then pull back. Interior versus exterior, forces that fit like puzzle pieces, longer and wider. A waterfall of lust rushes over me. Touch of dark red, nature and biology. A fountain of mystery, she is purity, warm and seductive. Okay, this next one is called Universal Control. There are moments that define us and provide clarity in the same manner a broken window provides sunlight to a dying fern. Birds gather up forgotten expectations and carry them to safety. High in a pine tree, a mother feeds her future. A gust of wind propels thoughts over restless waters. The ocean is home, cleanse we shall, and burdens be washed. Untamed rocks provide safety to seagulls, while stabbing fishermen in the back as boats brace for impact. One thing we can all agree, nature is free. Dust settles as fog falls into view. A soul searches through hidden canals and rivers that flow. Whispers from strangers that once walked this path. They too searched from shelter from a short-tempered universe. Okay. All right. This last one is called Imaginary Home. It's time to go. The train is boarding. Stamp my ticket. I am a passenger seeking refuge in some other station, in some other part of the world. My surroundings no longer suit me. It refuses to change. These people, these faces, some shift, but the majority remain the same. They foolishly insist that they know me. Perhaps on a surface level, yes. But they never searched for the soul inside. Whispers and rumors of who I may be, conjured up stories of which character I play. My story pre-written by the hands of outsiders. They refuse to let me edit or correct errors, to shed my skin or assume a new identity. The pressures and expectations remain. I must move on if I am to grow. Forcefully, the environment must change. Okay. I have time, I'll read another one. This one is called Self-Production. Curtain up, place me on stage, dramatic entrance at birth, prep me for characterization and directions. A crowd pleaser, I am sure to pretend. An audience for my foolish antics and false bravado. A man who wears many masks, colors for make-believe, scenery painted by stagehands that cover a sad actuality. Loneliness, the cast member. Left out of the tale I am telling. Happiness and bliss I am selling. Words without meaning or feeling. Opposite of the actions forced from scene to scene. A misguided and misunderstood ending. Death at its finest. Curtain down. Thank you.
Vuelo. De este servidor, José García Oquendo, Manuela, la Dama Roja. Escrito martes 19 de junio del 2020. Pájaros de metales que sobrevuelan nuestra atmósfera, cuando ni las teorías nos ayudan a escapar de estos cielos. Inventamos vuelos cuentistas, vuelos de sueños y ensueños. Se nos agotan las anécdotas, Oh, si lo menos que hacemos es mirar nuestro cosmos interno. Se nos van en cada vuelo, en cada tempo, vuelan vuelos sin retorno. Hacemos música de recuerdos, de silencios tristes, de silencios pasajeros. Pájaros volamos en cualquier cielo, sea cielo literario, metafórico, cultural, machista, opulento, pobre, de pensamientos, sentimientos pobres, muy pobres como el abuelo, la abuela. Pájaros enjaulados por la misma sociedad que hemos construido. Pájaros que lloran todas sus crías matadas en la industria de vuelos. Pájaros que comemos. Pájaros extraterrestres. Pájaros de Marte, Plutón, Saturno. Pájaras inexistentes. Pájaras que derraman su sangre en cada aleteo. Pájaras trans. Pájaros trans. Pájaros, pájaras, pájaras, pájaros, cisne, gaviota, alcen su vuelo, vuelen alto, váyanse, que nos quitan el cielo para volar, váyanse, que nos quitan los cielos para volar. Los cielos siempre suelos y cielos de la tierra, los cielos siempre oscuros fuera de la atmósfera terrestre, los cielos casas con o sin toldos, los cielos de madera de nuestra suerte, los cielos del abismo espacial y universal, los cielos siempre cielos de nuestra gente, los cielos de nuestros cerebros, los cielos esposados a ortodoxias hermenéuticas, lógicas y teos. Nos quitan los cielos siempre cielos de nuestras mentes, cielos, ojos pájaros en la oscuridad cósmica, explosión de supernovas que forman galaxias, ojos cielos que nos ven, los siempre cielos de encierro de amores, los cielos tan tuyos y tan míos, donde solo nos alojamos después del último aliento del desapego, la muerte.
Hello, my name is Jose Luis Moctezuma, and I'm reading 2 poems. The first poem is titled 6 Sigma. When you arrive, the solar panels open up. All the eyes, he said, all the eyes, like calyces in the thirst of a night. Among mustangs drunk on grass dew, a law records that wilderness could be systematized. If we find it, Sigma, like a serpent belly up in black ocean, a mimesis of the amphibious earth. We've peaked at Phoenix, and water is scarce here. So we invested sums via numerous shell companies into emptinesses outnumbering the stars, distances that are 6 deviations away, from an absolute imperfection to an absolute zero. The busy beavered Archantes who ply their trade like headless chickens or the worm in the wood, the gut flora that legislate the bacterial colonies. These are angelic orders in the depths of the calf's intestinal forecast, splayed and rayed in thrones and dominions, powers and principalities. The anachronism of the human gaze is the world growing tired of him. There is an apparatus which precedes humankind, an ism that affects the sensory system and beckons the voices in the Areopagus. An extraterrestrial wealth, something like the white flesh of the pitahaya. What makes me think of dragons adrift in a photo-negative cosmos, more like phantom curves on pillars of obscure gods, magic circles drawn as the rings of Saturn. The second poem is called IMO, in my opinion. So, the other day, a church spire on fire, but it isn't enough to finish with stage fright. They still look at you through bent circuitry. Like a melody, you rise. You wave goodbye. We're still waiting for you to show up. Quarantine season. No, not the vacuum. The other one. Louder. On the telly, we're all the same. Mask and all. But spring is gone. Vision too close. Spruce, fir, ceramic. Someone's pulling my hand, leg, tooth, and I smell petrol. Because you sense it. It's supposed to sit there, waiting for you, as loyal as rain. Everyone's got one. Tweets, thoughts. On the branches, hung like ivy or cedar. It's time to stop. They're looking at you again. Say something. Say it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mauricio Kilwan Guevara, and that little bird showed up in lockdown, and it also made an appearance in this first poem. The door between, she compared America to Rome. Ta-Nehisi Coates. Hunter, my backyard neighbor, refuses to say my birth name. I live in a house in the city where officials have canceled live music and other public displays of affection. For days, I haven't seen my companion, who was called to the basement, then below the basement, to where the catacombs circle back. There, the echoes of babies roam for their mothers. Between then and now, I lost the ability to hear gestures. Today, I'm making bread in a Dutch oven, Old English breotan, to break into pieces. At some point, the dog busts out from under the table, flying for the front door. He's all hackles and teeth, but I'm in the middle of taking the bread out of the oven to cool. It crackles on the stone. What you need to know is that our door is made of metal with an inset of thick-cut glass in the center, a mandorla I can see through, magnification and triptych transparencies. I can't hear him clinging to the screen with tiny salmon feet and pecking beak. It's the city and everything is loud. The center of the glass is shaped as a teardrop, American goldfinch, tristis, sorrowful, black mask and lemon-bright plumage. He is magnified and singing unheard in the fragmented peripheries. I wish my companion were here to translate the tilt of the tail feathers, the nervous preening at the wing. Tomorrow will repeat itself, hunter at daybreak, crushing stones with the forehead of other stones. Poema cubano con cara vieja, la red, pared, pared, la red, poema cubano con cara café, face note, net of creases, comes out, crops up a stogie, sprouts a brown stump, faces out, pores, cinnamon, canela, libellula, time net a brown face, pores, becomes, de la pared un puro, comes out, a brown face, crops up, out of the white, out comes, out of the white plaster, a leathered rolling, cheekbones slope of forehead, looks down, and comes a brown face, you. A brown face comes out of the white, you, out of the wall, brown pores, a galaxy, damp old puro, eyes hooded, looking down. A brown face comes out of the white plaster, stump of puro in his mouth. And here's a little haiku for my mother, who will turn 82 in February. Looking into my mother's eyes, waiting, with masks. Can you tell, say the river emeralds, que estoy sonriendo? Muchísimas gracias por todo. Chao.
This is an improvisation for Woodland Pattern. Esta es una improvisación para Woodland Pattern. It has no pattern, although I wish it would. No tiene patrón, aunque quisiera que lo tuviera. Sin patrono, no owner. Unownable voice. Voz sin dueño. Posible. ¿Qué es lo epistémico en tiempos pandémicos? What is the episteme in pandemic times? Maybe just rhymes. Tal vez apenas rimas. Maybe whatever that is going by. Tal vez lo que sea eso pasando. Aeronave, aeronube, airship, air cloud. Another way to say voice. Otra manera de decir voz. Folks got institutionalized behind me. Institucionalizaron a gente atrás mío. Pero no hay institución que contenga mi voz. But no institution can contain my voice. I'll take my autonomy where I find it. Tomemos la autonomía donde la encontremos. Voces encontradas. Voices in conflict. I would say, let's throw caution to the wind. Diría que echemos la cautela al viento. But there's always caution tape. Pero siempre hay ese tape que dice peligro. Y eso, que no estamos en la era de los tapes. And all that, even though we're no longer in the tape era. Digital, you know, digital, ya tú sabes. Pero no es grave, but it's not grave. Que se grave lo que se grave. Let whatever gets recorded be recorded. Graveyards of voice. Féretros de voz en nuestros territorios, in our territories. lo caminable, entre tanto biker y jogger. What's walkable amid so many walkers and bikers and joggers? I messed that up, you see. Mala mía. My bad. Hice un error ahí. Pero no es error, but it's no mistake. Honrar estos parajes. To honor these landscapes. There's no woodland here. No hay bosque aquí. Sin bosquejo. No outline. So I gave you what pattern I could find. Pues le di el patrón que hallé. Mares y azahares, seas and perchances. My language dances, mi lengua baila. Nati muerta, half dead, pero apostando a nosotros, but wagering on us. What's up, Milwaukee? ¿Qué está pasando, Milwaukee? Esto no es un gran lago. This is no great lake. No es un río superior ni inferior. It's not a superior or inferior lake. It's an interior flow. Es el flow interior de toda la poesía, of all poetry. Sand, we become. Arena, que nos volvemos. Ave, pájaro. Verde, green, voz, pues.
Hello, I'm Jordan Dunn, reading for Oscar Presents. I would just like to thank Woodland Pattern for being the most beautiful woodland pattern in the world. Please enjoy these pieces of my poems. Thanks. Descriptions of autumn within me. Damage requires division by separating my limits from your limits. Picture a forest, then take its constituent pieces to the overlord. Bed down with pine boughs and sap. I do not want my notation to regulate your memory or colonize the energy you take to nature. There is some language here, side by side, like a sculptural cast of a log pictured with an empty kind of beauty at the site of its origin. My natural condition operates alongside the variable shores of a single lake, residing within a single name. To deposit its leitmotif is like a scattering disguised in the middle of supplications designed to prepackage epiphanies shapely dominion. Is it an umbel? Trailside hemlock, water hemlock, brushes shoulder against compound leaves, ducking a bit to leverage an ocular moment, alighting if only some foliage would pass down in wind. We leave me, we go to the mallow place where songbirds bathe with watercress in spring water and sun. It is not so prepossessing on the losing end. On the fern side is a communication between my levitator self and my evaporative self. The question has long been agitated with great warmth. Do I cease when I descend away to my body? By disfiguring this sovereign construction, I create conditions that will allow my sense of self to flood uncontrollably into neighboring selves who share the same name. Earlier in the day, we debated the merits of bellflowers into portraiture. We laid selves further into regressions, inclining steeply toward purposes existing alongside brighter stations. I wish you could tell me what it means to pivot heavenward regardless of the output data. The beans will perish in the coming heat. For now, they share healthful and plentiful darkness as our nighttime turns toward the blue moon, as each locatable place inhabits another locatable place. But next day, suppose you were to find a bright blue flower growing in the field, and wished very much to know the flower you sought. After you had looked at the picture of your blue flower, I think you would wish to know something more about the flower, and would like to read the writing to find out what it said. But I am afraid you would not be able to understand what the flower book told. There would be such long words telling about things you had never heard of, and you would begin to wonder if only older people could find out what books had to say about flowers. Everything is here as it happens because we are wedded to the afterglow of words. I want to be sure you can hear me before another epic passes our feelings by, distilling the perch on poplar for crow. When my nervous pieces migrate to new landscapes, I sense some acidity in memory as a cause. Even though the cicada's calling song disrupts the perfect union of my pieces, there exists an exchange between them, like thin histories developing side points to vanish within dusk.
Hi, Marathon. I'm going to read a small book called Bound R, like boundary with the R moved and a dot. And I wrote this little book for friends about 5 years ago, and I just felt like reading it again. Thinking of all friends. What makes rivers so sexy? Jars. A charmer yogurt preens. Unneutral apolognition. 3 bother fits it fools scene. Davit mean it moly milk a calm. The friend bites name. Soul. Less. Soken. Won't stop. It's service. Plenty to get upset about and no one to do it. Dispitincont. Seriously. Let's get a little braid. Where? What thought caresses? Against everyone who's got their own game. Singing grain. Cup changed, alteration in lose heifer. The coldness and anxiety inseparable from a recitation. It is the temptation of my monarchy Gayu. Plenty to get upset about and no one to do it. What makes rivers so sexy jars? Undone by leaf I sided it with. Enormous it. Have guts to cap any additions down the road. Choose not to. Would join you at an inclusive or. Under long coercion, it's reasonable to get slippery, conserving energy by changing nothing. Incessantly doesn't need telling, problems with no shape, he kept agreeably in others' worst. Plenty to get upset about and no one to do it. What makes rivers? So, sexy jars. Masses of little claps, other things in heavens. Hold it. What's the difference between lies and space? 2. You've crushed my exceptionally taut hat with your tense expectation. Congratulations. But fate, the cake. Her lorgnette appears on position in nigh hug. Form, my prepared response. Former, this is going to have been fun, desiring whatever sense, absolute liberation. Do they have that in a fluid, she asked, nearing the part of the arm. They're about to, said the attached. Sent away. What tense in you don't you understand? They're about to come over, and then we'll have to issue a mighty thin MasterCard, exit the cave, release the photographs, freak out, explode, give up on their errant companion. Really big clouds of it, actually. To say things is already meaning, grill waffle lambs on a humid day, and whether a failure of imagination, told's rally a fact by the way the moment carries, pretty much anyone can get it. Shoulders you have, especially haunting that they reappear. Cake it till you make it eat itself. About to fill. The incredible mildness. Wild breakfast. Truth as habit, taken in doses, possible because infinite frames. Accuracy's ecstasy. Good aim. Wherever it lands will be exact.
Serving size. There's a new moon somewhere. Angel calendar from 1994. Let the revolution wash over you organically. Sit outside to be dive-bombed by birds, swallows, but also spits, lumbering bumblebee. House infused with father love, absent birth, move-in date. Send nuts, big and salty, laughter and joy. Find shelter there, old river overlay. A handwritten note dashed off too quickly conveys the opposite of intended care. What are they going to do with my DNA? Now is a good time to surround yourself with angels, avocados, blueberries, coffee. One friend says, acquire for silence. The other, perpetual silence of the heart, playing music chair until you're able to recover. Partial to the scent of roses. I've been partial to the scent of roses lately. Wild rose just out of reach in the lotion he massages into my feet and hands every night. No thoughts of the Hone Bridge this evening, just silent mental jotting of things I need to say. First, the moon, how it followed the wood-paneled station wagon of my childhood during night drives. How I wished it would move. Hardscape. What if lightning struck the tree, for a moment vaporized steam, when consciousness we rise? I had a hard time letting go of the extra sheets. They could be useful. There's something hopeful about bees fucking. Super extraction. The word heart means nothing to the heart. I went looking for stars in the trash, remnants of a spent Rosemary Clooney song, cigarette butts steeped in urine at the bottom of a plastic cup. There is no emoticon for a laughing heart. Care journey. Thrill diminishes, gas brought people low to the ground, voices heard instructing inhale only every other breath to channel the protests of the other's lungs. Picking up frequencies retold in urgencies close to the ground, woke gasping for breath again. The alphabet is difficult enough without assigning a color to every letter. Stars in my pantheon, what about the violation and voice of source materials? Shape-shifting the finer features of youth, braggadocio, ballsiness, six-pack of don't give a fuck, parking lot blur, entry to show, dream disintegrates, Queen Anne's lace, wild carrot, raucous carota, so close to hemlock, fall coral, fossil skeleton, no ID necessary. Sparkling bit of left behind, interstitial space as primary. I think I'll go for a walk outside. The green voice is missing, the rooted earth voice, the woe man, woman. Focused protection. Sometimes a quiet settles, attached an accompanying photo attempting to game the algorithm. The sun was there, but you didn't know how to open or close to it. Phlox and milkweed were not going concerns in a house set upon a 3-foot layer of submerged peat. Tension zone where green voice meets plastic. Future wars will be fought over watersheds. We will be dead before the stars ever see us. I hope your sense of smell returns sonnets. Sick of everyone and their interesting hustles, I'm just checking in to see what my body says. Fall backwards into a pool of sparkling fresh blue water, fully clothed, arms outstretched overhead toward the sun. Jump up and down on the bed. With this mattress, the wine won't spill. Adamant fat phones, segregation of audience, a setting as choice, staging the planned intervention of everyday life. Employment of defense mechanisms, be they intellectual or solar, deemed pandemically appropriate. We talked about this. Every year on your birthday, you remember you once loved me. A moonlit drive down an unnecessarily curvy road where green and gravel flicker at the edges, trees and grass, shadow being formed. Phoned you from my car to report and verify the contents of leaderboards related to changes in following. Another rapey Christmas song. What about Philip Whalen and Lawrence Weiner? Both walked into a bar with no bars before 5G. Caption should read, so much rainbow. The sun is to my liking, vertigos of scale. Have we learned nothing from Eva Hess? Climate grief, roughly a year ago. Swollen foot, tender ear, big pom-pom cap, denied a face. What's hot is the Venus of Willendorf testing one-liners. Tarps covered in petroleum ooze, you can't have a day job and paint your breasts. Touch me as if your fingers are feathers on my back. With each breath we are leaving, with each breath we are approaching. If our body is our X% water, why wouldn't the moon pull them? It pulls tides. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Steve Tim. I'm with Oscar Presents, and I'm going to do 7 untitled poems from a new series. How do you want, stanza the dids, the aw gut of wasday, the deaf yields, leaser crimes, sezzles theys, in their gropes. I'll find you on the tuna tree, the frequency saw twitch alive stanza pardon. Whence do you hail, flail hollow? Glotly, spirkling in Flemishese, blip bloop bell de bump. The not unlike, not like Lichtenstans. Gaucho planchette, don't shy to know the much of the what a home. Squirrel dip to the hips, deep angel of mercy, folly or the din de nada. Who does your va va va? Bare-lipped gully smocks his laps. Barn swallows, I guess, that's right. Swap mellifluencies. Who knowed this crux road to swerve? Not or not swank legal. So lyrious in his romancery that swings he seated sinks to the heavings. Qualms that quiver, some breeze broke off. Hail flouts what healing presactually. Screed damel digs we drink whale salt pancake gin at the Dugong Inn. Port stutter on a bland tack and pine sartorius. Them were days of mirror, no arrow wide enough. After the sombers, it's glee-ha glue time. Quas dopo Celace e Uccellini, which means sort of after Hawks and Sparrows, a movie by Pasolini. Guillotino polyps the knees one by wing, Arco and the syrinx a chicory by stackful, radishes love with the spokes and harrows, Landoneer Skynyx, a what song Merkel, Astley trolleys through time to the ting-tang tankles. Fiendless and feather-herded, fixes frights on the slide, and below's the brea brunt of heaving, squalus in the inter-resting marrows, humanums gallivid commends this disgrass fool deformed obvolutions, spleaks his connotes and designees, as each to each beseech, in quasimonious hushins, delapid, depiled, devevilled. Grackled filiance plumbed average squealk, crow-slung palum sustenance deans, ample plore, plove, love needs its preen, fledge, fetch, a plum in sweet midstery, unnevered, however born. Just which side of Crocatello Diaho did you say I venidun from? Praisal qui blime, at your stirrups. And you beloviate the wear rentals if I didn't, Big Am. Erie, the orrery nacular, choreotaph the syntax parsoner, painting attunements the hedgery do, will swing and vie under the necessaries. Hey there, kerplunks, up to the besmerge. Aughties willow their whispers, whilst in the wilds puppety recattle spurge ryments a crush the firmament. Cloddy be and swart to slicens. Wherever the healed glottenspiel dried his dirgening bungeal, grayments driped their collateral, blad the ex-niler dundum fur. Y'ad be mad too, Eden and you wan not, plowed glittron. Loss meditated, mediated, records lead parasols, vie on oiled life, see. Deformation of intent, extegument, you know. Muffles the noun, the as-bent in action. Really, as one might say, sway, swash, at the very nothing betweens become. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to read from this book called Flammable Water, just out from Adjunct Press. Please buy it if you feel like you want to do that. Here's a poem from it called Sample. Text me your IP. I'll have some Jimmy Johns 3D printed in your pod bay. I mimic a pool of chemicals that solidifies, and as your mouth waters, a file is created through a summation of generalities. A point-to-point approximation of a hunter's sub. The beef must first have its glare removed, then the object may be created layer by layer. Baked turkey, lettuce, provolone, cheese, avocado spread, Italian capicola, Dijon mustard, cola, 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 FDA's long-awaited 3D guidance for medical devices, a real applewood smoked object from a 3D digital model. A 3D object may show corporate taxonomy suspense based in the village model of punitive 3D object, dip, 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 deprivation. What is important here is that bloodlust be joined with justice, if bloodlust for justice is really like a thing. If you want our delicious sandwiches delivered, be sure to give us your full address, contact location, bone surgically cut from the object of desire. $, grass, $. Another poem called Sample, where the ocean floor links up with a dream of certain economies the world over and its admissible milieu of historical men and assimilation too. Let's think through, gauge, and sync up doability of synced melatonin uploads, swiping pizza toppings, the ray of protective lights, the burgeoning country style of home building, engineering toggles. Yes, I see. Read through on screens opening, chambers of the sea. Swiping pizza toppings is a wise choice. Saponify co-indicator, branching toward upline mutual snack design. A fresh trove of bodies rove through the swiping Gulf-derived system, riven for a bite off the coast. Beneficial pump-action rifle collate several desires to an edible shotgun. Right now, please. Immaculate beaver transcends all babies. And here is a poem called Prepared Statement. Hi-ho! What creates your darningness? I have reeled through many of the sunless Mariana's web spots in search of an application for this tincture. I have been bubbling with girlish glee, my brim taking in pounds of ether at a turn. A mild weekend in the signposts of poles that hold Lazy Susan communities in their distance. I don't mean to blank out on you here, making shit up and goofing around with Dickie at the plaza. I sometimes must provide a guest with a string of words appearing to have no connection. No connection other than what gets nabbed in a group's network. To write works of literature, just stick a net up into the roiling cloud of page turning. How do you procure such a net? Very carefully. You can distend this varicose vein of InfoWar substance. Become a DJ of pathogens. Many choose to milk the long form's husk in the name of metadata mimesis. I myself have flirted with making collage and decoupage from meta-carrion and the epic poem's husk. Nutrients from poetry's long time in the scholarly vestibule will nurture small galaxies outside creme rags nearly impossible to understand zoning laws. The nearly impossible to understand nature of our social fixedness is nevertheless a cosmic gewgaw that should hold interest. Hold interest as a quiet nap with my love is totally gonna. In some similar sense, a given magazine of dust may clean the clock of history at any moment. Men with sideburn adventures on their mind see to it, actually. They like to go steady, see what jumps out of the bushes. Here is to poetry in 2021 and to Woodland Pattern. Thank you, as always, for existing and for fostering so much and continuing to do so. All right.
Hello everybody, Abraham Smith coming to you from a sleety late January Saturday afternoon here in Ogden, Utah. This reading co-stars Loretta, who's presently having a mighty snooze after that soggy waltz through the streets of Ogden. Here's the last poem from Bear Light Inn. Came out on New Michigan Press just this last year. Thank you, Andrew Munson, for bringing these terribly old poems, a lot of mildew in between their teeth, out into the world. In the last handful of years, I revisited some artifacts of mine, gave them a polish, spit polish, and a bit of chiropractic, and now here they are in the world. This is the last poem. It is true story. Well, maybe 77% true. Hopefully by my shouting it, it will be made 1001% true. Here it is, friends. Be well. 1800s North Wisconsin, leave it to me to work Ollie Fink into the leaven. He was an ass, had eyes like blood-fat wood ticks, wrestled from the worst dog. Oh, snuff smeared for a beard and a stench like trash. Very famous for killing wolves. Killed them clean from 2 counties, Rusk and Taylor. A lot of feed sack tied off, puppy howling. That's saying something. He poisoned them. He kept the powder at home. He was a bachelor, so there wasn't nothing stopping him. He shook bare flesh full of poison, and he laid in the bushes during the interminable coughing, and he dragged them warm back home at dark with the northern lights never crass on high. And there it was he tied 8, 10 beautiful wolves in the glory of middle life, by their necks by the light of the moon, up to wire, little pistol shit of a cuss of a man, leaning on his shit shack next to 10 beautiful songwriters, all by the throats. Promise you, if I had been the moon, snapping milk bleach pictures, my rifle into one crater or other and cocking it, touched the trigger to gravity, bang, made his bangs gravy. I would have leveled him, bang. F the stories of the old world wolves stealing babies, that's bull, and Ollie was too. The old creek low and testy, the new dawn cool, sky worn and wormy, awfully stinky lumberman, fat wrists swinging, Norwegian ditties swinging, fat wrists, lard asses leveling the white pines out of there. He clouded hearing them sawyers singing, not soothing, for they grated on the ache he already had. He felt pain. This is Ollie. Follow me here. Ollie in piebald breeches, Ollie with bare greases, suspenders built to wolf tongues, stripped, stamped, knocked the fool howl out of them. Getting harder to keep his oily self up, he slept in his suspenders, which wart wolf plums. He tried to rest strapped into calcified moon rungs. His tooth hurt good, so reached for pain-kill powder. Took instead, gaffed, he took the, well, you know, into his hands. A pair of rough and ready hands in the wolf urine light, a half-dawn with the Norwegian lard asses already singing. His bulky, never-prey snakehead hands that shined a little, like something fresh varnished or yanked from water or pried from birthing matter. Ollie drank the shit down with the draw rusty creek water in the half-life of dawn, with lumberjacks singing, now plaintive, now joyful birds riding one sun like a drunk on a stump with nothing but unkindness left to churn. Old Al performed a little work. I think he pulled a weed out from the ground. He, Ollie Fink, solo lobo killer, took it in his head to lay down. Tried to, then fell by his plank board bed. They found him cold and poisoned and down. Oh, tough-ass Fink. Some there were claimed it was his buttons, they were always poison spiders, you know. Somewhere a lone baby wolf applauds gangbusters, performs a lewd jig in the dust. Ollie used to spit. Only things asked us that we don't mind the descent and lengthen the harness some.
Hi, this is Tim Yu. I am going to read a few poems from my sequence 77 Chinese Dreams, which is a rewriting of the dream songs of John Berryman. Number 61. Cartoons. Computer-generated smiles and fixed eyes fill my daughter's screen. Show her form is content, content form. She's over unicorns. Now she plays a child who always knows best. There's nothing to fear, except when we near an evening when the moon's not giving light, turning away. It's late for attitude, but it's now that rude words are a parent's inheritance. Is she white? Race is something her father has, a way of arresting play away from her. In Timothy's long trail of ancestors, immigrants, grasping arms out of elsewhere, of whom she'll be one. The child is real. In the bedtime story she tells herself she's charmed, just like her own father. Number 75. Turning the pages, obliterating with his pen, Timothy rewrote a book. His arm exhausted its wits. Why bother reviving this frustrating man just to bear witness to his blackface mirror looks? This conversation whiteness has with itself leaves us others no choice but to play the game. We mask up to tell the news, a paper face behind which a fist clenches and unclenches, waiting for a voice. But what has plying mask on mask done for Timothy? Awake behind the lines, does he prepare for future action? Or is all this wasted imitation holding him in thrall to the dead dream of a master instead of bursting free? Number 76. Confession is a white man's game. Henry expects us to attend. Attend, Mr. Chan. How to become part of society. When inferior men tell his story, it canned and sold on shelf as a Mr. Chan. His life is a privilege sandwich. As poor Henry serves up to us his dead father and asks us to eat from his tin. He speaks for himself and is read as the voice of American man whose sufferings spread on the page in sin. Speak not in anger, Mr. Chan, for privilege can be yours too. Abet his story with you's story. Whimper for whimper, all those sads. Blow for blow, Asian American man. Die a little, Mr. Chan. But nobody's listening. Tear it down instead. Number 77. Needy Timothy came down in the world. Depraved, unhung Timothy, like the kind of dude who'd BS through thousands of poems on topics of race, which mattered to Timothy and to who else. Shall no book of his find its own place on deconsecrated shelf? Will you stay, Mr. Chan? Timothy tires of transcription and echoes, and he dreams of his own down-home rational mind, and lines that never come when they are called. Timothy falls from Henry's to Henry's America, falls forever, penitent Timothy. All these shows and mummers sound the theme of our sanguinary nation, its undug graves as a chorus to Timothy's ears. It is no wonder that in others' hand he writes his own bad books for all and no one to read, his hearing full of arrival. He's getting ready to begin.
This reading is for Pat Richter, who died this year. She was a beautiful person and a beautiful piano player. She played piano for many years for Merce Cunningham at all his classes and composed music for one of his dances, as well as much other music, most improvised. I walked to the bank and back. At a sharp cry, I turned toward a loon dove under. The silhouetted coots dove under intermittently, each leaving a blank spot in the sun dazzle, out of which another bird appeared. "Where do you get a sense of home?" she was asking. It turned out to be the strange place he already was, and not with her at all. She told me the cells of the fetus had become part of her body as her bloodstream passed through him. I was happy to be talking to her. She described writing as staying on the surface. Before going to prison, we were lined up to sing an anthem. We were heading toward death. I thought I was singing Bottom's Dream to resist it, but what came out of my mouth was, "When that I was and a little tiny boy with a hey-ho, the wind and the rain." Several others joined me in the song. Later in a hallway, the guards were electrocuted, demonstrating that the wiring was faulty, and some of us escaped. The lake wave water sound arrives continuously at the rocks, but in surges that rise and fall, and keep one listening for a gap that never comes. Instead, an awareness like the boat's water awareness, heaving, hearing the water animals, then running and feeling the weird buzz and the arm waving in concert, a second heard in the flapping pages. The sun through the thinning clouds lights the drops in the 2 spots where the hackberry was pruned, and the drops disappear as they fall toward the orange canoe. Green Henry spotted Judith on a narrow mountain trail, and she wouldn't marry him, wanting to be free. But for 20 years, when they met once a year or daily, they were joyful. Blind, drawing, singing out loud, burning candles, the upside-down canoe. He turned and faced an opening that felt like an interior, but also a public way. Remembering the relation to shaping and forming letters, coming to the edge of the page, space between letters, larger space between words. To carry that outside allows the internal constructive worth of writing into the world. A complete relaxed release, a whoosh of everything. And then in that space, the stories he, the grandfather, told or read had a quality Lewis finds in his own writing, emotion transferred from one day to another or place or person, transformed from one to another. A glint of ice in the riprap, then pendants on fibers dangling just above the water, allowing the wave peaks to touch them in the air to freeze them. Below the bluff, combs of 5 or 6 icicles had grown from the transfer of motion, shape, and color from the small flakes to the large seed, bringing them both very close to the eye, in the writing hand. When you don't know someone, they're the same as all the people you've ever known. When you know them well, better than anyone, you're in love with that feeling. After that, if you stick with it, you have a chance to not know them at all. And then that's a new person, maybe one of the few you'll ever meet. And so he saw the room, seeing it through the lids, feeling the light and the shapes it carried. A spider paused as it swung in the breeze of a blanket, kicked by a foot. A sudden contraction squeezed his hand, and he opened his eyes and saw the same things he'd seen, multiplying and cracking in the bright sunlight, coming now around the curtain and making the eyes water and turn away, then return and see. You have to be ready. What did that mean, really? What did that mean to him and to you? It meant you have to go through things. You have to be ready for not knowing what the things are going to be. When the phone was out for a while, she almost went crazy. I told her about the internet and Piopi and that panic. I said, we understand each other. The students would be chattering before class, but when Merce came in, everything was silent. And after a minute, he'd drop his head and say, and I'd be watching with my hands out. She held her hands in front of her, lying in bed, showing how she'd been ready to play. He made that silence. That was my religion. He was the priest. She said playing was her meditation, but she can't play now. I mean, I could, but I can't find a reason to do it. Going to the bathroom, the cord from the oxygen tank looped around her ankle, and to free it, she picked up her foot gracefully. So we're both lucky, she said, and then repeated that when I left. We're both lucky.
I feel a little unmoored. Maybe I'm just still surprised about death proper. I wish we hadn't all gone into professions. Run my hands over the metal work on the metal gate. A little anxious. If I can't reorder my mind, maybe its chaos could potentialize something. It's assumed explicitly that I'm the work of Lewis's consciousness, but that's not it. I'm 46 years old because years can be added on but not retracted. Let the stupid dialectic of personal freedom work itself to death. If I've been decimated by having to create and having to call that work, I'll reinvent myself as some kind of hybrid. Soon I'll be 51. I'll travel, but not in order to sell something. I took years and years off. Oppressed peoples becoming a symbol for freedom and the art of those who oppress them. The days are before us, before the slivers of our names. I'm resisting the conversion of this into something, or is it something into this? When our work is to order a confrontation for our potential transformation. My friend gives experience a wide berth, allows so much language entrance and then whittles it down to almost nothing. There's authority in living this. The thing about making, though, is that when despite the good setup, it doesn't happen, and when a salient analysis of the situation gets you nowhere, and you know I'm utterly useless in the wild, you have to figure out some kind of and to cross at risk to both you and the object being made. This is classy advice. Next thing you know, I'm 85 years old and addressing this to a packed hall full of strangers. Why? Because I'm from a religious family. Because an excess in writing is the city of my birth, from which I was expelled. Because we all meet with an equal violence to what we've burned. That everything now is legal makes me giddy. I drink the tea in the past tense to make me shit. Every trip is a transient ceremony designed to separate us from our ideas. Not a community, I repeat, but a bunch of disparate factions, each on its own particularity ride. Floral now, I'm 135 years old. I still don't know what we can know. Our violence comes to meet us as an exam. We try to learn any one answer through another, but we have a lazy eye or a sadness we can't focus with. We can only reference ourselves through this. We can't silence or clarify the letter. There is a pass which points to a proof, but now the only identifying remainder is a hammer. We wonder at it. It seems to have broken a fibula we can't see. If we're the scapegoat, we're not invisible to the world, but we also can't transmit what we preserve because we're already cast into a distant future. I had a universal purpose. I was patted down by a false power.
Hi everyone, this is Lauren Russell. Thank you Woodland Pattern, thank you Oscar Presents. So happy to be part of this, join you virtually. I'm going to read one poem, which is the only poem I completed in the year 2020, with gratitude to my colleague Robin Silberglide and my friend Sean Yu. It's referencing a painting by Magritte called The Listening Room, which is basically just one enormous apple taking up almost the entire canvas. First dispatch from the listening room. Why do you want to be less than a sentence? You say to one lone amoeba who quakes under the scrutiny of 5,000 unyielding microscopes of uncertainty. In the time of the virus, you begin to catalog all your griefs and their subordinate scabs. Love collapsed and dead cat, and also months of inhaling only your own exhalations. Or do you mean exhumations, say the wary green eyes of newfound cats? Your labels refuse to join with verbs. Your fragments want to remain inactive. When your glasses fog up on your evening walk, 2 hours before they abruptly split down the bridge and break apart, you tear your face mask off and smell for the first time in how long, charred flesh or exorcisms roasting on a backyard spit that just keeps spinning. The sky darkens, aflutter with winged dinosaurs of anxiety. Pterodactyls, pteranodons, passenger pigeons, moping geese. You think they are flying away from the jars, but the sky itself is bottling them. In this time of virus, sentences coagulate into knots. Predicates are freight elevators for hauling griefs. This one's full of that enormous apple of Magritte's. You'll be riding into the future progressive with too much rot and nowhere to breathe.
Hello everyone, I'm Jenny Gropp, the co-director of Woodland Pattern, along with my partner Laura Solomon. We welcome you to the 6 to 10 p.m. small press feature, which will bring us through to the grand conclusion of our 24-hour poetry marathon. We are so grateful to everyone who has tuned in over the weekend and to every person who has pledged a poet or sponsored an hour. Thank you. Laura and I have been particularly excited about closing out this marathon with such a strong gathering of poets from a few of our favorite small presses, many of them which have had close relationships with Woodland Pattern over the years. First, I want to thank our guest curators for these hours, for donating all your time. Charles Alexander for CHAX Press, Crystal Linguo for Belladonna, Josh Edwards for CANARIUM Books, Joseph Speece for Fathom Books, Matvey Yankelevich and Sarah Lawson for Ugly Duckling Press, and Freddie LaForce for Vegetarian Alcoholic Press. And thank you so much to each of the participating poets. This is truly a wonderful gathering of voices. And Laura and I also must absolutely thank our literary program director, Michael Wendt, for helping coordinate not only all of these special segments, but also every other hour of the marathon. Mike, we love you, and also we really, really need you. Okay, back to this evening's feature. I could talk for hours about the contributions that each of these presses has made, not only to small press poetry, but also to my own life. I remember 2 decades ago, I was given my first small press books by a friend who had recently visited St. Mark's in New York. One of them was a chapbook by Steve Dalachinsky, published by the Loudmouth Collective. I loved it, and I began to research small presses from there. And then I learned about Ugly Duckling Press, and I've been immersed in and dedicated to small press publishers and poets ever since. I have a story about how I came to know each one of these small presses featured tonight, and I'm all the better for it. So I also feel very lucky to spend my life working at Woodland Pattern, which is full, quite literally, floor to ceiling, and also deep down in this cavernous area we call the Bat Cave, of 40 years worth of small press books, broadsides, chapbooks, zines, fine press objects, journals. We have tapes, we even have vinyl records, and people often remark about the wondrous feeling they have when they're visiting Woodland Pattern. The truth is that I get that feeling too. Not a day has gone by. Every day I get that feeling. I walk through the door and I always feel the awe, this air of being enveloped and welcomed in by all the books and just the feeling in there. Laura and I have an office in the basement, and I have to walk by all these books, these rooms of books, to get there, and every time I have to force myself not to stop and look at them. Actually, sometimes I even say out loud to myself, "You can't look at the books, Jenny." And part of the pull too is that you can just feel the presence of the poets who wrote the books. All the personalities, these intricate drives, all the passions, all the time put in to make the books possible. There's also knowing too that so many of the books were conjured into existence by people who actually came to Woodland Pattern to share their poems and their curatorial knowledge with our community, and they've shared meals and drinks, and they've even stayed in our homes. This is all to say that I have more than gratitude for the work that all of you publishers and poets are doing. I want to acknowledge how you uplift and disrupt the world to profundity by persevering in your visions. Thank you. And thank you for believing in this long singing home that is Woodland Pattern. And thank you for helping us raise funds to keep this place going. When the pandemic has subsided, we can't wait to welcome you here, some of you for the first time, to share your work in person in Milwaukee, just up the street. And now here is Charles Alexander from CHAX Press to start us off.
Hi, this is Charles Alexander, founder and director of CHAX Press, poet and director of CHAX Press, and I hope a poet who reaches out and in part uses this press as a way of understanding and building community. I know when I was first working as a bookmaker and a press director, Woodland Pattern is one of the places that taught me that this work in literature is community work, and it involves reaching out and creating things with others, whether they be people you physically work with on books, whether they be people you work with on poetry reading series, whether they be simply poets you talk to and read work together with. All of those are represented in the group we are gathering today. I was fortunate to learn part of that at the feet, if you will, of people like Carl Gartung and Carl Jung and Ann Kingsbury through Woodland Pattern Book Center, and with bookmaking friends in Madison, Wisconsin between 1979 and 1984, when I moved to Tucson, Arizona, where I'm speaking to you from now, and developed CHAX Press as first a fine press book arts edition publisher, and then also as a trade book publisher. So today we have people that I have published, people that I work with, and people that I simply love and love their work. I've been fortunate here to work primarily with Cynthia Miller, who's my partner and the creative director of CHAX Press. And in the last few years, or not that long, the last year, with David Weiss, who will be reading with you today. He works on CHAX Press book projects and video projects as well. Also today, Andrew Levi will be reading. Andrew is in New York and is a highly, I think, political, journalistic, and simply true poet. And we are working on his book at the moment, Artificing the Calm Damages, and have published works by him in the past. Mary Rose Larkin is a poet here in Tucson, although I first met her as a poet in Portland, Oregon, and her book, The Identification of Ghosts, has been published by CHAX Press a couple of years ago. Stephen Salmoni is one of my rocks here in Tucson, one of the people I depend on to read work with, to participate in teaching projects, presentation projects, and much else. And I have published his work, including quite recently. Michael Gottlieb, a growing presence in this CHAX community, someone whose book, What We Do, CHAX published a few years ago, essays about simply that, what we as poets do. What are we up to and why? And we will be publishing Michael's selected poems in the next year to come. Simon Pettit, one of my very best friends for a long time now in poetry, not someone whose work I've ever published, but someone I feel I can talk to about absolutely anything in this poetry universe, from Anglo-Saxon or ancient Chinese poetry to contemporary friends, and also about this notion of community and of place, which is an extended place, an extended grand collage, as Robert Duncan might have it, in which all of these people participate. Eli Goldblatt, another fine poet who was there at the beginning for CHAX Press and for me, whose work, for instance, we also just recently published as one of our most recent books, and who also has a history with Woodland Pattern. Saba Sayed Razvi, who is at the University of Houston, Victoria, and there was a 4-year period when CHAX Press and I and Cynthia Miller were at that university in an art studio and downtown art center creating books. I think I may have just about covered this, except for Sarah Rosenthal, who is such a wonderful poet who I think reached out to me first from her home in San Francisco and sent me this beautiful book, Lizard, which we published, and we will continue to publish new work by Sarah. So there we go. Andrew Levi, Mary Rose Larkin, David Weiss, Stephen Salmoni, Michael Gottlieb, Simon Pettit, Eli Goldblatt, Saba Sayed Razvi, and myself. So sit back and enjoy this period of poetry. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Weiss, and I'm reading as part of the CHAX group. I wanted to take a moment to thank Woodland Pattern Book Center for this opportunity, and for Charles, and also to thank Charles and all the people at CHAX for allowing me to be a part of this. So I'm going to read a few poems from a book I've been working on for about a year and a half. That's a response to Alfred Tennyson's In Memoriam. So here we go. 104. So lies the body eugenic, Ashkenazi and cracker mutt, Ashkenazi and cracker already conceits, never was any one or two things, eugenically speaking. This is mongrel pneuma, purity's limit. Is a mutterer, no theme supreme. What is love's limit? Could it be by definition undefined, unlimited? Madness is dissolute speaking, subjectivity, calamity's acceptance revealing love's trace, beneath the atoms of this sentence, a high-energy particle, invisible except who it's been. 105. With gratitude to Charles Bernstein and Meme Bersenbrud. Walter Benz Amen. Don't repeat Genesis 1. The poem isn't the work of its master, much less its God. No Father, Master, King God here. Band sings Por Santos, spin thee diddle thee. Masculinity is delusional constrictor. Oh, here comes the little God. He masturbates to the law so beautifully. Insanity, this inanity. Time to join Job in the dust. Practice modesty. Dark, dark hidden. Kitsch dreams are made of this. Who is I? A conceit, a utility, an expansion, a binder, a pain in the ass? To dance the dance syncretic, as synthesis passes by. May's answer rings as a bell. Love. 106. A moment not doing. Spun dandy spinnaker, duckbill stranding this fly's winged ether. Space cadet eyes sound the wooden cephalopod, clarion. Beating rhythmic reeds and trees, hewn surface tessellated line. Hawks screech the rippled other in an eagle's pond, green feet beneath. Ceridian dragon beats tension surface, whole words, longless, full speech. 107. Ebb and flow, this rising and falling, agony compounding, possibly turns to probably, staring, not clever enough staring, waiting in constant places with variable times, staring at divots in the wall. Read poetry to her, unconsciously chose a Russian. The words breathed in and out, growing shallower and less even. One mirrored the other. She fell asleep. I didn't know if she'd wake. She did, and the day began again. Ebb and flow, this rising and falling, at agony compounding, possibly turns to probably, staring, not clever enough, staring or waiting in constant places with variable times, staring at divots in the wall. 108. Psalm 23. Gore tore vice measure, iliac bunting, hill-baked bee lies down, inculcate faster, dealt head methinks violent saunter, enmeshes the toll, giddy helly foghorn slighted bath dower penny lane rake, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, billable-eared novella, fruity tarnished whistling, ore poured and toffee shore awakened surly, stewed pearl gavel stupor thee, convalescent tutor guinea, viewed androgyne sublimity crescendos. His subnuptial sachet, sorely dual portrait mirrors Janus corridors. This is the last one. 109. Portraits. Frost steady pressure, hairs vibrate out of sync. Solitary fly tickles toes. Dust lubricates concrete and soul. No danger of slipping. Shadow's light casts indefinite shapes across burnt red bricks. Can't tell where darker than or lighter than starts and or ends. Mesquite horizon. So much higher, less absolute. Gradient blue. Thank you all very much.
This poem is titled Prepare the World. I've had a lifetime of listening to people who believe that life can be talked away. It cannot be done. With no home in this world anymore, something special may be next. The moon shows itself drifting away, standing outside terrestrial landscapes and stories the soul takes, having come into existence without dragging itself upside down. We picture it a form of awareness, an essential envelope of resemblance in a game of resistance to the nervous currents of breath and sunlight, an unprepared reminder of mortality invisible even to the eye that comes very close, though it dropped off its hinges long ago. A spacious sledge of all virtues having collapsed in front of us, an integer, and fundamentally so integral, so very labyrinthine that no area of this life is left untouched. We've grown up in the same society together, and so in acts of charity move to reconsolidate property. It hurts someone when I eat. It's almost as if they begged for the grace of becoming feces. Self-expression? The idea of property recapitulates every social division. We hate each other's guts. The world's method of seduction provides everyone a piece of wasteland. Our teeth quiver as they chew the stone. We partake in America's fine tradition of savoring fear. A real historical unhappiness may be received as the supreme reward bestowed on the most obedient of servants. Your metropolitan areas have value if they know when to live and when to die. The thesaurus of a derelict rendered ampler than our own dereliction is perpetually shrinking and expanding in anger and despair at what is going on. My signature is a pseudonym. My last words are winning and losing in a competition led by my unconscious self, transformed in endless pretense and growing debate. I have no hand in the formation that brings you joy and happiness. Its nature and causes gradually fade away. Evil could become a success. The good opinions of others have nothing to do with why one revises one's own work. The worst could happen. And the last piece that I'll read now is titled Synthetic Investments, dedicated to Vera Rao, the Indian political activist and political prisoner. I just want the baby to disappear, and I'll disappear. He's such a sweet fellow, but some thugs could change. Amen. Trying to make a final decision this morning so I can move past this baby exchange idea. Do the numbers again. I wish I had inherited more diapers. The draining of the diapers creates another hazard in the home. As poop is pulled from the spongy diaper, the air above collapses, creating what is known as subsistence. Where subsistence is the worst, the air can sink as much as a foot each week. Babies arrive beneath one's skin. Air scarcity or tightening belts have neighboring babies eyeing one another warily. That's their diversion point. We're all in this together, but it's every baby for him or herself. Babies despise asymmetry. They take off their clothes to transcend embarrassment. Baby says, I'm going to eat the whole thing. There's only one present to share. I am nursed by the virtuosity of exceptionalism. A parent cries out, I don't think we're going to get the antiseptic in time. Another baby comments, gotta love humans. They have such huge assholes. Nice and slow, the polluted waters perform. The baby burns its fingers, depleting the warmth of organic synthesis. Selective cleavage requests the baby's participation. It makes one wonder where the country is. That's it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Rose Larkin. I'd like to thank CHAX Press for inviting me to read. I'm going to read from my chapbook called Marrowing. Marrowing. If she is a standing error, a formal invitation, a breath, motion, stop eye, keep within 2 minutes, distant, struck, my name weighs less than 2 minutes, spun up and upspun, it's weighted less than to whom it may concern. Keep moving, anticipate and shift. Vessel, ladder, notation, the river shifts, raise image and arm, joy sounded in whole joy. A notation is a vessel distracted. 2 minutes distance, clinging. Broken rungs, still the ladder, how words fall apart. Stepping down is less than up. Broken, how and I can't, gray, blinked and mixed into, then less than, against her crossing a ladder alone, the sentence swimming until the concrete cracked. Joy contained wilder, a self-eyed, weighed, reading as reading, greater than spinning, or standing, less than cell, spun, frame, and found. Breathing against knowing. I self, I'm selfish, self-eyed, mirror placed, colliding, coiled. Joy notation, river turn, second rip and ascend, echo atop, vessel night. Pushed into the here, formation still the bounding in, every side voracious and blinking, spun tenuous, walking image, cell frame found. Less than, H for ash, an arm turns, H for ladder. Bloom amok, not rigor or H for self-eyed, comfort or greater than. Breath and effort, my face turned blue. The opposite of chaos is action itself, rigor or comfort or my joy ascending greater than. How he comes apart explained and I'm not breathing. Time puncture, whole joy amok. If she is standing, a formal invitation. If she imitates standing, she is spinning or standing as reading, as standing as spun frame. Marrow without in an understanding. Conditions without a circle or without a wire imitation of an imitation in a circle. If she reading as if standing, as if breathing, as if reading, as if she is framed, as if. Sound spun up, stepped up, and then the line moved through and repeat. Her efforts making a sentence timed to arrive exactly at the end, but bluer and reassembled, a self-resemblance. The weight of notation, the line through, how her eye matches, upward and tumbled, over the hand and effort that held my face on every side, voracious and knowing, the flying dream moving still and through. Melody, how shadows memory, close music, a repeat, memory, how melody shadow, marrow repeat, marrow enclosed. Walking, as walking, atop must night, stepping, she begins where I fell, bounding, resembled. A dream punctured by voracious and image, how the late outward or still ladder shaking, risk other, mirror utter, amok self. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Steven Salmoni. I'm here in Tucson, Arizona, And before I start, I just wanted to thank Charles Alexander and CHAX Press for inviting me to take part in this tonight, and also to Woodland Pattern for hosting this event. I'd like to read from my book called A Day of Glass, which came out last spring from CHAX Press, and just read a short sequence from about the middle of the book. A tree, known as a multiple of its conjunctions. The pause between incline and plane, plane and plane's incline. Pause once before mentioning any set by body relative to wind. A presence which serves the oak has come to place these trees in some sort of larger upheaval. A sun slides back, and perspective is not unavoidable but resolute. A desert and a wind necessary to the success of their fictions. Our mute eyes to rhyme with water, red balsam to rhyme with water. And that sun itself is number, moves as number, but among such places as if neglected. At first I thought, outside the door, who first is still unminded? Their names, but ask to come to our senses and say, formally in line along the border, the gravity on both sides run upon gold oak, these alternations in the weights of the arches that would beg for relevance, you said. But you were walking, and the house was, or the oak, and the reason you passed, saying, I presume, to speak. Occupied, that is, when one arrives to study light, some light so that light's compartment would wager that we have no evidence, but enough for saying, there probably is, that is, there's still somebody here. Also, let's agree, because the latter was a grayscale account one could render mathematically, while I saw no way to mean, empty by means of which, all kinds, the sentence, so it is. Presence means disclosure, the prospect when it was transformed according to the theory of the phrase within, a grammar that gives speech to the action it observes. The scene is animate, the tree and its metamorphosis, its first appearance as incarnation, and yet one is already laden with its recursions as sky, the follower of its branches. The sign of the parallel makes this argument, that a tree in apparent truth is the graph or the grounding of another, beyond the riddle that it deciphers, beyond the vocabulary of its pose that opens as upon the limits of one's hand. Not yet immaterial, these lines, both the anchor and expanse of their inventions. The last word of the question, the shape of an island to itself. Is this to ask whether the question seeks an island for itself and yet to still belong to everything it questions? The island itself, while in itself, corresponds to the question, as the question corresponds to its arising. The questions of one and of one belonging appear in this constellation, and when its arc rises through the trees, this is the question of trees, of their island. Thank you very much.
I'm happy to be here and reading on behalf of CHAX Press and Charles Alexander, whom I know has a long-standing relationship, history with Woodland Pattern. I'm going to read two sections from a book called Gorgeous Plunge. It was originally published by Roof Books in 1999 and is going to be reprinted by CHAX as part of my selected poems in the fall of 2021. So from Gorgeous Plunge, 3. The people have not spoken. They have nothing to say. Or perhaps they're too busy to get back to us. Likewise, by now, we must be alive to the suggestion that he is in fact dead, or should be, by all rights. The one time he was one with the world was when he was doing the one thing the world could have cared less about. It's what makes us no good for anything else. Chance has nothing to do with it, with these sallow, coruscating, sheepishly bilious delectations. The funhouse mirror, the guttering lamp. Here's looking like you. A wail of obeisance rises from the dark. We hear it in the swelling. The problem with only liking that and those who like you back. Brutishness, for example, as a beard for something far worse. The inattentive thief, the saintly actuary, the altruistic scavenger, the vexed, the ulcerative, the shadow dominion. This is what waits for us. If you keep scratching it, it will bleed. This is the grove. This is the glade. This is the place where they took the best part of us away. In the same way that for every buyer there must a seller be, you cannot rise without my falling. And so, when you go to sleep, you will see me holding your hand. 15. I see you still on the corner of Lafayette, in front of Puck himself, kissing us all on the lips before making your way back to Brooklyn. In this eldritch darkness, I can see your breath. I can hear the outlines of your reply. A water feature, that's all this is, a minor hazard, a kind of jest, the nascent of the order, a causal disregard, the penance fixed to the whip antennas, standing in the turret, oblivious to the falling shells, directing fire with a smile playing along his features, bareheaded. I don't know where it comes from. The innards, the coils of the claims, the parts we're not meant to see. This enough for you? In the sorry lobby history, a surly, roused night clerk shuffles to the counter and negligently flips open the ledger. That dispassionate coherence the world has come to expect of us, the sheer disablement, what we have come to tolerate, it is a settlement. Like putting our English into receivership, mouthing the lines about gentle persevering that we've all been taught to pass on. There are, it is averred, laws for poets too. We search out the pinched looks, the all too innocent, the overly generous. We tease out, we lose count, we avert our eyes. We recall the ingenuity we always intended. The thick air quite nearly holds us up. Over here, the singing nettles. Poetry may not be a revealed religion. There are bad days, and there are worse. Here for a while now, gone in that gorgeous plunge. Thanks.
Poem. If a golden eagle soars, seemingly static, between moon and horizon, and then encircles, and then bisects the moon. And it is twilight, that is to say, almost perfect light, end of July, endlessness of the grasslands. And we are mute witnesses, and we are respectful. Scarcely a breeze up there or down here, and the raptor still hovers? What then does that mean? If a golden eagle soars, seemingly static, between moon and horizon, and then encircles, and then bisects the moon, and it is twilight, that is to say, almost perfect light, end of July, endlessness of the grasslands. And we are mute witnesses, and we are respectful. Scarcely a breeze up there or down here, and the raptor still hovers? What then does that mean? What then does that mean? I want to sing the praises of Woodland pattern, dear to my heart. Good luck to you all. Good luck to us all. 2021. Second poem I'm going to read has likewise no title, but is likewise a poem of the natural world. Glimpse of heron on the riverbank, in the fine mist of late afternoon, camouflaged by reeds. So green, so nonchalant, so now you see me, now you don't. Kabuki! And now I appear again, and splash, and spears, and dips his head towards the silver light. Glimpse of heron on the riverbank in the fine mist of late afternoon, camouflaged by reeds. So green, so nonchalant, so now you see me, now you don't. Kabuki! And now I appear again, and splash, and spears, and dips his head towards the silver light. Towards the silver light. Thank you. Good luck to you all.
Hi, I'm Eli Goldblatt and in Philadelphia, and I'm reading two small poems from a book called For Instance, produced by CHAX Press in 2019. First poem is called All You've Heard. All you've heard, captive over 50 years among abandoned forts, granite crumpled by rain, split by ivy and ice. Madness counted the decades, dry beans in a bottle. One reporter served her time stepping over dead bodies after each blast. Tempting to mean nothing poet in a garden viewed between iron bars. In dream, I hadn't come into the room yet. Sun on orange settee, coffee mug in hand, tune crusting my ear, caused me to grunt and wake my dear. For what? Storm I could only hear at street level, but from the ridge of a cold dune I saw tensile waves repeating, barely contained in a painted saucer. And the second poem is called Salt in the Wound. Armored cars beyond the closed airport rolled over cracked dry pavement, the radio reporter says, and outside my kitchen, a hidden bird hazards 2 quick notes in a dance beat and a twirl. Hummingbird drinks at the feeder, and next door the mom sets off with her kids to school. Too late, too late. Time falls like this rain, and I remember no opinion holds sway among wet-lobed leaves of angel's trumpet. Comfort to think there's no plan. A mother can't intercede for her son painted above a church nave within a fiery lake or God's bright triangle. In truth, neither frog nor hawk stands a chance against a thresher, and no riot could stop machines from gathering the harvest. Sometimes everyone's a real estate broker. Don't talk such nonsense, little creeper, with your cruel verbs, cramped handwriting, preferences for lists, beets and cherries, grilled pineapple, smoked mozzarella, tomato slices topped with fresh basil and kosher salt. Soldiers love their MRAP transport, high carriage and hardened steel underbelly, protecting riders from IEDs buried in the road. Thank you, and thanks to CHAX Press and Woodland Pattern.
Hi, my name is Saba Sayed Razvi, and I'll be reading with CHAX Press from this chapbook, Limerence and Lux. If you want to know more about it, send me a message. Dream with astrolabe and compass. I filled my house with bird cages, antique, and lamps, tall, iron, and bits of bamboo assembled into sculptures for the seeding of some light. Drawing closed all the shutters, I waited for a luminescence that did not come. I wrapped my darkness in a shroud and shrouded the nascent suns one by ones and longed for the moon to emerge from the vetiver of dreams filled with stones and green men and rockets in path fixed, and the sense that light could come from any of those distant radiant points or from inside that darkness. I shuddered and shuddered and waited until the darkness yielded night and constellations of something distant enough and extinct enough and dead enough to tolerate. There Zubin al-Janubi, there the Eagle's Head supernova, there Zubin Escamali, there the Heart's Nebula, a safe distance away in its crimson and its nostalgia, far enough away to break open 1,001 pinpricks of light and land as nothing but dust coating the fabrics filling my house, some direction for the needle unaccustomed to aligning. This poem is called Not an Apple, Only Blossoms. Sudden monochromatic shift of cloud, and under shade of canopied sky, we listen to the silence beyond thunder, searching for the breath of hidden stars in the stripe of lightning overhead, ancient god wrath and secret knowledge distilled. The fog's descent, imperceptible, colors the bougainvillea, and magenta glows lava bright against green leaf, thorn. Not sated by a rumble, we seek fat, celestial, slipping drops of dew, pebbles sharp, Here, time is reborn in the moment to fall, where beauty is in the simple burning ember of blossom, too full of molten sun to leave behind. This dark is the antithesis of drought. This poem is called Gilded. My lover's thumb fits exactly along the contour of my cheekbone. We are one species, the same. And I am sick of long-stemmed orange blossoms beside the bedside table, uniform of offering, still. I am sick of days unraveling into undone tapestries. Turn me orange as gold. Turn me scaled and sequined, shimmering like a dying fish, because to gasp is a way of stealing a slipping life, a way of wanting to hold on to what is not still. Turn me winged as a golden oriole, song-bellied, song-belied, and rising from still slumber into the dark, arms wide as wind. This last one is called Longing Along the Long Winter's Eve. Open your windows and open your doors and open your arms and open her arms into your arms and open your legs and open your mouth and open your sex and open your arms and open your legs and open your eyes to this blanketing darkness. Open your arms to the mask, your face, open your own patchwork-colored lens, logic left better in sleep and lucid dreams, and open your hands and open your mind and your head and open your touch and yourself opening like this, oh, like this, like a petal, like a lotus, like a dew-drenched rose, like a thistle spilling nectar from the misty close of the open of the open of the lock of the lows. Open your windows and open your doors. In the open, feel the open of the pages. Yes, the pages and the, oh, your pages. Open, open like the petals left in honey and in dreaming and in lights like the others, like the shimmer of the stone-circled lights on the marshes and the moors and the open doors, and open yours. Thanks for listening. Have a great night.
Hi, I'm Sarah Rosenthal and I'm reading for CHAX Press. I'll read bits from a piece that intertwines investigations of the choreography of Yvonne Rainer with homelessness. It's called How Will You Move, Including All of Us in the Dance, and it's an abecedarian. So each section is a letter of the alphabet. I'm going to start with the letter O. Cookie said, find your joy and dance that. She made a gathering motion to show how she gathers it into herself, energetic joy. She feeds herself with her own name, the double O in Cookie. Shot out a fearless leg, said, picture kicking Kavanaugh in the groin. And this other kick defends against your midnight street attacker. I could do it, side of the head. Look at my bruise. It's been a hard week. I'm a witch. Come watch me. This bruise spreading halfway down my calf, the yellows and greens, the purples. The O in incommensurate, when I first dropped into it, it was relational. If anyone will protect the woman on the corner, it's Cookie or the cookie in me. Where does the woman on the corner find food? Where does she sleep? How does she stay out of incessant rain? Note to self, oh self, inquire with X, the expert on services. Incommensurates, up to you to connect them how you will. In the concept of dust, Yvonne Rainer paces among the dancers with a handheld mic. At odd moments, she or a dancer reads from a selected hodgepodge, ancient Mideast history, the diary of a Nazi doctor, a dream of an encounter with composer John Cage. The readings appear in this disconnected way, and I like that randomness. A circle on the stage, you decide the size. To start, position yourself anywhere on the imaginary O and travel its circumference. O is the O in the how of how will you move as you make this circuit. Anyone in the group can answer this. B, how is and is not my or your or Yvonne Rayner's body like the body of the woman who lives outside the dance studio? She freezes in place, pressing nostrils with both hands, trying to keep something in, out. Kitty-cornered parents chat, check cells, wait for kids to emerge from ballet. She resembles them today in a red fitted down jacket, black jeans. A tattoo like a frieze adorns her ankle. Mission District intersection, extremes of up and down in somatic relation, young parents' eyes and ears adroitly averted, every move shaped by a houseless woman's hollow gaze, bloated face. All participants costumed in fitted down, flats and skinnies, tattoos. I implicate myself, strolling through my clutch of random sources, my fantasy handheld. Take a few deep breaths and let your attention settle down and into your body. Or into hers. What could she use? Inflatable pillow, red rain poncho, protein bars? Think of some things flat and small, easy to carry. Score in the key of B minor. Picture the stage as a street corner. Begin at the curb closest to the studio, cross directly toward the woman, hesitate, reverse, circle the intersection, a curving jaywalk. Watch, look, and listen so as not to break. End up back at the woman. Introduce yourself. Say, what is your name? E. E for ellipse or elapse. A week has passed since I met Amy. She tugged a length of translucent plastic, a bag or a piece of tarp between her hands, paced the sidewalk outside the park fence, scurried past, flashing a smile of friendship, of fear, muttered her name, Amy, muttered her home, I stay with a friend. The black spots on her teeth I mistook a quick second for braces, my privileged frame, departed from her side into the studio. E ran to meet me in the dance. I didn't know their exuberance, their eagerness to engage. Cookie made of us a circle surrounding three dyads who improvise contact in the center. Anyone could cut in at any time, no etiquette. E rushed to interrupt, marvelous error, fleeting partner. For days I felt the whirlwind. The invisible, although it keeps itself hidden, makes itself felt. Silent E. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Charles Alexander, and I gathered this group of readers for CHAX Press, and I'm one of them. It's a pleasure to read for Woodland Pattern, without which I think my life and trajectory might have been quite different, as when I was just beginning a press, beginning to learn to make books. Woodland Pattern was essential in my connections to the world of poets and poetry. And I particularly would like to thank Carl Gartung, Anne Kingsbury, Carl Jung, and Thomas Gaudinsky for that rich part of my beginning. I'm reading from Pushing Water, a book I published several years ago. Actually, it was published by Cuneiform Press. And this is Pushing Water, section 52. A solo, a duet, a chorus, a round of fiddles, a marching band, a catbird singing. Imagine undone business this morning, by the sea, or Ludd's Hill, or 72nd Street, or at Mrs. Polk's breakfast table. Speak of a spiral, or a cup of coins, and keys. Home from the hill, he read, with sharp eye and lean frame. I too carry marbles in a pocket. I too have chewed from the bone. But here is other. Rounded hill and cherry blossom, feet crossing the imagined circle. There's always color. It has yet to become light. a series of marks joined together to form an object or work over which our eyes may freely roam. Upon entering a room, one sees everything, and at the same time, nothing. And they are the same thing, purple in the grays, vermilion in the orange shadows. The care for the syllables, the form behind the phonemes, where one moves as if inside a sentence, as if part of the grammatical structures, as if a step were a comma, a step is a comma, a stop is an invitation. A bruise is a mark of state, a crush is legislative action. We are at war with our better selves. We are at war with our more common selves. Why do we read with the expectation of a subject? If they flee from me, where do they go? If I seek to hold in a net the wind, or what is not to be touched, what practices newfangledness, then why not batter my heart? These are my beginnings. These and the stopping train where I first heard, ring out the want, the care, the sin, the faithless coldness of the times. Ring out my mournful rhymes, but ring the fuller minstrel in. And now the bell resounds throughout my frame in a small room with others, in a space of quiet sitting, in the room without walls, in the flow of water pushing without effort. But only for moments, then the enormous tragedy, the bent shoulders, the impossible loss and gain in the same enclosure, the impossible gather and disperse, the necessity of contract and release. Cynthia is my Elizabeth, says the ocean to the river. She is gone, she is lost, she is found, she is ever fair. And she draws a home, and I draw a home, as death's long night draws on, and light's long day pursues the new and old wind, drawn from the mixing of colors in the morning and the evening. Not the sunrise, not the moonset, but the face floating above the body across the floor toward the place of first permission. Long green shirt buttoned in front, short brown hair and freckles. A door looks out to water, pool up, pull down, vanity and wisdom and everything that is not color and bright warmth and cold sense of entry into water, where every house has a lake, and every lake has an island, and every island has a ladder, and one step up leads to another, and the end is not in sight. And when the catbird sings, I have another voice, or two or three, and they sound like water flowing over a ledge, a thin wall, a screen of water flowing, and I push my hand through, as they say, to get to the other side, under the orange cowboy moon, where a map of locations does not begin to tell you what I have dreamed of your mind's permission, your body's flowers, projecting a literate topology onto our collective ocean, our string-strung duet above and below the water. Our homotopic passage creates a graph of two bodies in place, two places in one body, penetration and flow, cottonwood, sage, mesquite, palo verde, nopales, prickly, pear, saguaro, pomegranate, olive, kumquat, lemon, fig. It may be good, like it who list, inside the small waves of dirt and rock and seldom water, place we have made from small cells and large seeds, pigment and vehicle and ink and paint and chalk and oil and water, 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 water. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Josh Edwards, one of the editors of CANARIUM Books. Long before I ever stepped foot in Woodland Pattern, it loomed as a sort of myth or legendary site of inspiration for small press culture. And so when I visited for the first time to read an event for their exhibition, Ugly Duckling Press, the first 25 years, I was surprised that the reality eclipsed the dream. It's simply one of the best places on earth to feel the energy of poetry, to get a sense for how different art forms converse, and of course to buy books. And so it's an honor to have CANARIUM take part in Woodland Pattern's 27th annual Poetry Marathon. CANARIUM is a small press with a focus on poetry from the US and around the world. Our recent books include the new Sun Time by Ish Klein, Kit Schluter's Pierrot's Fingernails, Anne Koala's Screwball, which was translated by Kit Schluter, and Giovanni Singleton's American Letters, Works on Paper. So today you'll be hearing work by Giovanni and Ish, whose other CANARIUM collections are Union, Moving Day, and Consolation and Mirth, as well as Darcy Denigan, who's the author of CANARIUM collections Palace of Subatomic Bliss and Madam X, Suzanne Buffum, whose books The Irrationalist and Pillow Book we published, and Paul Killebrew, who's the author of To Literally You, Ethical Consciousness, and Flowers, and another double book, which is set to appear next year. All those are from CANARIUM. So thank you for joining us and for your support of Woodland Pattern.
Hi, my name is Ish Klein, and I am reading for the Woodland Pattern Poetry Fundraiser Marathon. This first poem is called A Friend of Mine Has a Demon in Their Head. A boil, a horse, the sun came up, joy, joy. Something particular about the snail, sound of the shell underfoot, but this one is alive and considered edible. Limit them to a lidded container. Leave in lettuce, let them clean with it. Ice, scream friend over one's voice. Friend, friend, hail. Knows it is a boil, yes. Weeping now on the front head, running, and so on, and another boil. Fire, mountains, curse, the gift was reincarnation. Ethics. If I can hear her, does that mean she hears us? Give me back my overcoat, 3/4 length, gray, wool, hand something. They ripped out all the tags with words, so no one in space will question them. The fear of getting ejected from space, joy, secret death wish, chariot, boil, sun, you. What is made? What is wool? What is Vietnam? Why do you get to have the coat? Why you, huh? All life being equal, all life being one a coat, the other wearing coats. You wear coat, give me, I am not your coat. No demon coat me, horse, water, water, horse. Inside your mouth, it is inside your mouth. Me. Want to be on? Off. What is off? To counter it, there were breasts, determined to travel. Sun, a boil, a horse. The sun came up. Boil, joy. And a boil, on a boil. Joy, joy. A great big forest fire, joy. The earth, joy, joy. Ice, pustule. The sun came up. Flaming boil. A new boil starts to hate itself. The yew tree says, eat me, I'm ice cream. An elk encircled by the physician's hands. Joy, ice. The horsey, a scooter, mud, sun, another boil, and another. This poem is called No Star All Stars. No Star All Stars is the title. Before I killed the aphid, what was it like on the fruit for tomorrow, the germ, the idea of the 8 billion out there? My ring tells you where I am, Mr. Moon, and the cause of the surrogate. If I must bring them to their desire, it's a living I can do anywhere. It's like blowing up and twisting balloons. A fool likes to make people happy. If I say fool, it's in quotes. Herman, Herman, undomestic though dog-like stratosphere. Where has that guy gone? Oh, cute. Did I mention we have to move again? I mean, we have to move again, ain't that something? Wikipedia claims The Grapes of Wrath is an American realist work. Cooperation delivers them. I mean, the wine press is something to avoid. Better to read these things than live them. I believe, like me, you haven't been born lately. Like a slow mammoth, both of us, together going over the landscape until we lay down, the earth entering. Soon. Soon. And this one is called Trials. It's from this book, The New Sun Time by CANARIUM Books, out of Marfa, Texas. The New Sun Time, but this poem is called Trials. I wrote this book. This is my book, Ish Klein's book. Anyway, Trials. Friends. In 1386, a sow is executed in the public square dressed like a man. It is written, people swear. In 1587, a case was filed against beetles ravaging vineyards. Bring them in to hear the document. It says, leave our district, we give you 3 days. Last trial in France, 1741, a cow executed. I think she licked the man's crotch in a harrowing way. They say this ruined the milk and poisoned the children. In England, a dog was tried near Chichester, 1771. Who won? I do not know now. You get the rest of it is in here. Thanks, Woodland Pattern. I hope you make enough money so that you never have to worry about money again, and have a great and better and have a great year.
Available position. Unhappy hedonist. Group polarizer. Script doctor. I-Ching consultant. Guerrilla advertiser.
Duties include design forms to interrupt wireless radio signals and jam satellite communications. Some of the more common methods include transmitting the following on the opponent's receiving equipment: random atmospheric noise, samples of applause, whistling, or laughing, bagpipe-like sounds or howling ones, and signals resembling sparks in the cries of seagulls.
Goal!
Duties further include tweet liberation slogans and dumbfounding quotes to the company's followers. No contextual information to be included.
Never give up before it's too late. To sit is a verb. The trouble with palliatives is that they become the whole life. Images are the murder of the present. Happiness isn't always fun. The fun is foreseeing the unforeseeable and getting screwed anyway. How does it feel to be a problem? Mind your wound.
Duties further include develop ways to hack GPS to reroute users to places better than their original destinations.
Calculating route to the Convention on Intangible Cultural Heritage, American Office Cubicle Sector. Recalculating!
The screen is so small, I keep hitting things that take me to the wrong places.
There's no wrong place to look. It's theatre in the round. Some stress the close analogy between the rudimentary dynamics of theatre in the round and network-based communications in internet life.
How are you today?
I'm an actor. It's just a stage I'm going through. That is, I'm bored, so I thought I'd play in the theater. That is, if I don't get cast in something soon, it's curtains for me.
How's your English?
My my English is how you say, not very good.
How do you mean?
My English is terrible. My English is quite poorly, really. I just don't think you'll understand a single thing I'm like gonna say to you, cause like my English is like so awful.
He remembers the orientation session in which talent scouts were told to employ, at the drop of a hat, anyone whose use of language might increase activity in audience's corrugator muscles or do the opposite, prompting zygomatic tension.
Congratulations, you're hired!
I love New York!
It's gonna happen! Happen sometime! Maybe this time! Maybe this time!
Record yourself reading this and play it back through headphones while seated in a dim and quiet room with your eyes closed. In front of you is a machine that runs on air. A rubber hose goes from the front of your face down into the machine. Keep the machine running. See how steadily you can make it run. Make seamless transitions from exhaust to intake and back. The hose is brand new. Its interior is shiny and smooth. You are not the machine. The voice you're hearing now is not the machine. The machine is made of nothing. It lifts off the ground and is suspended in front of you. Keep the machine running smoothly as you regard it. Consider for a moment the reflectors embedded into the asphalt on the interstate between the white dashes dividing the lanes. The reflectors operate harmoniously at night as a series of dots growing fainter in the distance, like the heartbeat of a dying robot. Think of these reflectors as an organism that springs to life as your headlights approach, each reflector growing brighter and brighter as you approach, then snapping back into darkness as you pass. In this way, the reflectors are like the breaths coming into the machine. Move the machine a few feet away, then move it back. It's so easy to move. All you do is think. Think it up, then think it down, think it side to side. Place the machine next to you. Keep it running smoothly. You are a parent and the machine is your child. You are a thief and the machine is something you have stolen. You work at a restaurant and the machine is your smoke break. You are a landlord, and the machine is your disregard. There is no machine. Even though there is no machine, you have to keep it running. But there is no machine. The machine is an idea. You can think of ideas, and you can become distracted and no longer think of them. There is no machine. There's no rubber hose. There's no body. There's no face. There's no computer in your mind. The air continues its steady course, in and out. All along, you've been distracted. You've heard things on the recording other than your own voice. You've noticed these sounds briefly and then tried not to. Take a moment to recall these sounds. This is what you've really been doing. Creating a record of these sounds has been the entire point. Collect all the sensations since this began. Take some time to do this. Pause the recording if need be. Place each sensation on a long sheet of paper. Admire your creation. Now roll the paper into a tube. Look through the tube like a telescope. Use the hand closest to your face to hold the tube firmly while your other hand extends the end of the tube farther and farther away. Stick the end of the tube into the rubber hose. Feel the sensations you placed on the paper enter the machine with the air coming in, and leave the machine with the air going out. The machine stamps each sensation as it leaves. The stamp is a passport to the air. The sensations experience complete liberation. You are not the machine. At times you are the piece of paper. The machine is done. There are no more sensations. Spread the paper back out. Press down its corners. Run your hands over the top of it. Make it very smooth.
A solemn vow. I will respond when directly addressed. It would be cruel to those I live with to do otherwise. I will speak, it can't be helped, to the man behind the counter at the corner store, if only to request something out of reach or to thank him for my change at the till. I may not be able to avoid the odd remark about the weather for that matter, and the occasional friendly inquiry about his daughter in law school or his upcoming retirement and return to Suez. And in turn, I may find myself compelled from time to time, so as not to seem secretive, to offer a disclosure or two of my own, my summer plans, for instance, or my fears about the upcoming election. It would be churlish not to greet my neighbors in the street, or not to come to the door when I hear his cart stop at our stoop at midday to thank the new mailman Scott in his torn shirt sleeves and trucker hat, and engage, for the sake of civility, in a brief back and forth about my next-door neighbor's lax yard work, the mayor's latest evasions, or the likelihood of another spring flood. When I meet the other mothers in the schoolyard, it would be unfeeling not to ask discreetly after their setbacks, L's upcoming lumpectomy, J's mother's foreclosure, D's interminable divorce, and to share in due course a trial or two of my own, my husband's incessant travel, for example, or my child's mounting insolence, or my ongoing search for an orthodontist with scruples. I will have no choice in the classroom but to expound at some length on the texts I have assigned to my students, and to heap praise alongside carefully worded critique on their tentative undisciplined attempts. In meetings, in the copy room, and over boxed wine and cold cuts at campus events, it would be ungracious not to join in friendly banter with my colleagues, or to offer an opinion or two about the hiring freeze, the unequal distribution of administrative tasks among untenured faculty, or the slavish courting of new donors demanded of our department by the dean. When I meet a thoughtless driver in the street, or a shrieking toddler in a theater, or a group of rowdy teens at the museum, or when a man of any age approaches within earshot at the beach and begins to strum an acoustic guitar, I may be forced to mutter an objection. About the music, the art, or the dearth of walnuts in my walnut toffee tart, I may not be able to suppress a sharp remark when dining out. And when listening to the news, in my car, in my kitchen, and most mornings in the shower, I may find myself unable to refrain from the occasional outcry of alarm, and later at the dinner table, from repeating an unsettling statistic or two about voter turnout, the desertification of Iraq, or the recent surge in gun violence on our city's south side. I must speak, sometimes sternly, to the dog. I must spare a few tender words of encouragement for the listless ficus in the foyer, and I may on occasion direct a string of expletives at the printer when it jams, runs out of ink, or quits inexplicably in the middle of a job, and at the microwave, the toaster, the electric kettle, or the stove when a fuse short circuits, or plastic knob snaps off unaccountably in my hand. I'll answer the phone and the door, and call the plumber, the electrician, the appliance repairman, the bank, the pediatrician, the pharmacist, the dentist, the gas company, the vet, the snow removal service, the roofer, my accountant, my representatives, my in-laws, and my parents, and over lunch with my friends, walking home from school through the dusky streets with my child, or lying in bed next to my husband in the dark, I may, perforce, share a word or two of unsolicited advice. A snort of mirth now and then can't be helped. Nor can cries of pleasure, wails of grief, whoops of exuberance, gasps of anguish, ululations of rage, moans of contentment, yelps of astonishment, howls of protest, sighs of vexation, resignation, relief, or remorse, nor, for that matter, the occasional, ineluctable, barely audible sob for no discernible reason at all. Beyond these passing interruptions, however, which I repeat can't be helped, and which comprise altogether no more than a few waking hours of every day of my life, I will maintain, henceforth, in accordance with this vow, a silence serene and eloquent as a car alarm disabled before dawn.
From American Letters, Works on Paper. Perspective. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Alice Coltrane, a Misostic. Vedantic temple prayers, tambourines, and hallelujah claps for Krishna, Ganesh, Shiva. Turiya's scripture, a journey in Satchidananda. Beloved John's stained glass face, churched in gospel harp. Lord of Lords, Detroit ministry pours from Swami's Wurlitzer. James Baldwin, a Misostic. Justice includes what may be lurking outside, around the corner. Say believe, say not a loud enough blue, dances inside whatever thundering tide washes over now. Nina Simone, a Misostic. Born to blues, hell raised to an awful strange pitch of rage. But don't let me be misunderstood. Baptismal backlash and oh Mississippi, goddamn, all these many blues still to shout. Black is not a color, but rather an impression. Number 1, remains. Who falls for the trick language offers, ready-made trap for themselves? The swearing in of beliefs causes allegiance. Dark, prayerful coffins, death undeterred. Number 3, belief. Gotta face the people. Subjects and verbs, triple-digited heads depend on these unparalleled equations. Say, there has got to be a better way to be human. Black, white, there a boat, there a pair of oars for moving to and from shore. Blue breaks down, ghosts emerge from the river, manifest as fever and fear. Breathwork. My country, 'tis of thee. About half a mile down the road, or a few blocks that away, something or someone somewhere could be calling or saying somebody's name. What an answer might be. Outside is enough to touch and be free. The farthest edges of human speech and wilderness unfurl from ruffled sleep with plans for positioning, laundered lives on display, attendant and open-air prayer. So nothing surpasses belief or declaration of war or tongues cloaked and broken rot. To meet meaning some form of we are not biodegradable or advisable, How many inscriptions and nouns come to believe only themselves? Outside is enough to touch and be free, no fear. Say outside is enough to touch, hear, you be free outside, and alive and brown are alive, and black and in between and alive, no fear outside, and human, and being here, you well, and outside, truly free and better alive, are margin to margin. Amen.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I'm the publicity director at Ugly Duckling Press, where I also volunteer as an editor on our editorial collective, and I'm here to introduce UDP. UDP is a nonprofit publisher of poetry, translation, experimental nonfiction, performance texts, and books by artists. Through the efforts of a volunteer editorial collective, UDP was transformed from a 1990s zine into a mission-driven small press that has published more than 300 titles to date and produced countless prints and ephemera. UDP favors emerging, international, and forgotten writers, and its books, chapbooks, artist books, broadsides, and periodicals often contain handmade elements calling attention to the labor and history of bookmaking. Our studio, located at the Old American Can Factory in Gowanus, Brooklyn, where I'm sitting now, serves as both nonprofit headquarters, editorial office, and letterpress workshop, where we also offer seminars, writing workshops, and site tours, and host poetry readings and class visits. All of these things are now virtual, and hopefully someday we'll go back to having them in person. And just to say a little bit about UDP's readers for the Woodland Pattern Marathon, which are Rachel Levitsky, Jennifer Nelson, Anna Gerten-Wachter, Karina Kopp, and Jean Day. Rachel Levitsky is the author of 3 full-length collections of poetry and 9 chapbooks. In 1999, she founded Belladonna, which is now Belladonna Collaborative, a matrix of literary action promoting the writers of the contemporary feminist avant-garde. With UDP, Levitsky is the author of Neighbor, which first came out in 2009, the second edition of which we published last year with new work. Jennifer Nelson is a poet as well as assistant professor in the Department of Art History at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. With UDP, she has published Aim at the Centaur Stealing Your Wife, which came out in 2015. She also has a forthcoming book called Harm Eden, which is due out in October of this year. Anna Gerten-Wachter is a writer, editor, and archivist. Her debut full-length collection of poetry, Utopia Pipe Dream Memory, came out from UDP in 2019. Karina Kopp is a writer and theater artist based in New York. With UDP, she has published the chapbook Pro Magenta Be Met, as well as the full-length collection Green Ray in 2015. And Jean Day is a poet and editor based in Berkeley, California, where she works as managing editor of Representations, a scholarly humanities journal. She's the author of the forthcoming book Late Human, which is due out from UDP in March. And finally, I wanted to say something as well about UDP's connection to Woodland Pattern, which has been ongoing for many years now. We've been sending our books to Woodland Pattern since we started putting them out. They've been a partner bookstore since we started that program a number of years ago. We've done collaborative events with Woodland Pattern, and many of our authors have read there over the years. In 2018, for our 25th anniversary, we had an exhibition at Woodland Pattern, which featured an array of printed materials, ephemera, posters, newspapers, broadsides, chapbooks, letterpress prints, artist books, and special editions produced by UDP since 1993, beginning with the Ugly Duckling zine. Thank you so much to Woodland Pattern for inviting us to be a part of this marathon, and we hope you enjoy these readings.
This is for Woodland Pattern. It's a Jeremiad from Late Human. Compare, for instance, the body, the brain, and its compost. Oak moths in hex prolix. Near the visitors center, a bear in the shelter of 1,203 score devices, connected by a leopard, lion, lamb. It is thus no accident when the Haitian Berliner Philadelphian finds one lives in no atlas but the head, and 42 Luddites on a pin revolve like an unhappy disc, and the mountains we had hoped to scale were not found. Not found. An error we shall return to on another screen. And this is just an overview. If bauxite, then aluminum. Sentimental? Vietnam. You'll know where it hurts and when. Because we are the students of a great school of mice who'd march a mile and some to be with us. If they could, if they cared, if compost is an instance of ants, fortified forward. It is we who are succulents, adroit in the desert and missable as much in our drinks as in our culottes. The oak is a thing separate from us, from the capitalist and his undertakers, many of whom are no doubt women, bent to a surprise purpose in Maine. Steady rain gives way at last to the ghost oak made into a ship, for slavers descended as a relation between men, women, and things no longer apt. We sail away slack in it, hoping to be relieved of our partners. In the nitrogen industry, yet not wanting to rough it and keeping our underpants on, we still had a pretty good time. No through line. The tree just gets larger the more we cut away. No need to expand the brute logic of a still warm evening purchased by a tax. On the mildly erotically disturbing balance on the sill of some nuit d'été, in the alienation of anarchy's affection for Berlioz's gift. I think I'm supposed to take stock, stake, and better face it head on, despite increasingly explosive material contradictions, a menace ridiculous to a bear in the headlights, unmoved by wingspan anxiety, a citizen's whip or right, not between present and past, but between actual and possible wonderful feelings about intercourse with appropriate animals and the upswing of popular indignation aimed squarely at their backs. It has come to this, and quickly. The bear wants to return as wandering, disarticulated ears, tingling in high cirrus on a handsome 100-score family plans and no night cooks in their perpetual dusk kitchens. But would that be so great? And the yawning of books that cannot include us, like Crime and Punishment, Thirst for Love, and Daddy. When the rose of the sun goes away, color dips, to the gates of any city, having devised a device against rising tides and our indiscretions. Let the humming fly and the musk mouse scamper to their corners. Don't forget. Strange heat and clouds in the arena. Come, prides of lions to our refuge in Alaska. 3 by 3 by 3. We shall not be hindered or dismayed in an idiot wind in the pasture of Butter the horse, claiming we don't have to know anything at all to grant the end, however crudely foreshadowed by howl, cry, and wallow. The struggle no more with evil than it is with oil or us expats, sitting in a reluctant rectangular circle. If you do the kale, I'll do the rice. No choice but to be useful. And in 70 times 67 years, the wind shall eat up all my pastors for daring to skip around in the text. Don't forget, the long waves are retrospective, short curves discoverable. Come, the terror and the terrorist will be punctual. We said 8, and it's now 1:45. Who let the dogs out must return them to their mothers, for Buster has licked the chicken bare.
Hello, my name is Anna Gerten-Wachter, and I'm really pleased to be here with you virtually to celebrate Woodland Pattern, a place that I have never been but have always wanted to go. Hopefully I'll be able to do that at some point. I'm going to read a poem that I wrote about a year ago called The Structure. Why is it so different to hear you describe to me, rather than to experience on my own, young girls possessed by the spirit of the structure, the marriage between the old woman and the fairy? It happened, but nobody really wonders why. They just watch the possession take place and say it's over when it's over. The way they treat the poets is the same way they treat the forest. Get it out of here. Exports, expunged. The way she talks to the cleaning woman, I need to turn into a cicada. Let the cat play with me on the floor, confused by my shell and unwillingness to die. How I learned not to believe in choice as it had been presented to me. Freedom or chance too are more blurry. We need more words or less. I have a shadow imagination just below this one. I'll show you. The cat can jump out of the window but isn't strong enough to get back in. We let her in, begin again. Either you love me, or don't let me in. The structure falls apart, one scattered rock you describe as a witness to its own wreckage. The structure is seeking its revenge for having been ignored or misunderstood, just like I am confused by my aliveness, as it exists in the valley between volcanoes, as it exists beside you on the porch. Volcanoes are like time in that way. I need a break from thinking I am just one being. We like your other theory more, the one where the seasons are a place that language invented for us, and the word class came from the word tower, which came from a physical reality of which we pause to reflect. Is it all just power seeking power? I'm just glad to be here to hear you say it. The structure is a flower upside down. The structure holds 3 cups and a bowl, a snake with so many faces, and what does the structure use the snake for? What do any of us do in the face of writing? I was a school. I made my bed. I walked out. I believed we could create our own ideas of what has value. We could admit we live in the world, yes, but we could turn it on its head too, couldn't we? It's hard not to notice. The girl we call Shy Cat is a reference to a story people tell when they want to remember their histories. I can tell just by looking, the earth will traumatize the people with its massive movements, shifting in its shape just a little. Is every stir, every rise and fall a kind of revenge for having been too long ignored, for having been thought immobile? I like living in the question. I don't believe in days or years. Perhaps revenge is simply a surfacing of what was always there. How is your day? As if it were mine. The complexity, a reciprocity. Do you know that word? Shy Cat laughs. She likes to smile, they say, pointing at me. I've learned a lot from joy and contentment I would tell you if I knew how to keep going. A remarkable sound coming from just outside the door. I am still trying to identify what was the low-hanging fruit. Can I show you what a weapon is? Red and white candy stripes against a blue rusted gate. The low-hanging fruit is confused for the birds are confused for the sky is confused for the structure. A flower falls from my head, my hair. Is it okay to jump into the fire? To imagine there is something salvageable? To rescue it and then throw it back in? To read you this poem? You shouldn't listen to me. Is it okay to read you this poem? Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Sawako Nakayasu. I want to send my big thanks to Woodland Pattern and Ugly Duckling for inviting me to join you in this event. Thanks to all the donors, thanks to everyone who might be tuning in. I am going to be reading just 3 poems from a new book of mine, which is called Some Girls Walk into the Country They Are From. And here we go. Girl A jumps into the orchestra. When my mother told me I should dress nicely, this is not exactly what any of us had in mind, because as a matter of fact, I've no nice clothes anymore, not after the last time I jumped into a new country but my things didn't make it onto the boat. It just so happens that the music was so joyful and inviting that I had no choice but to surrender to its beckon and take off all my clothes and jump in. If I had had an older brother, he would have advised me against the woodwinds and the strings, telling me to jump right into the lap of a tuba player, a lap I could have made a home out of. The music cut out right in the middle of my jump as a way of letting me know I was not supposed to remove my clothes for real, that the mother I was rebelling against did not actually exist. Thanks for telling me. Out of a failure to materialize clothing mid-jump on my way to the tuba player, as recommended by my hypothetical brother, I let go of one idea after another and just decide to ride this jump wherever it takes me. By the time the curtains go up, I am wearing not only the tuba player, but also the tuba. The music comes out of my buttonholes, and I can see the conductor through a gap in the hair of the magnificent tuba player that I now wear. I resist the urge to start dancing, which would mess up the music, which would mess up the others who are already dancing to the music that they are. What a crazy country. Girls A through J in a new land. As good and conscientious visitors, they dutifully abide by the laws of the new land. It would only be polite. And that is why when girl A vomits, girl B extends her cupped hands to catch it. In this land, it is not permissible for vomit to touch the ground. Girl B then passes the vomit into girl C's cupped hands, who passes it to girl D's cupped hands, and so on. The hands of the girls who have already passed it forward are covered in a layer of vomit. They wait patiently for it to dry. They are not permitted to wash their hands. Round and round the vomit goes until there is not enough left to pass on. When the passing of the vomit is complete, the girls move to a sunnier location so as to speed up the drying of the vomit layers on their hands, and then, finally, move on with their lives. Girl E is still processing what has happened to them in this new land when a local informant whispers something in her ear. What she hears makes girl E almost vomit. She tastes it at the back of her throat, but she just barely manages to swallow it back down. laid out along the road like attenuant parts, is the residue we bandolier warned you about. Watch out for assurgent matters, like when the sun scrabble hits the road hard and you find yourself undappled, unready to escape being hit by the sharpness of your own refractions. Venesection. Hold your sanguijuelas. Each girl is a vehicle, house, or anti-occupant. Leach into louse, into decision fatigues. When the sunlight is not hitting the road, it is possible to visit or reimagine what used to be the girl, the ruse, or the fullness of enclosure. By the time someone kindly asks you to go invisible, you may have already merged with the residue. Whether you find this appropriate or not, desirable or not, incommensurable or not, don't you say it, spark say you. We didn't warn you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Nelson, and I'm really grateful to have been included in the Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon for the first time. I'm going to read a couple of poems from my forthcoming collection, Harm Eden, which is, I guess, about how nature and art are already effed, that they can't be mythical or fantastical refuges from the evils of humankind or certain parts of humankind. And in the second poem I read, there will be a lot of names, and those are the names of Black men murdered by police officers in the United States during the 20th century, kind of prehistory of things still happening in the present moment. I want to acknowledge that. Berry poop. If we keep the earth habitable, then Jean can live forever. The able-bodied one, with her trowel off the seashell path, teaching us to pull tiger lily stems. Get rid of all this damage, the proteins tangling the vineyards, the morning scum on the trees, the scrap snaking the lawns into second nature, a parody of the first that kills the audience. I reject the terraform. Instead, let's pluck the weights inside our hips and wait for consonance. Is that sexy? What comes out of a bear is not in its image, nor in the image of the planet, nor in the image of God. How many times have her bare feet gnarled before my eyes on slate plates with grass flirting like low tide? I know what time looks like. The Seahawk holds the fish, and the electric wire fries. Disband the police. At the lake after more protests, I was thinking bits of time could be bosons of light, but we have to fight the myth of inevitable nature, especially human, since now we can fall asleep only with billionaires breathing on the phone like God underneath each screen. Small iridescent murders made regular to look like death connect us on Earth, while a gray blue heron shakes its fringe, its light blue shoulder fringe twitches its wingtip, its pinion before taking off a skim upon the lake meniscus, and torn against that heron foot, tracing ripples onto algae, the surface will not bear more weight. Recalling the parable walking on water, its silver wrinkles traveling, moire like words, rotated in time. Roman Ducksworth Jr. We could also imagine Benjamin Brown, Bits of Light, James Earl Green, or Bosons of Time, Philip Lafayette Gibbs, but Suppressed Directions of Time, Delano Herman Middleton, Drive All Light, Henry Ezekiel Smith. But what if we agreed to stop Samuel Ephesians Hammond Jr., Separating World and Sky, Edward Garner, Power from Its Bearer, Samuel Shepard, or The Heron, Robert Hall, Life from Value, Matthew Johnson, known as Peanut. Thank you very much.
But we didn't want leaders in the group. Only some women could cook, some were naturals at clowning behind a soldier as he periodically returned to the shack for bigger and bigger bolt cutters. The officers finally ripped their own gate down in a bewildered kind of suffering for others. Now this tone was out of the way. Names used to feel like affectionate points along an artistic continuum, but names are an impossible image. Dames's choreography in the shape of a giant cog, matching dancers, not yet leaders of electrification. Perhaps I'll feel differently once something else continues to be shock working. They're told to leave the peace camps and anger to the women. Even in the years she spent in the tree, fear was not an option. She ordered books from the Scholastic catalog and read each one on a branch higher than the previous. Any time a fellow young person walked beneath the sunlit hardwood limbs, she'd cry out something about a folk tale. Something like, "Habit act!" And they'd eventually join her until everyone was mildly interested in changing society. The airwaves were thick with information, but their brains were too full, and at night they would talk to each other in a made-up language, inspired by the memory of choo-choo trains that tempted small birds on pogo sticks to notate as they bounded around the dirt perimeter, never understanding, but dying for recognition as a person, a translator, who is intentional, even intentionally awkward, a boinging yellow guard of sorts. As for remembered Greenham Peace Camp, that thing they used to say, really? The only stars here are in the sky.
Too windy.
Hi, it's Rachel Levitsky, and I'll be reading for Ugly Duckling Press from my re-released book Neighbor, and from the expanded part, which is the play. It's called Perfect California, A Family Affair. It's for David Buckell. From Act 1. Voice. Dreams occur. Predicted. Prettiness. Perturbation. Equidistant cars on raised highway. Bay gleaming in its 10 a.m. spot. No one argues with ding-a-ling. Rational response. Good morning, Princess. I was thinking of you. Voice. Dreams occur, predicted yet forgotten. All prettiness and perturbation, equidistant cars on this tiny raised highway. Bay, oily, gleaming way past 10 a.m. A child whose face isn't yet very told. Nobody argues with. Ding-a-ling. Rational response. Good morning. Princess, I was dreaming. No, I was thinking of. Noetic and delirium. She didn't mean it. It was the how of the wereborn. My father grew up, he did, really poor. My mother almost died in a war and has discovered almonds good for bliss and heart. I mean chocolate. I mean Vicodin. She is beautiful but has abandoned remorse. Voice. Remorse requested. From Act 2. Sunlight at dusk. If you peer at a 42-degree angle, your feeling state may change. The butterflies have arrived. Be quiet, or the baby. Noetic. I am concerned about the safety of the creatures in the sea. It has been so long. What are they saying these days? Go deeper. How long? Sunlight. Examine the streak of gray. Listen, I haven't really got the time. I'm about to have the baby. Group. What happened? Rational response. Someone died. Group. A friend? Rational. No. A friend of a friend. Group. Violently? Internally? It is the repetition that ends all others. There is nothing to say about it, yet we speak of it without address, without saying a single thing. I have something to say about it. Is it boring? Who died? An immigrant. A member? A moment. What died? A cohesion. The opportunity for insurrection is officially, temporarily derailed. It was an accident. But who died? A friend. Voice. Remorse requested. From Act 6. Finger in the ear. Pink's the inside out. The hair that won't grow back. Air quality is moisture thicket. Waterishness everywhere. We eat and we cathect with plastico, chemical, malted iron grime. It isn't the fault of spirit. Molly. What about sleep? I can't defend political suicide against love, safety, surviving, identity stories against getting along, or cool, sick, plastic, hospice, X, ink, daughter's choral life, refuge, escape, hunt, flood, surviving being born, marrying blood to dust, studying medieval, intersectional, planting plastic carrots, breathing in waterish lead remains were a small dark circle, now time, true finality, our burn.
Hello, this is Crystal Langwell. I am currently located in Chicago. Pleased and somewhat surprised to have curated this period of time on behalf of Belladonna. I'm sure members of Belladonna will be surprised, as I have not found the time to tell them. So on behalf of Belladonna, thanks for observing what I'm about to do. Also, give some money to Woodland Pattern, and thanks to Woodland Pattern for inviting me to curate on behalf of Belladonna. Again, totally on me, under the nose of the members. But thanks, remote work, making these kinds of good-spirited deceptions possible. So I'm going to read a few poems from my forthcoming book. The book is called Systems Thinking with Flowers. This poem is called Something or Other to One. A score that sounds like long betting odds, a wager that would pay out, high risk, high potential return, a little thing that became very big, could describe an infant or the result of a passed ball or wild pitch, or a chance throw of the dice, or the score of a ball game over a period. Not every change represents growth. Investing in player development, some fans hate technicalities, but the brain acts upon information. Making analysis, background data, some intangible assets depreciate, a little goodwill, or je ne sais quoi. Ask any hurler or specialist spitballer, the best qualities are intangible ones. What's dicey about baseball chatter? The punch has to land when you make a joke about a name. In my experience with elevated heaters, people are tired of home runs. He stood there forever, as if to determine whose responsibility it might be. What can be accomplished? Green light has a ring to it on 3-0. The body gains damage, gaining much grief. Grief punctures, complete. The check swings beneath all their subtlety on a roster vacancy, management moves, under stress. In those eras, he scored only solos. No one knew each run fully, but often the mascot was deflated for storage. A bat boy was punished. I wondered why the trainer said pre-sprain when we're all pre-dead. Even with the sun out, the ball game can stink. If you're leading when the last half inning ends, you usually win. Of late, it seems like player energy breaks under the wrong pressure. And this will be the last baseball poem for today. It's called They'll Never Throw Me Out. Peppering the air with Cracker Jack, tossing it by the handful into the bullpen, I think we made a mistake. Everybody on the elevator did. Haven't heard a helicopter around home lately. Back east it was often. Middle west it's aw shucks. A hat with a fish on it. A fish with a hat on. After living hither and yon, I truly can't do time zones. Yankee Stadium, I mean geez. They'll never throw me out, said the young man, tossing popped glazed corn kernels. Rude and righteous, my favorite personality type. Anti-authority, pro-love fest. People who ask what you think versus people asking what you do. Some bunny ears on some kids, we agreed then it would be best if our fellow feeling could travel outside the ballpark, but nah. I'm from the Bronx, he said. Open heart is the goal, but as we know, incompetence rules, and amicably we parted. Love is imperfect everywhere, but I don't care if we never go back. This is the last poem, and this is called You Can't Quit Me, I'm Fired. My war got set late, tongue bitten in sleep, any dune material likewise. Driving home, we heard darkness on the edge of town, on the edge of town. Apocalyptic romp attempt. The same white spider I kept smashing and smashing. All hours I used it as an excuse for bad behavior. I counted 3 broken mirrors. Can that be possible without 2 3-legged dogs inside of 1 volcano-mulched sugar maple? Thanks, and bye.
Hey, I'm Gabrielle Seville, and this is an excerpt from These Bodies Don't Touch. The way those glass vessels hang in space out of reach in the art museum in Portland. It's raining outside the day after Valentine's Day, and as usual, I'm alone. Yesterday I went to the spa, splurge, to pay for 90 minutes of touch. Now I'm here for Du Bois in Paris in 1905. His images and infographics show Black people in a past we can't touch, but feel every day in our bones. On the way, these glass-blown talismans catch my eye. Artifact panel by William Morris. I'd never heard of it before, but still it makes me linger. How something can stay safe without touch. How breath hardens into bubble. I should have known then this world would end. The signs were everywhere. I was living in a bubble. So what's new now in a magnetic field? If a body shimmers with no one there to touch, is it really a body at all? Half-life gleam. These bodies don't touch, but arrive in other ways, enclosed and exuding. This tumbled from dreams, washing and washing my hands with my mother right there. We don't touch, but then I'm in jail with transparent bars still made of steel. In this dream, I have X's where my breast should be. I exist in an isolation chamber, cooped up, stir-crazy, cabin fever, house arrest, lockdown. Stop using carceral metaphors when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Who actually chooses to live in a bubble, self-isolation, or self-quarantine? J. Dodd tells our class, this isn't the first long stretch she hasn't been touched. Me either. A black woman thing. Donna Summer turning into a machine, doing the robot, and I feel love. In her talk, Kara Keeling shows us this footage and this part of Arthur Jaffe's film, Love is the Message. The message is death, where the stripper explains her body is her workplace. Another black woman thing. Now we don't work from home if we're lucky enough to have one. Instead, we live at work, stuck inside a body pandemic, social distance, flatten the curve. These words like bodies were once new. And wearing gloves to hold an apple in the grocery store and keeping the world at arm's length. And Tiger King, which made me feel so dirty and freaked out, and never-ending streaming. Mo, there's a pain in my chest, and I can't tell. Is it a lump in my breast? What should I do? We face time Can you look at it? Right here, zoom in closer. Right here, squeeze and pinch the swelling weight of my breast in my hand. Send a picture, he says, without touching it. Is this the curve to be flattened? Not the virus, but this. Will this be how I die? Rage at the talk of a new epidemic. What about the epidemic of rape, the epidemic of opioids, the epidemic of hunger, of black people being killed by the cops, and the birds now so loud like buzzsaws, a cross between church bells and alarms, full-throated singing of what was drowned out before. Thanks. To read more, check out the Black Aliveness issue of Interim, guest edited by Ronaldo V. Wilson. Be well. Happy 2021.
Mouth of the Hudson. Over the year, Gipper rooted for me. He really was, considering how weak I'd become. Something of a mirage is being deserted. His concern a canopy I was held beneath. Violence is violence, nonetheless. I was beginning to stoop low on account of my accident near El Cielo. Thus encumbered, I rode the Staten Island ferry nearly every day to work. From my window, I studied souls angling up into arch, my mustache if I grew one. Back then I was entirely advertising and opera, disco, and drugs, serenely composed if little thought in company beside them danced. What I imagined was an escape. So many times before, there was what we called a mouth hole in the back room. I prided myself on hardly ever opening my eyes. One time I smelled gasoline, its sharp erasure. It was just like me to be a midtown janitor beaten to a pulp after work in the dark. Nowhere to go again, and boom. That's when the market crashed. Suddenly the bars were empty. When I met him, I was limping through, a bandaged wrist, talking to anyone who could listen, with people who didn't exist. The way she looked in me and smiled, the gaze. Here was the Brutus apocalypse to keep us grounded, cord connecting face to air. Thoughts were coming like a pump, where the rhythm made more sense than the how, the high why. We possessed no ideal, no vision of what overtopping loss across the banks would look like. Within that horizon, the people you loved became the people you hated. What you hated slipped in where you loved. I fell for him as quickly as the sickness. Whenever he made a move, he had a custom of pushing his long slope of cheek toward the nearest exit. Then one day, the surgeons informed me with great enthusiasm, we're rigging him up a brand new stomach.
My name is Ashna Ali, and I will be reading 2 poems, a letter from my heart to my shoulder blades, and a letter from my shoulder blades to my heart. A letter from my heart to my shoulder blades. My dears, I see you there sipping bourbon and giving me sad eyes like it's my fault. Look around. I didn't do this. You are my charge, my love, my family. I know. I spent years going numb, hammering on without asking after the rest of you while all the dishes broke. I saw the glare of fluorescent lights and the long line of white women asking questions about whether I can open myself to white possibilities. I know you carried this. I know you felt the touch of the undeserving and were seared by those who didn't know where to put love, if not in the fist, the belt, bullet sprays. All I could do was jam up, tuck the pain somewhere behind me to spin into cobwebs for you to keep. But we're better now, you must admit. We stand straight, reach up into the clear blue. Feel Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, feel Nina Simone, feel Andrea Bocelli, and row through time like an ocean of stars. We can hold hands overlooking the evening tide and let our voices soar up to the morning. You know we can be petal soft sometimes. Let the sweet bitter make our own sound to be together in. Look, I want to help you. We're not so different, you and I. We both crave a kneading back into shape by the end of each day. We both rise up from ocean-bottom silence to say, I have always been here. You can trust me. You don't have to spend so much time hugging yourself, filling your insides to the brim with sorrow song heavy enough to bring the floor up to meet you. It may be months before there is enough light to melt us both into summer gold. Try rolling down a little, shaking it out. Put your game face on. You know the one. Yeah, that's it. Why do you look mad? A letter from my shoulder blades to my heart. Oh heart, older and wiser and with centuries of odes in your name, everybody's landlord, big red boxing glove paddling all emotion, everybody's unelected DJ. Da-dum, 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 wahoo. What do you know what it's like to dredge the trash they fill your waters with and hold it dripping through the ribs, get letters of complaint every day from stomach, from gut, from poor feet who carry and carry until their edges are craggy ocean rocks beaten to pieces by the tide? What do you know about holding a spine up and open to the light so that you and your great wisdom have space to hear the beat of others? What do you know about heat? About bending and curling around the fingers of a lover and warming open like a wing? How like you to outsource your grief to the rest of us, then offer to therapy our pains. Honey, it's not myself I hold while tears ravage us both. It's you. That's me leaning on your back so that you can maintain your posture in the face of time. That's me making you dance when I feel myself cradled with love, so that you too can feel as if a warm palm cups your contours like a rare and precious stone. Here's what we both know. We are made from fire and metal. We come from generations of the vigilant. We can afford to cry in the rain all we want because we make up the battering ram, the flight song, the army, the ammunition, the golden tether to the universe. That's why there's a pecking order. We're stacked in place so that I can taste the soil and you can touch the sun. I know you would love to feel what I feel, but I know you know that I'll always find you the record so that we can dance to the same tune, compose the lush and tawdry together. I know you know that the bourbon is good. So you do your job sitting up on your high horse, and let me do my job of loving you and loving you until we both get to sit down. Thank you.
Wish piece. There might be room for wishes. There might be in this room a place for wishes. You might find on these walls the scum of wishes. You might find the snail slime of wishes. You might have cleared out all your stuff, but you can't remove the wishes. Not even with a magic eraser. Not even with your tongue. Not even with more wishes. There might be room for wishes. Wishes might be okay to leave behind. You might say, I loved this place and will to it my wishes, a bequest of wishes. You might say, good riddance, I hope I never step foot in this place again. A wish, of course. For richer or for poorer, wishes. In sickness, many wishes, and in health, fewer wishes, but a salutary wish, good as any tonic. The good fortune of rising bubbles. Why not get up and make a wish? Who knows who will catch it? There are wish catchers among us. You will spot their feathers and beads. They will hang willingly. Who among us is a wish catcher? For some, no wishes. But wishing is not a luxury. A wish is a want, is an ache. A wanton ache. There might be room for wishes. In this room, a place for wishes. There might be, for use in the deployment of wishes, some pencils and some markers in many colors. Wishes could leave their snail trails on the walls. You could write a wish or draw a wish or let a wish choose its own form. Some will have a wish pushing against the inside of the chest. I wish those would get up and take a marker or a pencil in one of many colors and scrawl their wishes on the wall. Some will have a wish that is a secret wish, but also, does anyone know your handwriting anymore? And could you write with your other hand? It might be worth it for a wish. Shaky wishes welcome. Risk of exposure welcome. There might be room for wishes. Some will say, nothing urgent, pretty okay, pretty good, pretty satisfied. But why not wish during this, your one life on earth, perhaps? To wish to return to earth better able to wish is a possible wish. Wishing for more wishes welcome. All wishes welcome. There are wish catchers among us. Let us hope they use their powers for good. You'll say, I can't grant wishes, but I'll say you can too. Find a wish you can grant and circle it. Make a wish that the wisher beside you can grant. Wish that wishes be granted. Wish for more wishes. We can have no more wishes, wrote Gertrude Stein to a photographer, because anything we wish is as we wish, and though we are wishes always. Gertrude Stein. P.S. And yet we wish well. Of course we wish. Of course we wish. We are wishes. This is to say, desire exists as much as anything, and we are it. Find a wish you can grant and circle it and write your phone number next to it. If you'd like to see your wish granted, take that number and send a message up to the sky, and it will bounce back to earth and perhaps be granted. Standard rates apply. If you can't find a wish you can make, find a wish you can grant. This is reverse exorcism. We are making wishes material, but wishes need not be visible. You can just sit still, wishing. So there is always room for wishes. Many things are already gone from this home, many tables and lamps and sponges and tampons, but there's always room for wishes. How many wishes dropped into the blender? How many wishes hanging over the toilet? How many wishes climbed the spiral stair? There's always room for wishes, even if fishes were wishes. There might be in this room a place for the scum, the trail, the echo, the trace, the fodder, the kindling, the color of wishes. They will say you are not free to wish. They will use dirty words like agency and ideology. They will tell you that you have been alienated from your wishes, that your wishes have been programmed out of you, that you have been hailed as wishless. the forces they had ranged against you, the forces you had ranged within you. But I am here to tell you, it doesn't hurt to make one small wish. And if you make a small wish, the chances that it will be a bad wish seem even smaller. A wish is large, is never small. They will tell you you can have no more wishes. And yet, we wish well. Of course we wish.
Hi, this is Kimberly Ledio. I'm going to read from Estella Falls, my chapbook, published in October 2019 with Portable Press at Yo-Yo Labs. Trace the inside of your body in space while tripping yourself. Be inside a three-dimensional connect the dots drawing. Slip in the spaces between rain while getting bigger. Talk, shout, or sing while you float. Force yourself underneath the floating story. Shake until you crash. Walls are the inside of your skin, and surrounding space contracts and expands. Organize which part of your ever-changing body gets attached to balloons. Pop the balloons. Be in a bubble you try to pop without using your hands. Move away from a minotaur in a labyrinth. Obstruct her path. Interrupt encounters of those avoiding the center. Torso filled with air, then water, then rocks. Listen to the floor and let it tell you what to do. Work your way into tiny spaces far from each other. Always sink. Care for the moment before she hits the ground. I feel awesome. Cold beer, please. I am coming undone. Strawberry. Lots of reaching when you're here. Try to be as long as possible, then collapse. Boom, boom. From here, you're going to go down on left leg, comes across and come up on it. Torso goes da, da, da. It's going to go almost. Turn against the wall, then fall away. Goes da, so we come out here. Step, step here. Go and then come back. Try to keep it on the floor. Shoom. It comes down the leg, up the leg, out the solar plexus. It goes out, then in, as one drops a fragment. In one particular direction. Diagonal, vertical, horizontal, soft, for your fragments to go. I don't like the way it feels. My impulses are fragmented, but my follow-through is not. I need to start a new impulse. The sound of rain in my head is not fragmented. Are you talking about the foom, like splash up, or the ripples outward below? Set up a metronome, plunk, so you can go against the rhythm. With the break, it's really satisfying to see you try. The tension of your discomfort is beautiful. It's the effort toward the not quite. When you think of rain, what do you think of? The sound of shh, shh, quiet and calm. Very much the opposite, but that has no bearing on the fact that I can't do this movement. Softly pushed, step back, pulled, fallen down, bright and free. Fold arms, close in front, fragile crouch. You get attached, yeah. Stand, look right, raise arm, stop, push forward, destruction and relief. What can anyone remember about stillness? What came and broke? How will I change? What's the weight of my relaxed state? How will I begin again? How do I unstuck myself if I am indeed stuck? How do I move? How do I wait? Will I go off a pattern? How do I sense the weight instead of anticipating? What's the sequence from not crying to crying? What's the sequence from state of failure and new stirring? Do I watch the shadow line creep across the water? What public, elaborate rituals let me be you? When does your guard drop? Does running until I'm out of breath better express this feeling? Does touch prompt a storm to break? Can thinking suspend until it does? Does calm amplify chaos and come back to itself? Can I tell the story as I float? How do I move the word bubble around me with only my torso? Can a call to caring lead to dreams of being unremarkable? What activates molecules of speech? If I trip myself, can I choose not to get up? Do I deserve mercy? Can landscape get my heart straight? Does she keep herself in sky and sapling, or in silence of house music piercing and pounding?
À la fois, ce serait trop anthropocentriste de penser que c'est la fin du monde si l'humanité disparaît. Et en même temps, je pense que c'est une vraie possibilité écologique parce que c'est compliqué dans l'histoire de la vie d'imaginer une espèce qui survit pendant des millions et des millions d'années.
How goes, guys? My name is Joseph Spees. I'm the editor and publisher at Fathom Books. On Fathom staff as well is my buddy Eric Westerland, who helps with design and concept. And Darren Hopes is our art consultant. He's in the United Kingdom. Eric also is the co-founder of Fathom School with me. Quick timeline of what would become Fathom School. In 2019, we began as Shark Pack Poetry Review. And then 2016, Fathom Books came into being. And in 2020, the Fathom School. If you don't mind, I'll give you, I'll just read to you some blurbs, give you a background about what we do, and then I'll just wrap offhand for a bit. Shark Pack is essentially insurrectionary, set in fire against a contemporary literary backdrop, sick with talk verse, popular acquiescence, and limp sentimentality. I wrote that 10 years ago. I still believe it to be true. Fathom seeks dire writing by women, queers, and those considering themselves other. We want text fit to meet or be the Gorgon. And then for the Fathom School cats, we're interested in experimental text, specifically neo-Gnostic writing, a new Hermeticism, something mystic past meaning that might still mean, never giving meaning primacy. Writing invested in abstraction, word as inviolable musical seed, an alien throat, text as mud mass, perilous. You can read more and check out our books at fathombooks.org. Thanks once again to Mike and all the crew over at Woodland Pattern Book Center for putting this together and making the request for this little intro. I don't want to say too much because I believe the work that we publish and the work of our readers make clear what we're interested in as contemporary letters goes. I will say, if you are an individual that's wondering whether you would belong at Fathom, whether it's worth considering submitting to us or reading our books, the most important thing for you to consider is whether or not you believe in the rarefied, priestly, eldritch, and the meaningful in verse, not the popular in verse. Most of what is considered good in contemporary letters is anathema to us. So if you are an individual that is searching, that looks at the contemporary literary scene, specifically the popular magazines, and thinks there's no way I would ever want to achieve this kind of work, and you want something deeper for verse, you believe that the poetic flows down to you as a cosmic force, you're the receptacle, and you make important and profound things as a result, then think about Fathom, read our books, check out the site, and send us your work. Thanks again.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Adams Santos. I'm here today with Fathom Books, and I'll be reading today from Swarm Queen's Crown, which is my first book, and it was published by Fathom in 2015. Saturn Returns. I did my best to cheat the windows in that plaque of hours just before my turn, seeing its round eye flit and glare through the starry knit, not star-like, but with a thick, opposing absence. I remember the hammer falling in the kitchen, then my molted faces hinged back into the jambs and the sunk spurs pulled away so I was human. The injury transmuted to a faint ache in the skull. Sparks drew the table flowers down into the candles and the borders darkened. I awoke to the dining room, dressed, fed, hands occupied with mail. I awoke to myself bereft of waking, still missing the beady hour of birth. My chores doubled and bulked in domestic circuits. I sang a song to the sink. But there comes a time when one gives herself to the black-soaked cosmos, and I stood so still in the room, emptied of spirit, for I had given it all away. It was a Tuesday, and I walked, heavy with its collar at my neck, to the window. Like coming from a bath to the mirror, I saw the vague form of myself behind the steam and gathered heat, spindrift and open. I could smell the brute performance of something else in the room beside me. I could feel the beginnings of her throat in my throat, and her fulvous light so much like autumn. All of it, the black, slick rot of it, the whole sleet road after rain, boot soft, in the breeze and crimson sheafs of it, haunching out of fog, as with a horse's bludgeoning thighs and rippling with bloom, I could do nothing but stand beside the bust of Gates and see how the air tore itself like a soft lizard's egg. What thing art thou? What eyeless head with gazes of the past all about it like a fractured, bitter light pushed out, and with a beady look and smell of my own flesh, for I'd carried and made it. Then there was the privacy of stone. Between us a mineral crush and heat like the slow breath that circled our meeting, and I bowed, and she bowed to nothing, and was the plain ecstasy of being ever and after. I could smell the turned earth in my hands, could smell its fur and its stink, all fire and the scent that comes.
Hi, I'm Marissa Bagnano, joining you with Fathom Books, where a suite of my poems will be included in the 2021 Shark Pack Annual. My first poem is called Liebestrom. Liberation. To eat an egg whole in the rocking chair's small circle of attention. Jelly beans rounding off at the mouth. It was real in a dream. Your foot touched my foot, and neither pulled away. I began to believe the worlds I was telling, ate them whole like the egg. My next poem is called Woman in Woman. Rounded from a linden, the wood-turner strips, thin peels of bark, to craft and reveal each little matron in each claret jumper, snug as a locket. The outer mother bears a red-combed rooster and 6 handsome children, hollow but for one. The outer mother bears her wickerwork basket, rounded from the metra, converted by the one. Inside a little matron, enveloped in claret, a lighter reflection, stacks ovum after ovum within her endometrium, inside a little matron. My last poem is called My Boyfriend. I am beyond myself somewhere for my arrival, gripping as pine needles to a wreath, sickly thin bending, very thin and overcast. It is paste that secures these pointed ends, fastened for 3 years, another arm, another arm. Pluck them maybe, set them cross-hatched, form a diadem like someone getting dimension. It is a nuisance to gather these thin accidentals. Thank you.
What's up, Woodland Poetry Marathon? Damn it, I already got it wrong. What's up, Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon Workshop? Not really a workshop. God damn it. What's up, Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon? Eric Westerland, founder of Fathom School alongside Joseph Spiess. I'm going to get into my poems quick because 5 minutes fast for 2 long poems. These are both self-portraits at different times. Some hollows beneath the eyes, one eyebrow a little up, as it's the one used to balance asymmetries, very obviously a cramp of a muscle that remained in place. Nostrils, ears, average human things. It's the length of the face, mostly beard that gives something between U and V. Hair on the neck of uninterpretable time grown, lighting from the left so left eye is alert and right is moving towards sleep. Hair comes from sleep, this way and that. But crew neck on crew neck, bolted sienna, soft on soft, loose and loose and loose. Collars unbalanced, graphic of island, and in the island a sun and a sailboat. Adirondack leanbacks empty of people. A howling statue, water wave, water wave. A thin shirt for how large it is. Seated. Legs crossed, half the legs of the chair on a thick wool rug, half on hardwood, blue denim, and socks, no mask. Hands curled. Is the brush effaced in a portrait? Yeah. Steady. One gets a sense that breathing is not moving the body here. Gaze in repose suggests with barest personal interpretation, it is too bad you've eaten that Danish. as it was the one I hoped for, or I am fatigued of waiting in this library line. Because as the body is modeled in stasis to the mind, which, because this is no paintbrush or these are no colors we've given line to, but language, to the mind. See, angry people refuse intubation now, today, but demand a solution to their misery. Unable to admit the demons that plague them, unable to admit the name the demon has been called, thrashing in their hospital beds the thorough salvo of the exorcised. To the mind. These are the atheists, then, refusing salvation. And how ironic. To the mind toys with irony as method of coping with the divisions of itself. It says to the self and it says to myself, and it calls itself and cannot call itself, since it is divided, and so says, ironically, playfully, I sit in a blue sweatshirt and jeans in a room, drawing what I am, though I'm not what I've drawn. Hands curl, the brush invisible, the cap obvious, cap in left, black and hollow like a bucket. A dry bucket. Hand curled as a familiar mollusk. Jeans tight at the upper leg and hashed, bubbled along the seam. But, yes. I'm a gardener, a very poor gardener. I've seen now in the months trapped in this garden how old leaves turn yellow, and I have felt them fall away at the slightest touch, and I've come to understand that their snapping away is the same as damming the water of a river that's run itself to culvert. The major artery swells. New leaves sprout. So you ask me to care that people are dying, suddenly and horribly, and I cannot stop thinking that people are supposed to die. Thank you.
How are you? My name is Joseph Spiess. I'm the editor and publisher at Fathom Books. And Fathom published my second volume of poetry, Bad Zoo, in 2018. Thanks again to Woodland Poetry Center for putting this on. I'll read 2 poems today. The first is from Bad Zoo, and it's called Old Cat. Zookeeper, listen. Invisibility is a strange success, and not mine. The wet of galling and a fell, a gruesome and harrowing comport, is it not mine? It might be. And of matins in moorland, and spike bent through the sluice, is it mine? This body, though the worm will have it. Second piece is a bit longer, inspissated. You won't be able to see that, but I'll try my best to hone the effects for you. It's called Crone, My Darling. My God, what a dark green digit. The 1,000 nesty fingers belonging to a bald oak. Crone, my darling. You've got a wrap in lemon ice and 1 scone named strawberry. Ate up. My God, what a dark green digit. You smash the tedious callers with a mace, cosh with a truncheon. Where you live is like this. Ferns full of dropsy, torsion up the stipe to make it tumescent. Repulsive fat crozier, you did it. Wove the pin arachis on itself 6 times so the pinules wag. A seam of grubs. Every fern full of dropsy. And my God, what a dark green digit. Excuse my mood. Where you live has a copper beach all over with burls. You love the slime with abandon. I think you'd look a lot like me if I were handsome, crone my darling. The heron goes blue-black in this place. Loons stiffen on a paper lake. The willows, double slung low in threnody, resemble suit jackets on a spit. Now, excuse my mood, but somewhere past 6 I lost sight of the house. Left of a line drawn by mowing, I wore a shrug in swan's down and my own brown beard. The proximity grew rank, alternately prickly and swift as I walked the long diagonal to the road where, I think, I left my pickup in a ditch. The freesia's spike-like racemes, white and yellow, are still young enough to wave in wind. They give me the feeling of being called back by fingers. But I cannot stand these loons stiffening on a paper lake. We will never be as pure as desert things. What keeps us tethered here? Is there a balance still left to unlever, my darling? Is there a mirror? Really, who could you be? You made me a mirror when I wanted a shield, and in the glass there's me, just a beardly digit. Mud mass, bowl of gruel, never excuse my mood, but we could be called back. We could be wives with compound kisses, couldn't we? Compound wives with one leathery curse between us, bad like the asp was to Cleopatra. In the mirror, we are old, unbroken panthers. A watchful underworld face, twice.
Horizon for the forest. Nothing is what love looks like, the physical heart, and all your means revealed to me, the long green finger pointing through the keyhole, 100 beetles gathered in a tree, high tuft of coxcomb, snow on pine, hex-heavy crown green, over patch-thick trunks showing burnt sienna on skin. Go to bed, I will come there soon. The gamble oaks are moving into higher ground. How much are you belonging to the day? How much do you belong to the elk and elephant seals who await the rain cloud dropping open, empty, or vanished by fire, the brilliant-hued blue sky eye shape pierced by brushed triangular tips of oak leaning sparsely upward. Branches drooped low in circular distich, yellowing green thrummed, your bones still heavy with the skin that left them. Your escapade simple, rare, and naked, before science discovered its method, before you were reckless or real, before the smell of damp dirt could melt a tree. The hem or directions cannot heal your indecision. The sky fading under flat, hazy, cloud-shaped sky as the thinnest embroidery on a nightscape must itself renounce the spoilt view, shorn and porous of eyelid, renounce trees, renounce benthos, sombra touches, salamanders making rough collection of every line's implication of slender figure. How much figure must be present on its knees praying. The next day, I returned to see the forest and it was gone. After rain. Here in the moistened oval of forest where I have watched you wander, hewn to pine, you feel for your favorite trees, which are most ordinary, dull white tips and amber leaves falling in your forest where nothing changes, everything changing constantly, chatter up in the cottonwood, maybe monkey, maybe swallow. You can see from the cabin if you open the shades far enough so they wobble at the hinges, see out far, thickened and densely, feel the small lights burning crisp holes into your tongue. Were you there all alone? Was your correspondence thin? Were you bereft of even rosehip, not even numbing kindness, nor mullein, nor heartleaf arnica, the obstinate lush that kept you alive, discreet as smoke, dim lung inhabitant, the surprise of rain, wingless in flight you are, myriad light, a dozing dove nestled in the palm, to avert the darkness parasitic, yet the moment thirst asserts we drink. If you are damp or lonely, I will follow you home. If you are blind in humming, follow me under a canopy of what smell like birches. Burnt hair stiffens, suddenly breaks. Miraculous. Why shouldn't you say it?
Hi y'all, my name's Edie Roberts. I am in Detroit, Michigan, but I wish that I was in Milwaukee with y'all, chatting and flirting and dreaming big and maybe even making out in an alley. That is totally off limits right now, as it were. So hopefully in years to come we get back to some sort of semblance of proximity, and it's fun again in ways that it was before that we didn't even realize. Cool. All right, thanks to Woodland Pattern for doing this. Big ups to them for always holding it down. Very much appreciate everything that y'all do. Cool, so everything I'm gonna read from today is in this little book, Ain't Life Grand? And it's published by PITYMILK Press. And you can probably find it at the bookshop or online if you need to. Look it up otherwise. There's a little mouse in my room, so if I look distracted, that's what it is. It's very cute, but it's just like, what are you doing in here? Anyhow, that's a lot of background. So this is the title track of this little book. It's called Ain't Life Grand? Today I watched a cat die. Try to find a comfortable spot to retch and foam, convulse, then quit. We put the body in a gray blanket, dug a hole and filled it in with our hands. It took me hours to cry. If I were a bird, I would sit where I couldn't be reached and laugh at people burying their dead cats with their sad hands. If I were a dead cat, I'd be happy.
Hi there, my name is Chelsea Tedeschi. I have 5 poems prepared for this evening. Just want to extend a big thank you to Woodland Pattern for continuing such a vibrant tradition. I'm gonna head right into it. At night, when I walk the sassy Pomeranian inside of me, I suck the dicks I have to crack my jaw to fit. Being a small thing is a privilege I'll sometimes borrow. Impression marks are ugly when they're irregular. My soul is cockeyed, horrible at math, spends way too much time crying over plastic bags, readjusting to the environment. I want someone who does the things you do, but isn't you. When you leave, I make everything into a bed and die in it. My cat kneading on me in an act of pretend kneading. The electricity surging and everything just staying on. Anonymous shame silhouette. I like how blowing away dust makes it rise and land again somewhere else. I like when people hurt other people, but only a little bit. I like wondering whether something is inherent or wrought. I like to think about a life without input and how it'd only be a matter of time before we ate one another. I like knowing some things have made it this far because of a mean look in its eyes. I like how feeling pain increases the will to live makes sense objectively. I like how fear and shame can be gratifying once you learn how to announce them. There's a possibility. There's a possibility pushing up and down on a heart makes it start again. There's a possibility that hair can smell like wind. I am one of millions to stir water into flour, possibly. The definition of madness has changed one or more times, possibly. There's a possibility that eyes are not hollow, but callous. There's a possibility that where you lose, I win. A laugh like a horse's untamed tail, possibly. A playful tail does not mean a playful cat, possibly. There's a possibility it is better to be euthanized than roofied. There's a possibility you've been tempted from a bruised height. Your favorite color is a curtain, possibly. This next piece is dedicated to Bethany Price, and it's called Carve. The Earth's rotation is less like a circle and more like a papaya. It's cool things still exist outside of money, like lightning, lakes, and lipids. Sometimes it makes me feel like I can almost understand myself. I want almost to be more specific and understand, to feel less tense. I am sorry, not sorry to admit there will always be an oblivion for a mood to eel around then slake. Do you think walking straight into the ocean deserves an incredulous gasp? I'm sorry, not sorry to admit it'd be cool to just cease without the dying part. All right, this last little piece doesn't have a title. It's just a little collage of voicemails left on my phone. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Why are you laughing? Are you high as fuck? People are freaking out. It feels weird in America. Can't even get hand sanitizer. I want to know how you are feeling. You don't have to call me back. I'm outside your door, knocking to get your attention. Got a paper cut today. Thought of you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Hi, it's Freddie from VA Poetry. We're closing out the marathon. It's a great honor. The poets you're about to hear are even more of an honor to publish. I would not have done what I'm doing without this bookstore, and I hope you enjoy what you're about to hear. Thanks. The poet you're about to hear read is Kelsey Marie Harris, a very good friend of mine who is also the most fashionable person to fart in church.
I'm Kelsey Marie Harris, and I'm going to be reading from my book, Spit Verb in My Mouth, from Vegetarian Alcoholic Press. When I die, bury me a tree. There's a dead squirrel on the deck. It's big and it's warm. It's super dead, but its nerves haven't caught the hint. The flies latched on immediately, almost shamefully. And then I thought, maybe they were collecting its soul. And then I thought, maybe flies are angels. Green Bay Road. I drive with the radio off so I can hear what the world sounds like on my way home. The white noise of the road helps me notice things I'd otherwise miss for tunnel vision. If I walk on this road alone at night, I probably won't get raped. I might find a cool frog. I remember how much simpler the world seems from inside a car. How much quicker it would be to drive across a field than to walk. I look at the houses. I try to guess their property value. I try to guess who would shoot me for stepping on their property. How many doors are safe to knock on? When the speed limit slows to 35, I feel the pressure that occurs between work and home. I consider veering into the other lane. I look into the windows of houses. I admire their decor and their clutter. I hope to see someone naked or making love. I watch the cars around me. I wonder if they are anxious like me, if they are distracted, if they are dependent on the radio. Ode to social media. When all else fails, cut off your thumbs. #roadkill. It's one of those nights, if you were dying on the side of the road, someone would likely find you. If you were dying on the side of the road, I'd find you and shame you for dying so publicly. Dying out in the open on a night like this, as if nothing is sacred anymore. I die under the porch, or in the drawer, or under a rock the way death is intended. I die off the grid. You die on this busy road for prestige. How many likes will you get for dying this way? How viral will go your demise? How validated will you feel when your heart stops and everyone approves of its last beat? I'm looking down on you from my secret dying tree, trolling you as if my death is more authentic, as if dead isn't dead. I dreamed of you dead again. I've realized subconsciously I'm better at grief. But I wonder, is good grief healthy, or if you die, would you rather I be an emotional wreck for you? And since you're dead, is it as much a matter of what you prefer as keeping up appearances? Who should I keep them for? And how should I set my intention? The act of setting intention in itself feels like manipulation. But if it's not you I'm manipulating, do I care? Is my grief any less grief if it shows up as indifference? Feet are just weird leg hands. More often than not, life is a hard dick, and we are not consenting vaginas. Sometimes, life is like a man you don't want to be left in a room alone with. Life will show you its ball sack when you're walking through the park. Life ejaculates in your soup and teabags your coffee. Seasonal repression. I crawled out from under my rock expecting warm weather.
It's still raining. The more I'm around people, the lonelier I realize I am. I'm meditating. An elephant's foot is pressed against my chest. To focus on breathing is labor. To focus on my heartbeat is terrifying. I'm almost sure I could burst it if I try. I'm afraid I'll try. Some people relax by meditating or masturbating or painting. I did all three. I'm still anxious. Now I have shame face. I can't face my children. They know I'm incapable of love, but they commend my efforts. Who taught them empathy? How do they know tolerance when their mother is a pet rock with a painted face? A kindness rock. Nice quotes on small, cold slabs. Perpetually meaningless in all ways except intention. The most worthless noun. The colorblind cannot fly planes. Fetus between the floorboards, the soft stench of abortion you can't scrub out. Possess not, scowl at possession. Sell your kidneys, sell your pussy, sell your soul. People are like clouds. They follow you around and piss on you when they're angry. We are fuck trophies, textured like crotch rot. Our only difference, the direction of the grain. Some of us are thorned and wilted parts. Some of us soft petals. We all die and shit right after. Spit verb in my mouth. I don't know how to be a person, but I try really hard every day. I can't tell if I have empathy or if I've learned how to mimic feeling. I'm not sure if I have memories or if I'm using context clues. Sometimes I cry because I want to and can't. Sometimes I think God made me in a manic state. Sometimes I think when God made me, they were late for something.
This next poet is Lauren Turner of Nashville, Tennessee, a writer, musician, and genius, and not a deadhead.
Hi there, I'm Lauren Turner, and I'm going to be reading from Shape Note Singing, which is a book that just came out on Vegetarian Alcoholic Press. Thank you to Freddie, and thank you Woodland Pattern for having me, and Milwaukee for having me. I hope to visit one day in better times. And like I said, I'm going to be reading from Shape Note Singing. Here are two poems, Disembodied Sonnet and Disembodied Sestina. Disembodied Sonnet. Sitting at your table again, I digest myself transparent, projecting possible planets onto my plate. The credits are already rolling, words about steps counted and blood types materializing as my actual arms and thighs. Those roll too, yonder and off. My own B+ beats thicker and remembers. Just a casual colonization, nothing to cry about. Everyone inspects everyone else's assets. Can you gaze something into an absence? I'm past the sugar. Can you sweeten something further into its own bitterness, into an otherworldly musk? Just sprinkle layers and layers, furthering it away. Right. And now I'm going to read Disembodied Sestina. I am new here, learning my name. It comes in cycles, measured in waves, and crashes against your shore as noise, expectant to be carried across borders and arrive translated, heaping on a plate, somewhere past the salt of your understanding. Please pass the salt if you'll understand, and tell me again, what is your name? How can you spell it in grains on your plate? The same way you pulled the main course from its waves, breaking that rule about fishing across state borders, refusing to pull over when you heard the siren's noise. Unsure of how to ratio your signal to my noise, I adjust each stubborn antenna of my understanding. I've heard this can be done. this transcendence of borders, if you operate under a code name, if you crest at the breaking point of a casual wave, like the yolk spreading wide and thin on a plate. Do you feel the shifting of my tectonic plates? Is it familiar to you, that grating noise? Evaporating from the sea, that particular tidal wave? I'm under the bridge, I'm understanding. I'm dreaming of reversion to my father's name. That's how it always went within borders. That's how you always color in the borders. You break apart the mosaic to earn yourself a plate. You're polite at dinner and remember everybody's names. You hear harmony and clinking cutlery noise, though no one communicates understanding. And you notate it all in staff paper, in longitudinal waves. I asked, what do you hear in my sound waves? You said it's a music without borders. I think we've reached an understanding. We've at last excavated our inherited plates. Our tributaries each feed the feast, feed the noise. The feedback isn't signaling our names. Understanding rambles on and occasionally waves, not so concerned with what names you assign to her borders. She tunes into the sound of a plate receiving salt, that tiny, holy noise. Thank you.
You're now going to hear some reading from Janelle Cordero, who is about to have 3 books with VA. And she's the nicest person to remind you of your inevitable demise.
Hi there, my name is Janelle Cordero, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this fundraiser. I'm here representing Vegetarian Alcoholic Press. They have published 2 of my books of poetry, Woke to Birds and Many Types of Wildflowers, and I will read from them both today. So we'll start with Woke to Birds. And the first poem I'm going to read for you is called Down Swinging. Down swinging, you say, and I think of the playground, the way I would rise from the rubber seat a few inches when the swing met the sky, and how my stomach would lurch as gravity or momentum or some other undeniable force, like my own fear, would pull me back to earth. What's pulling at you now? Sweet one, I'll stand behind you and push so you never stay down for long before rising again. And the next poem is titled A Thought Comes. A thought comes and I turn it inside out to see what it's made of. And by handling it like an object rather than a truth, I find it has no power. And the final poem I'll read from this collection is called Try to Name. There are people I miss who I don't really remember. Maybe it's my energy missing their energy. I'm not embarrassed to think like this. Materialism makes no sense to me. The whole world disappears all the time, and I'm left with whatever is inside my head. Nothing decomposes, and it all means so intensely. Forgive me for believing in what I can't and won't try to name. Now I'll read a few poems from my latest collection, Many Types of Wildflowers. The first poem is You're Looking at a Picture of You. Say you're looking at a picture of you with a group of other people. Who do you look at first, yourself or the other people? Say you're a parent and you have a picture of your child. Who do you look at first, your child or the you within your child? Maybe God looks at us in the same way, trying to see only herself. And this next poem is titled Remind Me. Remind me what spring feels like. Remind me of how the ground thaws and the hiking trails turn muddy with snowmelt. Remind me of the buttercups and the glacier lilies that grow in sunny spots on the hills. And remind me of how the tree branches bud and leaves unfurl. Remind me of how the sun sets later and later in the evenings, and how the mornings are still brilliant with frost. Remind me of how nothing lasts, not the flowers or the cold mornings, not our bodies or our memories. Remind me that it is better not to live forever. Many types of wildflowers. I believe in my religion the same way I believe in all religions, like a child trying to make sense of the many types of wildflowers in a field and deciding they're all the same because they are all alive. And this final poem I have for you today is titled, Once the Fear is Settled. The fear of death comes on less and less. And when it does, I know what to do. I say, honey, you're here now, and that's enough. I speak to myself this way, determined to be kind. The kindness soothes the panic, and I find myself nodding. I am here now. I am here now. The rest of it, the great mystery I've been afraid of all my life, will be revealed soon enough. Once the fear is settled, I go on. Thank you.
You'll now hear from Travis Tate, a poet and playwright with origins in Austin, Texas, who is the first and foremost unicorn.
Hi, my name is Travis Tate, and I'll be reading some poems from Maiden, my first book out on vegetarian alcoholic press. Here it is. It's kind of dirty. Cool. All right. Religion. I'm starting a new religion. We worship things that are green. Each morning we take a pill. Each night we take another. We say snappy things, quips, impressions, sayings we'll know, we'll dig, but we always wait for a smile. That's the rule. Always wait for a smile. The danger of failing is required holy text. Here, the soft dim of sunset is praise. Scripture tells us to strain the neck forward while the body stands still. We will worship your hand accidentally touching my knee. How holy is the soft touch of the one you love and the one who loves you. Don't forget to pray. Say, "Oh, small grape, oh, ballast heart, we believe in you, and we will feel better, not worshiping the same bleached knees. Isn't life grand? I know, I hate to think that too, but look at the birds and the roaches. Aren't they weird? They worship nothing at all. I think reincarnation is nice. We were all birds once. Now we can worship each other's hands in their pockets. I want today and tomorrow to not catch me in the same way, to make me over each morning. Hope is eternal longing. Faith is a garbage bag, no matter how overstuffed, won't break. In cage smoke. In the middle of nowhere, bright birds. Cats roam bamboo, night stalkers, leaves of metal and chairs. We hope you can be there. You're always invited to sit near the ground, soaking up beer, dust, and carcinogens. Tomorrow, the bedroom, next your house, next anything. Even if the air is saccharine, your kiss, much sweeter, your laugh, much sweeter. Time will fall away. We'll be stuck here forever, and I'm okay with that. Moth. I thought in the darkness, look at those fat-ass moths. Light sweeping through their brown skin. Love for a thing that is unlike you is common. Flying towards and away from grace. To be the thing unlike what your brain regulates. And always, forever, reaching. First letter to David. David, some people have bad tattoos, below the ankle, round of the cheek, something about permanence. The body must be reckoned with, sharp shoulders. At 18, I told you this. I got my first tattoo, snake with skull, villain from my favorite childhood book. Scars, David, are small reminders, like the wrist is for the arm and hand. I want to be something I'm not, sure I will become. There is a way to write the future, scent of uncombed hair, that lavender. Stars are aligning, David. In the distance, fog and the belly of a mountain. This unholy desire. I desire your holy wishes, sweat pressing to the back of your shirt, holy dove soap, holy wine, Jesus, his specter, and Mary Magdalene smiling because she knows she never wept at his feet. It was the other way around. I desire your teeth in my chest, your nails in the headboard, your pulsing arched back. After, I imagined what you would look like as an angel, and what wings, and what body, and what light. Thank you.
You're about to hear from Denise Jarrett, a poet's poet with the right kind of snark.
Betwixt. Speak the name of the one you desire, and he shall appear. As a bee among violets, he shall appear. Rain on a strip of sunlight, crossed over between a forked tongue as a snake on the lawn. Midsummer, two figures in a shadow play, in which the intercessor appears. If you speak his name, knows all your desires, knows how to make it appear before you. Wisest in a blue field, at the crux of two roads, a bee lands on your knee, its feet heavy with desires. Could there be something sweet in this, or must you lose to gain? Must you give something in return? Speak of your lover, and they will appear behind you in a blue mirror, but do not applaud unless you return with bruises blooming purple on your body. Do you get to choose? Do you get to disturb the way of things? Do you get to have anything for free? Intercessor, lying on your back on the side of the field, speaking a name and a rival to appear exactly as I am to you. Under the cypress tree, a wasp descends like evening. The walls shiver with your arrival. The sky descends, and no one was watching. Why do I call on you when I have nothing to pay? No hounds at my heels, no God to deliver me from the deal we have struck. Amidst violets, yes, amidst all that I desire, the door opened, the garden, where we arranged to meet, the violet light, on the hive no recompense arrived, no intention, but to arrive, hands empty, with mouth opened. Invited. I bought a rose glass. It is mine now. I own it. I bought it with money. I spent money. It is full of money. It is full of rot. 10 boys lined up at the door. She has made a list. She invites them in. The heart is full of mold, of leaves, of thickening. There is a mad genius in the blue spruce tree. There is a cat trapped there. It is crying. It is afraid to go down. The needles I bought, I have sewn myself an image. Made doll, made cackles, up the magpie, talks a child voice amid the metallic cry, licked the metal, licked the boys. They are crushing her. She is licking the blood off. Are we not beasts? We are not beasts, are we? Lie down with us. We lie down with beasts. You always come up as the beast with blue marbles for eyes, for pink marbles for eyes. You bought it with your eyes. You bought it. Why do you inhabit this place, though I have smudged, as if sludge held our bones together, as if the sky melted into your eyes, wide eyes, a rose-licked stamen, licked pollen, salmon pink, sunset finger, grapefruit center, sweet bitter, the beast's eyes flash in the head, light. Here you give great head. Here it's barely like a mouth at all. Here it's barely like you're there at all. But then you're always there, aren't you? Always there, just there, always there, though I did not welcome you. Summoning. Glamorous beast, you, Catherine, you glom on, you limb on, whom I cannot but climb, but to bow out and slide down the ridge. Let's go over there. Let's climb that ridge, that edge on which I'd stand a little behind your sparkle, your sick jasmine smell enough to make me heave. Give me none of that balance, none of that I want to die too, none of that born in the wool, died in the arms of everyone, born upon the wings of sticky Icarus, head dashed on the stones. We should be so lucky to fall into a deep lake. We should apologize to one another. But I cannot send you back, and I cannot let the weather make me a bridle to hold you to. Let's not advertise our shortcomings. Let's not advertise our scars by tying flowers around our wrists, Catherine, tying flowers around our breasts, tying flowers, loosely painted stars on our heads. It's not that I did not want to let you in. It's just I could not leave the doorway in which I stood with crystals in my mouth, my circle of salt, your terrible eyes, feathers for hair, ill met by moonlight, sister.
Have you ever had your ass kicked by somebody wearing Crocs? Well, you're about to. Listen to this reading by Gina Tron.
My name is Gina Tron. I'm going to be reading from my poetry book, Star 67, which is out with the Vegetarian Alcoholic Press. This is Grand Theft Auto. Childhood suspended, we walk under sherbet skies, past homes, past cages, crackles and pops, belly on ground, crawling towards a Buick. A memory of a red-bellied snake on dirt, slithering under. The loudest gunshot pierces ears, both our hearts, which slither into one beet-red pool. We run towards a noisy street, shaking, hungry. We wait an hour in a line for a video game. We spend the night stealing cars and shooting people and laughing. Maybe it means something. My parents once hid under a car as unmarried kids, as bullets rained on vacation, but we only date 3 months. This is Bellicose Butterfly. If I get diagnosed with terminal cancer, he says, I'm gonna mow down that bitch who rejected me, and whoever else is around, I guess. If I find out I'm about to die, she says, maybe I'll gun down my rapist, cram the barrel into his garage, turn on the gas until his eyes bleed like the Virgin Mary, because I ain't going down without a fight, without taking down the one who took me down, and whoever else is there, I guess. It's the American way. Down deep in the rug, where the rust-colored honey seeped in and soaked into the wood panel beneath it, the third floor open window, spring wind, the kind that feels so good you want to wilt. When the pansies start to spurt, and the green erections shoot from the earth, the dirt, and the sounds of the overpass, the loneliest breeze that ever forced its way into my ears, filled with so many beings on wheels, a wave of white noise, rumbling on the shore, wave after wave, car after car, and I'm just a pebble on a burnt beach. I lay there like roadkill, the sun moving into my bedroom wall, peering through yellow stinging down the hall, before shifting to hover over cold concrete, cascading shade on a fox, sleeping under a bridge in the industrial area, waiting and passing. If I manage to make it to 76, I'm going to smash my car into a grocery store. Broken glass and potato chips and flowers, a pond of milk, and coupons all over the floor. And then I'll act cute, and pretend I meant to hit the brakes. It's what keeps me going, fuels me. The crimson fantasies come as the grinding of the wheels below me accelerate, moving my stomach forward, propane and paraffins and papillons, my brain's oiled up, lubed up to morph, about to take flight. I hope the fertilizer drenched in iron-flavored water helps my lilacs erupt, blooming on the windowsill across from an overpass with cars as bright as butterflies. This one is called Gotta Look Good. When I got into that car crash, I turned down my music. They can't hear me listening to that, and why am I wearing this? There's an ambulance, red lights flashing, but why am I wearing this? A Sunday morning outfit, not my Tuesday best. Not even eyeliner. But the guy whose car I crashed into later told me I looked good. My friend told me when her school was getting shot up, and as she was fleeing the building after the guy was killed, she made sure to adjust her hair so she ran by the security cams, just in case footage of her was included on the nightly news. When I die, I now want my entire internet search history unveiled at my funeral. I'm nobody's beloved daughter or mother or spouse. The final poem is My Vows. Too cute to walk the street without the realistic fear of getting raped. A 6 out of 10 piece of loot of meat from the white ties and my jean shorts ready to greet, standing at a payphone, simmering heat in wait to that Argyle dress over an October grate, texting an address, car keys to house keys jammed between my fingers like claws combating bait. But too ugly, only a Friday taste, and more importantly, too weird, just waste, to ever expect to have a normal life. A speech, king bed, toothpaste, alluring enough to make them obsess, but not enough for the rest. It will always be the edge of a sunset and a cliff's edge, complete unrest. Too narcissistic to put myself on the discount shelf. Why would I? I know my worth, even if these idiots don't. It's probably too late. Daddy Time has destroyed me from behind the blinds, cut me into patches, but I'll be fine, and I'll also be damned if that will stop me. Thank you so much.
The next poet you'll hear from is Al Russell of North Carolina, who has been nominated Best Lead Actor in an Apocalyptic Comedy. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Al Russell, and the poems I'm going to read to you today are from a failed chapbook that I never put out called Fem, and the reason it is called that is because all the poems are titled after traditionally femme-ish names. Lorelei. The thing I saw grows in a wild garden. It didn't look at me too long. I didn't look too long at it. I had to harvest the honeysuckles, pulling the green nub out just so, catching the dewdrop of sweetness on my tongue, wondering if I weren't so deaf if I'd hear a slide whistle noise. It probably had to scratch its face against a beachy trunk, quilly hairs poofing out on the bank rolls of bark, etching its poison name into the forest memory. Betty. Black plastic. Smells like burning, like a ripped thin crease. A bubblegum toy hole spreading thinner and thinner till the drugstore bag's handle breaks, poking a tongue through this bubble gap, inhaling the mouth back in, gagging, choking, chortling, a great guffaw, and a faint. Kirsten. Full lines. Stretch like achy tendons. Reach like lonely children. Wires over flat plains. The asphalt, the dotted line, the towers, big crosses with big ropes of thick black rubber, vantage point of a pimply graphic arts student designing an instructional computer game from 1992. So the distance expands to a capital Y. Hearing nothing, glad I got to see it all, across the prairie, the Mojave, the Pacific Coast Highway. It is a game. Sandy. I saved the potato water to boil potatoes again. At the end of the world, we can reuse our styrofoam plates. And if the dishwasher works, we can crisp a lasagna. Soggy insides, full of hot, flat noodles, bathtub amphetamines, and toilet wine, and D-cell batteries made of human bones. Diane. To sleep, to make one's skin elastic, buoyant, bouncy, not as puffed, under the buggy bugling eyes, trumpeting saline mascara, unrest, thorny copper wires or spider lightning veiny globs, skin the color of coffee filters, old and dry, sickly like the teeth and hair. Make her a porcelain vase with an aqua wash. Make her a ruby sapphire bird trilling a mechanical song. Make her a little piano figurine, her insides made of china cup. Only tea will fit in there, only ribs and pumping blood. Blood for tea, and that is fine. Thank you.
The poet you're about to hear from is Sierra Nicole Qualis. And although she resides in LA, she is undoubtedly a Yukon Wrangler.
Hello, I'm Sierra Nicole Qualis, and I'm here to read a few poems for you. The vibration of shadows, holy tears and lamps burning out the unknowing. Take destruction under covers, the closeted drink is ready, on the ironing board, and the eyes follow a cockroach to a broken footprint, to music, to piles of comely fat and paint. The sink backs up, the floor is choking, the mirror not me, scars dancing in the scowl, an abbreviation of sincerity. Recycled senses. I wake to yelling, and the centipede rug near tile, and the dead smoke of candles in mines, in mountains, and the 24-hour voice with the accent of sunsets. I've got loneliness under my fingernails. The rest of me is made of held hands, and the threat waits in good taste. I did not forget your name. I hid it before the light went out. The steps to the sea and to the bedroom are the same. The Sunday on the calendar leads to confusion and doorways scattered, depending on the time. Who I can be is who I was. 6 feet with flowers for saliva. Who I can be is in the yelling, from an unusual and complete source. Clothes and clocks need changing. I do the counting for paranoia's sake, and pull back handfuls of shedded skin, what's left of love. Pizzicato. I see man standing in a slice of outside, speaking in wheels and engines with leaves as torso and light and glass, as knees and his head a black knowing blue, just here to stare at citrus and gold and water and eyes that rest on a mountain of seasons. This land knocks on old songs and stories, and man's voice holds flowers for the prayer that's used for sleep. The longer this goes on, the louder the misery of walls, the wilder the colors, the wilder the thoughts in the morning, the voice saying God in the distance, the hair that's mixed with trees, the dreads redreading her hands, the likeness on dislocated doorknobs, the room, the outside, the turn, the 20 seconds of happy birthday in water, the letters for, the waving, the fountains of a new anthem, these dreams of held and holding, these sounds of Bible verses and liquor store bags, these avoidances of shadows and their downwinds, this running, the echoes of hiding, this unraveling of vibrations, this fear re-knowing a name, this day trapped again and again alone. What rests on women's feet is hidden by breath and dust. There's no getting in, no trading hellos for moments. Time is combed out. A tangling of meat and strength, alarms of rotten fruit, each dance unbecoming of the face that's held in fire. Until their end of the world. Chase highlands through sage, his face half dipped in river, hair holding fingers upward, will let him drown down the road. We, blood and memory, as well as a mirror covered in teeth. A noose tightens and his dreams are loose. Shade following chains, 10 fingers, 20 eyes. A radio shouting undone will let him drown down the war. I, believing in his moans, praying inside bullet holes, badges and badges on reflection, a taste of vengeance and pomegranate seeds. Rain as violent as peace. So the weatherman says, pressure takes parades and cages in all directions. He uses my hands as rope. So the weather says, let go. It's only the river you're holding. Thank you.